Chronicles of the Stellar Mecha War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Lin Fan. Lin Fan is a very ordinary person. She is neither pretty nor ugly. She has regular features, thick eyebrows and big eyes. If you meet her on the street, no one will stay on her face for a second, but it is not too bad to call her a beauty. She is not too tall, about 1.7 meters. She was quite thin in her 20s, and she maintained her good figure for several years as she got older. As a result, she took medicine in the past few years, and became as fat as Michelin. Even after stopping the medicine, she did not lose weight. The side effects of the medicine have not been eliminated, leaving a lot of non-fatal but life-threatening problems. Her body is getting worse and worse, but she is not as good as the neighboring grandmother who is over 90 years old. She has a rosy face and is full of energy. She can climb stairs without breathing and can even thread a needle. Lin Fan can only win in terms of age. But if you say she is ordinary, Lin Fan is quite well known in this area. When talking about her, there is always an exclamation of "oh, it's her." In 3rd and 4th tier cities, there are many who have been admitted to universities, many who work in other places, and do not return to their hometowns. Most of them get married soon after graduation. It is very rare to see someone like Lin Fan who has been out for a few years and returned to his hometown when he was the right age to get married. Is there something wrong with him? Really? Don't you know? I heard she had that called depression and went to a mental hospital. I heard she spent all the money she saved in the early years and she hasn't recovered yet. I think she's just idle. She can walk and move around, but she doesn't look for a job and stays at home all day. A healthy person has become sick. She looks unhappy. What is there to be unhappy about every day? She's just acting. Who would want her in her current state? She's not stupid. Young girls don't want her. She's married to a sick guy who's old and doesn't even know if he can have children. She seemed pretty good when she was a child. She worked outside at that time and looked pretty glamorous when she came back. She seemed to have brought a boyfriend home. The guy was tall, thin, and pretty good. Why didn't she get married? Who knows? Maybe they knew she had a problem and didn't want her. She's not stupid. Her parents don't seem to care about her anymore. They don't live with her. I don't want to care, even if you ask me. A 30-something-old girl doesn't work for no reason. She's too lazy to get married. Won't her family be laughed at? She still needs her family to support her at this age. What's the point of raising her up? She might as well die. Hey, you can't say that. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. It depends on how you live. What are you talking about, dead and alive? Is it the plane that fell here a few days ago? Oh, I looked at my phone. The pilot of the plane parachuted. Nothing happened. I heard about it too. It was said to be very close to us. I didn't see it that day, but I seemed to hear a buzzing sound. Where exactly is it? You don't know. Listen to me. I saw the expert said that the guy is a pilot and he was flying a fighter. An auntie came out to popularize science. Fighter? We have fighters flying at this airport? Aren't fighters military planes? Oh, we have an international airport. Planes from all over the world can fly here. What's wrong with fighters? Are you still listening to people? The popularizing science auntie was anxious. Tell me. The plane was flying and it broke down right above our heads. We are all residential buildings, and if it falls down, it will kill someone. The popular science aunt described the emergency vividly. Yes, it can't fall down here. So that guy is capable. The aunt slapped her thigh. The plane made an emergency landing, and he flew to a place where there was no one before parachuting. It was just to the east, where Kangseon was demolished. Wasn't it demolished into a wasteland? He landed there. That's why nothing serious happened. Isn't it only 1 or 2 kilometers away from us? So close. If it didn't stop properly, it might have hit us. This guy's really good. I must praise him. Is the guy okay? An aunt was worried. It's okay. He didn't hurt anything after parachuting down. Not only that, the plane was only scratched a little, and it can be used again after a painting. Otherwise, the loss would be huge. The popular science and waved her hand. Wow, the technology is so amazing. It has saved the country a lot of money. Several hundred million, right? Shouldn't this be praised? We need to give out bonuses. You are just talking nonsense. The popular science auntie waved her hand. They have to make contributions. As a soldier, you can only become a leader after making contributions. What's the big deal about bonuses? They have a bright future. Speaking of leaders, another auntie interrupted. I heard that the section chief of the Commercial Management Bureau in Unit 5 was promoted to deputy director. Is it true? Didn't you hear from his wife? Can his wife tell you? Don't you understand making money quietly? In an office in Gao City, the phone rang. A hand picked up the phone, but before he could speak, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The middle-aged male voice answered. The person pushed the door open and saw the person inside answering the phone. He didn't say anything, closed the door silently, and stood aside. I'm aware of the situation you mentioned. We've sent people to investigate in the past 2 days. The middle-aged man spoke gently and unhurriedly, but it will take time. We still need to confirm the specific situation. There's no need to rush. I don't know what the other party said, and the middle-aged man said again, don't worry, I will tell you the first time there is a result. Okay, that's it for now. The young man who knocked on the door saw that the phone was hung up, stood up and walked to the desk, and took the initiative to greet director. The middle-aged man, who was the director, waved with a smile. Xiao Wu, sit down. Xiao Wu obediently sat on the chair opposite the director, put the folder in his hand on the table, and pushed it over. This is the investigation result of the last plane crash. The director opened the folder, read it carefully, and said casually, tell me what you think. Xiao Wu said, the pilot said that he saw someone catch the plane during the parachute descent. Judging from this statement alone, it is possible that he lied, or made a mistake in extreme emotions. Since the military has ruled out the possibility that he lied, the remaining 2 options are mistake and fact. It is difficult to say whether it is a mistake, so I verified the possibility of the truth of this matter from another perspective, which is surprisingly very high. Let's say that the plane descended rapidly from the fault altitude, and there were only some relatively heavy friction marks at the bottom of the nose, which is very unreasonable. But if someone was holding the plane, and the nose landed first, when it was put down, it would be reasonable. As he spoke, he took out a pen, pinched the middle part horizontally from the bottom, and simulated the state of holding the plane down. It was indeed the tip of the pen that touched the table first. The director watched his demonstration, and nodded his head vaguely. What you said are all assumptions, and cannot be judged by whether it is reasonable or not. After all, it is unreasonable for someone to hold the plane. Xiao Wu smiled. Director, do we still care about whether it is reasonable or not here? Why not? We should talk about logic everywhere. The director pointed to the folder and glared at Xiao Wu lightly. Yes, of course I will tell you. Xiao Wu stopped smiling and said seriously, the land where the plane landed is a demolition area located in the suburbs. There has been no construction progress after several years of demolition. Apart from the construction waste brought in from other places, it is full of weeds. It can be said to be an uninhabited area. There is not even a light at night, let alone surveillance. The nearest surveillance is about 100 meters across the road. But it is a civilian surveillance with a limited range, and it cannot capture that piece of land. It would be great if it was installed with SkyEye. If there was surveillance, do you think we would have anything to do with it? The director said unhappily. Isn't it because there is no surveillance and no evidence that the military called me? Look, it's only been 2 days, and they just called again to urge me. I don't know what the rush is. Maybe they want to kidnap people. Xiao Wu speculated. Kidnap someone? The director snorted coldly. Even if they confirm it, they are not responsible for the person. He pointed at the document he had read and asked, did you only find one person? Yes, according to the pilot's parachute position and the final landing point of the plane, the radiation covers an area of 5 kilometers. We have checked all the video footage of the incident from various cameras, Xiao Wu replied, especially the area where the plane can be seen, and the area behind the tail of the plane. We have focused on checking it. What's wrong with her? The director saw a few words written on the document. The clothes are torn? What kind of problem is this? Assuming that this person is really the one who can fly and hold the plane, what does it have to do with the clothes being torn? Could it be like the Hulk, who transformed and tore the clothes? The timing is too coincidental. You see, the community where she lives is just more than 1,000 meters away from the landing point of the plane. Before the crash, she appeared in the community surveillance. At that time, her clothes did not seem to be torn. Xiao Wu stood up and pointed to one of the photos. The person in the photo was wearing a loose black t-shirt, brown shorts, barefoot and wearing slippers, and holding a red bag in his hand. It is impossible to tell what is inside. The clothes don't look new, but they are indeed not torn. She passed through the courtyard garden and entered the blind spot of the surveillance. Look at this time. 1 minute later, the plane confirmed the fault, then the pilot confirmed the parachute jump, and then the plane glided and continued to fall. Xiao Wu turned to the next page of specific data of the plane. According to our calculations, when the plane passed her community, it was obviously much lower than the normal altitude, accompanied by a huge roar and black smoke. It happened to be lunchtime at this point, and the weather was hot, and almost everyone in the community was taking a lunch break at home, so no one saw it. According to the fall-in trajectory, the plane should have dropped to the height of the 6th floor near the east gate of the community, then hit the house, or glided on the roof, and finally stopped on the road outside the community. Although that road is only 4 lanes, it is also a main road with a lot of traffic. Once an accident occurs, the casualties are incalculable. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone intervened. This is also one of the important reasons why we judge that the pilot's statement is true. The trajectory of the plane is wrong. What else? Asked the director. The camera couldn't capture the plane, but it captured its shadow on the ground, which provided us with a more accurate reference time. The plane passed through her community, and there was about 10 seconds between the time the last camera was on and the time before the landing point, and the time from the pilot parachuting to the time the plane landed was about 3.5 minutes. During this time, all the cameras in the community didn't capture her until after dark, when she reappeared in the camera, and the back of her clothes was torn. Xiao Wu pointed to another photo. Although there are blind spots for surveillance in the community, they are only in the atrium, and the periphery is still closed. So as long as you move normally, you will soon enter other surveillance ranges. The temperature that day was 32 degrees, which was still relatively hot. During the hottest time of the day, she neither left the community nor strolled inside. She just stayed in a blind spot for more than 7 hours. This is obviously not normal. The director looked at the row of small holes from top to bottom on the back of her clothes, which were tattered and revealed spots of skin, and asked, could she have been assaulted? I've considered this situation, Xiao Wu replied. I've retrieved the local police records, and there are no similar police reports. Moreover, the movements of other people are followed by surveillance, and no one has approached her area. I also considered whether she woke up after fainting from heat stroke. Although her face can't be seen clearly in the surveillance, her gait and other aspects do not seem to be much different from when she went out. She doesn't look weak, so this possibility is temporarily ruled out. The director nodded secretly. My conclusion is that she has great strength and can fly. She should be unguided and may be in an uncontrollable state. Xiao Wu concluded and sighed helplessly. The most important thing is that during our investigation, she was the only one who disappeared from the surveillance during the incident, which is obviously abnormal. So no matter whether it is her or not, we have to confirm it first. Okay, the director closed the file. You go and confirm it. Newcomer's new book. I hope you like it. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter to Strange People. Lin Fan knew that many people were talking about her, but she didn't care. How could someone who didn't care about her own life and death care about the gossip of strangers? Depression is a disease that is not easy to cure if it is really contracted, and the symptoms are very severe. She stayed in the hospital for 3 months, and the doctor let her go home to give her a better recovery environment. In the following year, Lin Fan's body gradually returned to normal. At least it looked normal, but her heart was still a ruin. The world in her eyes was grey, and she had no desire to live at all. It seemed that any disease would change from being cautious to being careless after time. Lin's mother felt that Lin Fan was a normal person again, and she started to nag and quarrel with Lin's father. Lin Fan's condition began to recur again. The doctor suggested that, if they could not understand each other, they should separate. So, in order to create a better environment, Lin's father took Lin's mother to Gaoshi, where they had been doing business for many years. They also bought a house there, which was only an hour's drive away. Lin Fan, who was alone, felt at ease, and entered a long recovery period. In the eyes of others, it was just doing nothing. While overcoming the pain caused by the side effects of the drugs, she slowly explored the hope in life. However, the treatment and drugs for mental illness are very expensive. After the savings were used up, her parents continued to support Lin Fan with their retirement funds. Life began to be stretched, and Lin Fan was unwilling to fill that bottomless pit, so she stopped treatment. In the time when she could not see hope, Lin Fan felt her own incompetence countless times, felt the dullness and pain of her body. She wanted to get better quickly and make money to be independent as soon as possible, but the reality was the opposite. Her health was getting worse and worse, and her spirit was not good. Not to mention finding a job. Sometimes she could barely maintain a normal life. As she got older, her health was getting worse, but recovery was far away. Lin Fan was entangled and comforted herself. She could not get help, and she could not get out of the predicament. The place where she lived was an old community with good greenery. When it was first developed, a miniature park was built, with a small earth slope, a tree-lined path, and a small pond outside the park. The window of Lin Fan's room just happened to be able to see this landscape. Spring flowers, autumn moon, summer insects, ice and snow, the changing seasons, full of vitality. This small landscape can relieve her anxiety and relax her. However, in the past 2 years, parking spaces were tight, and the bushes and grass downstairs were pulled up to make parking spaces. The pond was also filled, and parking spaces were marked, and fitness facilities were built. Fortunately, there was enough space, and the grove was finally saved. One day, Lin Fan went out and saw a stray cat, which was dirty and scratching the trash can for food. She looked for a while, but the cat didn't find anything. Instead, it noticed her gaze and ran away vigilantly. Maybe it was the docile old cat of her grandmother in her memory, or maybe she was touched by its difficult survival. So Lin Fan followed it and entered the grove. The grove is really small. You can see the end at a glance from the entrance. It is about 50 meters square. There was a time when no one cleaned it. There was garbage everywhere, dirty and smelly, and no one came in. Later, someone was arranged to clean it, and maybe everyone's quality has improved, so they can finally walk in. But there are also many mosquitoes in it. People with children are reluctant to enter, and adults think it is boring, but it has become a paradise for small animals. Lin Fan walked in and searched carefully before she saw a few sheds hidden among the trees on the top of the slope. She could vaguely see the wagging tails. Meow. She squatted down and imitated the cat's meow, trying to lure the cat out. It's useless. They are very wary. They are not like puppies who will come as soon as you call them. A kind female voice came from behind. Lin Fan stood up and turned around. She saw a gray-haired grandmother walking towards her with a gentle smile. She took a few steps back without leaving a trace. Grandma put down the bag in her hand, took out a bag of black stuff and a bottle of water, dug around the tree roots, took out 2 disposable lunch boxes, and gently scolded the cats in the direction of the cat's nest. You love to overturn the food bowl every day, and you come to turn it over every day. If I don't come one day, what will you eat? The lunchbox was a little dirty, so she slowly rinsed it with water and didn't forget to talk to Lin Fan. You can't attract meow meow. It's better when they are familiar with it. They think you are a stranger and they will not come out to eat until you leave. Pour clean water, then open the plastic bag and pour the contents into another lunchbox. Brown and round. Lin Fan guessed that it might be cat food. Grandma packed up her things and called Lin Fan. Let's go first. They won't dare to come out if you are here. Lin Fan took a look at the cats jumping out of the tree and followed. I just can't bear to see these little things starving. I'm afraid they will be hungry if I don't come for a day, and I'm very worried," Grandma said to herself as she walked in front. When she was almost at the exit, she squatted down again, took out a bottle of water and food from her handbag, and fumbled in the bushes, but found nothing. "Who is the heartless one who threw it to me again?" She was a little angry, and took out 2 disposable lunch boxes from her handbag, and started pouring food and water. "This is for the little strays from outside, but most of it goes to Meow Meow." She smiled as she poured the food. "It's been a long time since there have been new little strays. It's great." After finishing her work, Grandma carefully packed up the empty bottles and bags, and asked casually, "Do you like cats?" Lin Fan was stunned, it didn't seem like he liked cats. "I just like cats and dogs. When I was young, I couldn't raise them." The grandmother didn't seem to want to wait for her answer, and continued with a smile. "Now that I'm old, I can't bear to see these cats and dogs without a home, starving and freezing. Feed them." And the dogs got along with me and followed me back home. The cats are not so friendly, so they stayed in the woods. I built a nest for them, put some old clothes on them, and came to see them every day, so I'm not afraid of them getting wet in the rain or freezing. At this age, I can be considered a person who has both cats and dogs. You are a good person." Lin Fan looked at the old man's happy smile and admired him sincerely. "No." The old man waved his hands and laughed. "Isn't it just that I'm old and can't do anything else? Helping these little animals can also make me look like a useful old lady." This sentence pointed Lin Fan in a direction. Maybe she can also add some weak life value by feeding stray animals and helping these weaker and more helpless groups. At least she can do something useful. After returning home, she immediately bought a bag of cat food online. It wasn't very good, but it was enough to keep her full. She also took a large coarse porcelain bowl from home to put water and food in it, and went to feed the cats every few days. After meeting her a few times, Grandma Pei, who feeds the cats, was very happy and no longer worried that she would occasionally not have time to feed them and leave them hungry. But Lin Fan didn't like dealing with people, so she later chose to go after 12 noon, when people were having lunch or taking a nap. Over time, the cats became more familiar with her and dared to wander around the food bowl when she put out the food. Life seemed to have changed a little different, and it was also a new step. At noon that day, Lin Fan went to feed the cats again. When the cats in the grove saw her coming, they stretched their backs and came out to urge them to eat. Lin Fan packed them for them and was squatting to watch the little cuties eating hard when she heard a voice behind her. "Ms. Lin?" Lin Fan didn't think she was being called. In a small 4th tier city, the only people who spoke Mandarin to call people were couriers and takiert. She hadn't bought any couriers in the past few days, so no couriers would come to her, and she never ordered takiert. It was not until Miao, who was eating, suddenly went into the woods, and she heard footsteps behind her, and heard Ms. Lin from a very close distance that Lin Fan was sure that she might be called. She stood up and slowly turned around and saw a smiling young man standing 3 meters in front of her. He wore a pair of black framed glasses and was not very handsome, but his smile was very friendly and contagious, which raised his 6-point appearance to 8 points. No one would refute that he was a handsome guy. It was noon on a hot day, and he was wearing a black suit with a dark red tie tightly buckled on the collar of his white shirt, as if he could not feel the heat. "Agent?" Lin Fan thought. How did the agent know her? Did he recognize the wrong person? "Ms. Lin Fan." The young man confirmed that he had not recognized the wrong person, took a few steps forward, and stretched out his right hand to shake her hand. "Hello, my name is John Wu." John Wu thought that Lin Fan should be more decadent or gloomy. After all, according to his investigation, Lin Fan had been suffering from severe depression for several years. Living alone, not liking to get along with others. Various terms formed a bad image in his mind, but the real Lin Fan was not like that. She stood there quietly, without showing any negative emotions. Her half-drooped eyelids looked a little weak, and her eyes were calm. Only by looking closely could he find that her eyes revealed full of fatigue. Apart from that, he could hardly see any difference between Lin Fan and a normal person. Lin Fan glanced at his outstretched hand and slowly took 2 steps back. Wu Yusen immediately retracted his hand and smiled. "Ms. Lin, Don't be nervous. I'm a staff member of a state agency. This is my work permit. As he said that, he took out a black leather book from the inner pocket of his suit and opened it, showing it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at it. The person in the photo was indeed this person. His name was Wu Yusen. I didn't pay attention to it just now. If she remembered correctly, this name should be a famous director, right? Position: Senior Special Service Specialist. Looking at the official seal again, National Special Function Office. Except for the photo, everything else reveals the aura of a liar. Seeing Lin Fan silent, John Woo took back his work permit and explained with a smile, "This name, I have to say a few more words every time I introduce myself. The year I was born, the movie A Better Tomorrow was very popular, and my parents liked it very much. Originally, I wanted to take the protagonist's name, but my father's surname is Wu, and it always felt awkward to change it to the protagonist's name. It happened that the director's surname was also Wu. They thought that someone who could make such a movie must be a talented person, and hoped that I would become a talented person in the future, so they just called the director's name." Lin Fan must have seen A Better Tomorrow, but she didn't remember the plot clearly. Was the director John Woo? She just found out now. Did this count as learning a new knowledge point? Ms. Lin, let me introduce it to you again. The National Special Functions Office is a formal state agency. Its predecessor was the 888 Human Special Functions Research Institute, which was established in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't respond, John Woo continued, "In fact, the public has given us a nickname called Dragon Group. You may have heard of it. I have never heard of 888, but I have heard of Dragon Group a few times. But does this organization really exist? Isn't this a fiction? Is there something wrong with this person?" Lin Fan looked at the smiling Wu Yusen and suspected that he might have some kind of mental illness. Wu Yusen saw that Lin Fan still didn't say anything and continued to try to release affinity and smiled and said, "The purpose of this trip, we initially suspect that you, Ms. Lin Fan, have special abilities." Chapter 3, The Madman Blocking the Road. Ha. Damn special abilities. If she had special abilities, how could she have gotten to where she is today? Lin Fan complained silently. Obviously, Wu Yusen's situation was very sympathetic, and at the same time, she felt a sense of sadness for the same suffering. Thinking about her popularity in the community, it was not surprising that strangers knew her name. Forget it, let's go. This guy is so handsome, what a pity. She sighed silently, packed up her things, and walked around Wu Yusen. Wu Yusen was stunned for a moment as he saw Lin Fan approaching and then walking away. Usually when he said the previous words, no matter whether the listener believed it or not, there would always be some feedback. Either show surprise and ask questions, or think he is crazy and scold him. It was the first time I saw someone like Lin Fan who was silent and said nothing. He took 2 quick steps to catch up with Lin Fan and stopped her. Lin Fan heard footsteps coming from behind and quickly moved aside to avoid bumping into her. Unexpectedly, Wu Yusen blocked her in the middle of the road. If she wanted to leave, she could either wait for Wu Yusen to move aside or step over the grass and go through the woods. The trees in the woods were a bit dense. If she insisted on leaving, she could squeeze through by crawling on both sides. The space was definitely not big, and she would be scratched by branches. Even if she could get out, it would probably be quite embarrassing. She looked at the young man in front of her silently, wondering if she needed to get out. Wu Yusen didn't know if all patients with depression were so calm, or if it was only Lin Fan. He didn't have time to think too much, and spoke more hurriedly than before. "I'm sorry, Ms. Lin, it may have caused you trouble. Please give me some more time, at least let me explain the whole story clearly. 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I promise to move aside and not stop you." What could Lin Fan choose? Looking at the safe distance between the two and Wu Yusen's current peaceful state, she continued to remain silent. Although she didn't want to listen to what a suspected mental patient said, she didn't want to irritate him even more. I hope he can keep his word after 3 minutes. If not. Lin Fan secretly glanced at the retreat. Wu Yusen didn't expect that Lin Fan, who didn't say a word, had already classified him as a psychopath. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't move, he was somewhat relieved. It's good to be able to communicate. I wonder if you have heard about the recent hotly discussed plane crash? The one where the pilot parachuted and the plane was fine. It happened nearby. Wu Yusen felt that Lin Fan should know about it. After all, it has been on the hot search for so long, and old men and women are talking about it. But seeing Lin Fan's unmoving appearance, he was unsure again. He took out his mobile phone to find the video and showed it to Lin Fan. The video was taken by someone sitting in the co-pilot seat. It can be clearly seen that there is a parachuting person in the air, and a small plane dragging black smoke is a distance away. There is also a high-pitched voice in the video, constantly shouting that the plane has fallen. Lin Fan looked familiar with the building below. It was a shopping mall not far from here, but she really didn't know about this news. She didn't use her mobile phone very often, and she didn't even install the short video software. After the video ended, Lin Fan looked up and waited for Wu Yusen to speak. The plane in this video malfunctioned and lost control. The pilot was unable to fix it and had no choice but to parachute out. The plane eventually made an emergency landing in an uninhabited area and no one was injured. John Woo explained seriously, people outside say that the pilot parachuted after he had controlled the plane to an area where no one would be injured. In fact, this is not the case at all. Because of the malfunction, the pilot was unable to fully control the plane and could only adjust the nose of the plane to a direction where there were relatively few people to reduce casualties. After parachuting out, he thought the plane crash would cause a serious accident and kept staring at the plane, but he didn't expect to see someone catch the plane. See, can a normal person say this nonsense? Lin Fan continued to complain silently with a cold face. You don't believe it? Wu Yusen nodded in understanding. Yes, normal people would definitely not believe it at first. The military didn't believe it either. They used all means to rule out the possibility that the pilot was lying and confirmed that he had no mental problems. In addition, the plane did deviate from the original landing point, and the outer shell was almost intact. Faced with such a strange result, their ability was limited, and they couldn't continue to investigate in depth, so this bizarre case was handed over to our Special Affairs Office. After our investigation and analysis, we think that Ms. Lin is very likely the person who held the plane and placed it in an uninhabited area. If you know about this, I invite you to work with us on behalf of the Special Affairs Office. Our salary and benefits are very generous, and I believe it will meet your needs. If you don't know the specific situation, I hope you can cooperate and go to our Special Affairs Office to test the relevant items. Finally, if it is indeed our mistake and you don't have special abilities, there will be generous compensation to compensate for all your losses. Can she catch the plane in the sky? The coffin of the old Lin family's ancestors can't be covered anymore. Lin Fan really didn't want to waste time with him anymore, so she said, 3 minutes are up. Wu Yusen was stunned again. He said 3 minutes was just an excuse. He thought that, after he said these words, even if Lin Fan felt that the matter was outrageous, she would always ask a few more questions if there was a generous monetary compensation, so that he could start a conversation with her. Once the conversation started, the following development would be smoother. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan was not moved at all. He didn't expect that Lin Fan didn't believe a word of his words. More importantly, Lin Fan had no primitive desire for money. She now had no hope for life, and she also had no desire at all. This state of life was actually very scary. Many times she didn't want to continue, but she thought about her parents who had injured it. She wanted to work and make money, but she didn't want to spend her parents' pension and drag them down. It was not the desire for money itself. So it was impossible to pay attention to him no matter what. Looking at Lin Fan's calm expression, Wu Yusen frowned slightly and finally made way. Lin Fan hurried through and even quickened his pace deliberately and was about to leave the woods. Just let her go like this? That can't be. Wu Yusen couldn't think of any other solution in a short time, so he could only take the simplest and crudest way. Lin Fan, female, born on November 11th, 1987 in the People's Hospital of Xiantown, Yangcheng. Wu Yusen looked at Lin Fan's back and stopped at the exit. It worked. At the age of 4, She was in the kindergarten. At the age of 8, she went to the garden primary school. At the age of 13, she went to the junior high school of the number 1 middle school. At the age of 16, she was 1 point short of the high school entrance examination, and she paid 20,000 yuan to enter the experimental high school, and took a year off for illness in the second semester of high school. At the age of 19, she was admitted to the art design department of the Ganzhou Art College, and applied for a junior college to undergraduate study, and successfully obtained a bachelor's degree and bachelor's degree in art design from Wuhan University of Science and Technology. Wu Yusen saw Lin Fan turned around, and walked a few steps towards him, and stopped. Lin Fan didn't expect Wu Yusen to say this. Such a detailed life story is not something that a neighbor in the community can tell clearly. She looked at Wu Yusen with a heavy look and asked, "How do you know?" Wu Yusen smiled and said, "Didn't I say it? I'm a staff member of a state agency. You don't believe it, right?" "Yes, I don't believe it." Lin Fan replied simply. She just had an emotional problem. Maybe her mind was a little rigid, but she was not stupid. What kind of person would believe his outrageous and bizarre words? "I swear to God, everything I said is true." Wu Yusen spread his hands helplessly. Lin Fan originally thought that Wu Yusen was a lunatic. After all, he said a lot of outrageous things. But after hearing her information he just told her, she felt that it was not the case. She knew that in today's society, personal privacy was leaked very thoroughly. ID numbers, phone numbers, and home addresses were easily available. She had also filled in similar information in her resume or other account applications. If someone wanted to get these, it didn't seem that difficult. But why? Cheating money? She was already poor and relied on her parents for support. Cheating for sex? Forget it. She was 35 years old and fat. Putting aside the criminal issue, if Wu Yusen cheated her for sex, it would seem like she got a great deal. Don't tell her that you fell in love at first sight. That's a trick for kids. Even if it's not, how blind would you be to fall in love with her at first sight? Cheated into pyramid schemes? With her incapacity, she looks bored and panting every day. Whoever is so foolish as to trick her into working will have her body collected in a few days. This person investigated her so thoroughly, he should not be unaware of her current situation. "What do you want?" he asked directly, when he didn't expect it. "I just said, please join us, or go back with me to assist in the investigation, and do some tests." Wu Yusen was quite happy to see Lin Fan speak for the second time. "Isn't this a chance to start a conversation? Take me back." "Where?" "Our headquarters. The specific location cannot be disclosed now. The basic confidentiality rules must still be followed." "Just you? Just the two of us?" Lin Fan asked again. "Yes. I'm in full charge of this case, and I will contact you. If you agree, I will naturally drive you to the headquarters. I'm a very good driver, and you don't have to worry about safety issues at all." Lin Fan pondered for a moment. "If I agree and get in the car with you, you have the final say on where to go?" "It's not me who has the final say. It was decided from the beginning to go to the headquarters." Wu Yusen felt that Lin Fan might have misunderstood. Of course Lin Fan misunderstood. After she ruled out various possibilities, the only thing that was profitable was her body. Could it be human trafficking? It shouldn't be the case. Who would use such a handsome guy as bait? I heard that it would only cost tens of thousands of yuan to sell him to someone in a remote mountain village as a wife, which doesn't conform to cost theory. But it's not necessarily the case. In today's world, naive girls have no resistance to such handsome guys, and they can be fooled just by looking at their faces. No. I'm 35 years old and have enough social experience, so it's not easy to deceive. And they should know that their bodies are not healthy and can't be sold at a high price. Well, that leaves only one possibility. Do you need to do some more tests? Yes, there are some basic physical tests, such as blood tests, CT scans, and some special tests, using special instruments to test your special abilities. In that case, Lin Fan thought for a while. After the examination, it was found that the match was successful, and I was taken to a black hospital. I can get a lot of money by selling my kidneys and blood. Although my body is not healthy, there is nothing wrong with my organs. I heard that the supply on the black market is in short supply and it's very expensive. She felt that life was hopeless, but she didn't want to die this way. Wu Yusen thought that the harmonious atmosphere of the conversation was broken in an instant. He smiled bitterly and said, "You still don't believe me?" "Yes. Didn't I show you the ID?" He was really helpless. "Who knows whether it's true or not?" Lin Fan replied. "Then how can you trust me?" Wu Yusen admitted defeat. "It's not difficult." Lin Fan's relaxed tone aroused Wu Yusen's curiosity. She reached into her trouser pocket, took out her mobile phone, tapped a few times, put it to her ear, waited for a few seconds and said, "Hello, is this 110? Chapter 4 Police Station Secrets." Wu Yusen choked and laughed. "Okay, it's okay as long as she can believe it. Speaking of which, it's good that Lin Fan is so cautious. If she easily believes him, based on a few words, even if she really has the ability to fly a plane, she won't be able to go far in the future." After Lin Fan finished the call, she saw Wu Yusen with a smile on his face. Whether he is a lunatic or a liar, let the police investigate. From the moment he reported her detailed information, the police had to be called. Neither of them moved, and they stared at each other quietly at a distance. This stalemate was not broken until 20 minutes later, when the police car arrived. "Who called the police?" Two policemen came over and asked. "Me," Lin Fan said. "What's going on?" The police turned on the camera on his shoulder, took out the folder, and prepared to record it. Lin Fan opened her mouth, but didn't know how to start. How to tell the police those messy words. She looked at Wu Yusen. Wu Yusen probably also knew Lin Fan's dilemma, so he stepped forward to explain. "Hello, comrade, I'm a special agent of the Special Affairs Office. There was a case that we wanted her to assist in investigating, but some misunderstandings occurred." "Where?" The policeman didn't hear clearly. "Where did you say you were from?" "Special Affairs Office, a special function office that specializes in handling non-scientific incidents." Wu Yusen took out his work ID. The two policemen came up to look at it for a while, somewhat speechless. One policeman raised his eyebrows to ask the other, "Have you heard of it?" The other shook his head to indicate that he had not. This was embarrassing. Policeman A, who was asking the question, looked at Lin Fan, who had an expressionless face, and suddenly understood why she was speechless just now. He scratched his forehead with the hand holding the pen, and looked at Wu Yusen and said carefully, "Comrade, we have never heard of your unit. The Special Affairs Office is a confidential security unit, and ordinary people have indeed never heard of it." Wu Yusen was not afraid at all. "Can you show me your work ID?" Policeman B asked. Wu Yusen handed it over readily. Policeman B took the work ID and studied it carefully. It looked very similar to a police officer's ID card, with a round badge embossed on the cover. He had never seen the specific pattern before. After opening it, one side had a color ID photo with a string of numbers embossed on the bottom. On the other side, it had his name, position, and work number, which matched the numbers on the photo, and was also printed with a red official seal. He pulled it out for a closer look. The paper was thick and crisp, with a faint golden color. The craftsmanship was very fine. There was a steel stamp in the position of the red seal, which was clearly printed, and felt expensive in his hand. Behind the photo was a hard card similar to an ID card. On one side was a photo, name, position, and work number that were the same as on the paper, and on the other side was a badge pattern on the cover. Judging from the craftsmanship of this work card, it didn't look fake. But the unit and position, it was really hard to describe. In short, he couldn't tell the difference. He handed it to Policeman A, who also couldn't tell the difference, so he had to return it to John Woo. "If you can't handle this, change the target first." Policeman A turned to ask Lin Fan, "What does the reporter have to say?" This person suddenly appeared and said a lot of incredible things to me. He can also tell me a lot of my private information since birth, and said he wants to take me away. I have reason to suspect that he will pose a threat to my life and safety. I ask the police comrades to investigate the identity of this person and protect my safety. It was the first time that Wu Yusen heard Lin Fan say so much. The words were clear and concise. So she didn't like to talk, but just didn't want to say more to him? Of course not. Lin Fan just doesn't like to talk. Is what the reporter said true? Policeman A asked back. Basically true. Wu Yusen rubbed his chin, but I won't pose a threat to her safety. I just asked her to assist in the investigation. You report your name and ID number. Policeman A took out the police communication and prepared to check the person. The two reported separately. The police communication showed that there was no problem. How can I contact your work unit? The reporter asked to verify his identity, but he didn't point out his registered residence. Policeman A knew that he wanted to verify the information on this work permit. The Special Affairs Office is a special security unit, and it cannot be contacted directly from the outside. Wu Yusen said. Can't you contact it? I can, but if I call you, and you answer the phone, will you believe it? Yes. Who knows where he called, and if they believe what they said, then the police are too easy to fool. Then send a letter. He didn't say the following words, because he remembered that sending a letter is also the same reason, and there is no way to judge the other party's information. Policeman B quietly poked Policeman A in the back. Why does it sound so unreliable? Policeman A was also worried about how to ask next. He couldn't just ask the person if he had any mental problems, right? It was too rude, and he might be complained. And whether there was a problem or not, the person would say there was no problem, so it would be useless to ask. TSK. He couldn't give up halfway. If his work permit was fake, then the reporter was indeed threatened. Keep asking. Then how can we verify that you are an employee there? Although the Special Affairs Office is a confidentiality unit, it is a sister unit of the police agency and belongs to the same system. There is a place in the police system that is specifically for checking confidentiality matters. My job information can be found there. Really? Policeman A doubted. Is there such a part? He has been a policeman for 10 years. How come he has never heard of it? Yes, there is a place for encrypted query. Maybe you don't use it normally and have never paid attention to it. Isn't the police communication not okay? Policeman B took out the police communication to check. In order to facilitate portable operation, some functions of the police communication have been castrated. It is naturally impossible to have an uncommon category such as encrypted query. Wu Yusen explained. That means we have to go back to the police station. Wu Yusen agreed to go. He wanted to prove his identity. Lin Fan also agreed to go. She wanted to make sure whether this person would pose a threat to herself. The two policemen were also a little curious whether the Special Affairs Office really existed. So the four of them got on the police car together. To prevent accidents, the young policeman B drove the car. Lin Fan sat in the passenger seat, and the policeman A and Wu Yusen, who had been in the police force for many years, sat in the back seat, quietly guarding against the possibility that he really had mental problems and would suddenly attack and hurt people. The police car honked all the way and arrived at the police station. The two were taken to the mediation room, and policeman B was left to watch while policeman A hurried up to report to his superiors. What the hell? A security unit? The police station chief did not expect to encounter such a thing. With his position, of course he knew there were security units, but he was at a loss as to which units they were, because he did not have contact with them on a regular basis. Moreover, when the security units came to do things, it was usually not a good thing. The chief's legs were shaking when a security agent appeared in his jurisdiction. Yes, it's the security unit. We can't tell whether the work permit is real or not. He spoke with clear logic, so it doesn't seem like there is a problem. Policeman A had a sad face. But it's not like we haven't encountered normal looking psychopaths. If they're really confidential, that's fine. But what if it's all nonsense, and it turns out he's a psychopath? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for us police officers to be fooled by a psychopath? Which unit specifically? The director asked. A special function office, which specializes in solving non-scientific incidents. What are non-scientific incidents? The term touched the director's blind spot. Unscientific, probably some superstitious activities. Policeman A thought of some superstitious cases he had solved before, and speculated hesitantly. Catch ghosts? Catch your head. The director was speechless. What nonsense is he talking about? He's wearing the uniform of a people's policeman. What feudal superstition is he promoting? He knows the privacy of the reporter and wants to take him away. That's what he said. How could a woman agree to that? So, he called the police. Then why did you report to me? Isn't this the first time I've encountered such a thing? I thought that you, the director, should be knowledgeable and know about these confidential units. Besides, I'm not sure about that person, so I want you to help me check and see if he is telling the truth or is mentally ill. Policeman A knew that the director had been a policeman for decades and had a pair of venomous eyes. He also said that he could find out his identity from the encrypted query of the police system. I guess he has to do it himself. Then he needs your permission. Let's go. I'll see what the confidential special service is. The director narrowed his eyes and thought about it and decided that it would be more reassuring to see it in person. Lin Fan and Wu Yusen sat on both sides of the long table without saying a word. Policeman B stood at the door silently staring at the two of them, and it was unknown what he said. Time passed in a strange silence until the door was opened. Policeman A walked in and introduced the two people. This is the chief of our police station. He wants to know some information from you. The two stood up to greet him. Lin Fan nodded to the chief. Wu Yusen was close, so he stretched out his hand to shake it. Hello, chief. My name is Wu Yusen. The chief shook his hand and shook it twice with a smile. Hello, please sit down. Walking to the top of the long table, Policeman A helped the chief hold the armrest of the chair. When he sat down, he gave him a gesture and asked him how he felt. The chief patted the hand of Policeman A holding the armrest, which seemed to be a signal for him to let go, but in fact, he asked him to stay calm. Several people sat down one by one, and the chief asked, I heard that there is a comrade from the secret security unit. Who is it? Chief, it's me. Wu Yusen took out his work ID and handed it to the chief. The chief took it and looked at it carefully. He had never seen it before and couldn't tell it apart. He said with a smile, Comrade Zio Wu, please forgive us grassroots police officers. We rarely come into contact with the situation of confidentiality units, and it is difficult to distinguish the specific situation. What kind of unit is this special function office? Can you tell me? Strictly speaking, you can't tell me. John Wu smiled politely, but in the current situation, it is probably difficult to make it clear if we don't clarify some basic situations. Moreover, we are also brother units. I believe that with the character and professional ethics of the director and the two police officers, they will definitely be able to strictly abide by the rules and help our special office to keep confidentiality. Of course, the people's police are always trustworthy. The director took the lead to guarantee. Speaking of the name of the Special Function Office, everyone may not be familiar with it, but some people may have heard of the predecessor of the Special Office 888 Bureau. The director I substituted is the director in the police honor. I also changed the lines according to his accent. I like the director. Asterisk carrot carrot asterisk. Chapter 5 tells a good story. 888 Bureau. I know. The director clapped his hands. Has it been renamed the Special Affairs Bureau now? Yes, it was changed 30 years ago. Director, what is 888 Bureau? Policeman B asked. Comrade Zio Wu, can you tell me this? The director asked carefully. This is not a secret. Wu Yusen smiled. Why don't I explain it? Okay. The director nodded. Of course, he had heard of the name of 888, but he didn't know the specific situation. Policeman A sat behind the director and watched the director talk very attentively. He couldn't tell whether he really believed it or was just pretending to talk. He didn't care so much and listened secretly. Speaking of 888 Bureau, older people may have an impression, but most young people don't know. Wu Yusen talked about the past and present of 888 Bureau. He was eloquent and eloquent, and the three policemen were gradually fascinated. Bureau 888 has been officially renamed the Special Function Office. It is more low-key and secretive, and the confidentiality level has been strengthened. As time goes by, no one talks about it, so it is naturally forgotten. And this is exactly what we want from the Special Affairs Office. Wu Yusen talked for 40 or 50 minutes, and Lin Fan was able to summarize it in 3 sentences. Bureau 888 was originally established to study aerospace technology and train and deliver astronauts. Later, somehow, the research direction shifted and focused on human science research, which was quite fruitful. So the superiors split and reorganized Bureau 888 and renamed it the Special Affairs Office, which specializes in recruiting people with special abilities, studying supernatural phenomena, and solving non-scientific incidents. Seeing that Policeman B was still immersed in the story with relish, Policeman A had to admit that this person's storytelling ability was too good. Can a person with mental problems have such a strong logical relationship? Normal people may not be able to tell it clearly, right? At this time, he almost believed in his heart that this person was telling the truth. I see. The director breathed a sigh of relief. There have been rumors that the 888th Bureau has been disbanded. From what you said, it still exists. Yes, although the research direction is relatively niche, it has indeed never stopped. And it has been producing results, but it is not known to outsiders. Wu Yusen said proudly. I have a question. I wonder if Comrade Zhao Wu can help me solve it. The director said. Please go ahead. As far as I know, confidential units like the 888th Bureau are very strict in enforcing confidentiality regulations. I heard some rumors back then that, as long as you join the company, you must completely sever ties with your family. It is precisely because of this that the 888th Bureau seems very mysterious. Everyone can only speculate, but can't get any accurate information. You just said that after the name was changed to the Special Affairs Bureau, the confidentiality level was also improved. According to my understanding, what you just said does not seem to be circulating information. Although you said that you trust us not to spread it, isn't it a violation of the regulations? The director's question was indeed very sharp. Wu Yusen smiled and replied, you also said that, because everyone is curious about the 888 Bureau, there are all kinds of speculations. If you are interested, you can search it on the internet. I just said that the content can be found on the internet. Many netizens' wild speculations are actually very close to the facts. But most of them are fragmentary, and they are not complete. I just told you these fragments in chronological order. Anyone with a strong sense of logic can do it, so it is not a violation of the regulations. Don't worry. Policeman A was dumbfounded. Just when he was fascinated by what he heard, and basically believed that this person was a special agent, now he told them that the previous stories were already on the internet. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. The director pondered for a few seconds and asked again, then you came to our side this time. You have a mission, right? Yes. What mission? Sorry, confidential. Oh. Is it related to this female comrade? Yes, I hope she can assist me in the investigation. Is there anything special about this female comrade? The director took the police record sheet to check with Policeman A. Sorry, keep it confidential. Hiss. The director secretly took a breath. Shouldn't he have mentioned the confidentiality agreement just now? Why did he say everything before, but started to keep it confidential as soon as the confidentiality agreement was mentioned? Comrade Lin Fan, right? The director decided to ask someone else. Lin Fan nodded. Can you tell me what happened before? The director asked with a smile. Lin Fan didn't need to abide by the confidentiality regulations. Sorry, director. John Woo politely stopped him, in view of the fact that the content of my previous conversation with Ms. Lin involved confidential information. She can't tell you. Huh? The director was puzzled. She is not from your unit, right? No. Then how can you tell her confidential information? Did she sign a confidentiality agreement? The director turned to ask Policeman A, isn't this the first time these two people have met? Before Policeman A could speak, John Woo explained first, because Ms. Lin will soon join the Special Affairs Office and become an internal staff member. At that time, she will naturally sign a confidentiality agreement, and there is no need to worry about leaks. Lin Fan glanced at him. When did she say she joined? Comrade Lin Fan has. I understand. The director spoke intermittently, but he knew it clearly in his heart. What did you understand? Lin Fan and the two policemen looked at the director, but he didn't say anything. This chapter originally had more than 3,000 words, but it couldn't be published after several revisions, so I had to delete the background story in its entirety. So there are inevitably some blanks in the content. Please forgive me. Let the 888 Bureau continue to maintain its mystery. Chapter 6, The Trouble That Can't Be Shaken Away. Wu Yusen was so happy that he looked like a fox who had stolen a chicken. The chief flipped through the police dispatch record again and asked Lin Fan, "You came to the police station just to confirm the authenticity of his work permit, right?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded. "You said that your job information can be found in the police system?" The chief asked Wu Yusen again. "Yes." Wu Yusen replied. "Go to the internet police and get a notebook." The chief instructed Policeman A and asked Wu Yusen again, "Is a notebook okay?" After getting a positive answer, Policeman A went to find a notebook. The chief probably saw that Lin Fan didn't want to talk, so he smiled and talked to Wu Yusen. "How old are you this year? Where are you from?" Wu Yusen answered almost all the questions. When it came to things that he couldn't say, he replied, "Sorry, confidential." Lin Fan listened at the side and was forced to know that Wu Yusen was 36 years old, 178 centimeters tall, and from Ningbo, Zhejiang. His parents are still alive, and he runs a small business in his hometown. "Didn't you say you wanted to sever ties?" The chief remembered what he had said before. In the early days, there was indeed such a rule, to cut off all kinship. Later, everyone in the station had the next generation. But many of the next generation did not have special abilities, so we could not accept all of them into the station, nor could we abandon them, which was too inhumane. Later, it was adjusted. You can choose to cut off kinship, or you can choose to keep them, but keep the minimum contact, cover it up with other work, and do not leak secrets. Wu Yusen explained. "Oh, so that's it. What do you do externally?" The director was curious. "Special assistant to the general manager of a trading company." Wu Yusen smiled. "Assistant, I thought you were going to say agent. But assistants are indeed dressed like this." The director also smiled. "It's almost the same. The goods sold by the company include houses." Wu Yusen bared his teeth. Policeman A came in with a notebook and saw the director laughing, not knowing what happened. "Come on, put it in front of Comrade Zio Wu. Comrade Zio Wu, can we watch you operate it?" The director smiled and greeted Policeman A. "Of course." Wu Yusen took the computer. 3 policemen gathered around him to watch and saw him operate it, and an input box popped up on the blank back of the police system. After entering a long string of characters, the page that jumped to the page displayed many circular patterns, almost filling up the entire page. Wu Yusen took a quick look and found the one representing the Special Affairs Office. He clicked it, and the police badge background on the page instantly changed to the pattern he just clicked, and at the same time, a blank input box popped up. If the 3 policemen still remembered, they would find that this pattern was exactly the same as the badge on the cover of Wu Yusen's work permit. After entering a bunch of characters and pressing enter, 3 text buttons appeared on the page. They were Query, Help, and Consult. Wu Yusen clicked Query and entered his work number in the pop-up input box. The page displayed his work information with his photo. The unit was indeed a special function office. His name, position, and work number were exactly the same as the work permit that was spread out next to it. The computer was from the police station, and the system was from the police department. It was operated under their noses in just over a minute, and it seemed that there was no problem. It was impossible that this person was also a hacker. At this time, Policeman A's phone rang. He went out to answer the phone and came back in a few minutes later and nodded to the director. The director smiled even more happily. He turned the notebook to Lin Fan, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "Comrade Lin Fan, take a look at this. This is the identity certificate we retrieved. After our investigation, it is basically confirmed that Comrade Wu Yusen's work situation is true. Do you have any other requests?" Lin Fan guessed that Wu Yusen's identity was fine after seeing the expressions of several policemen. After looking at the computer, he shook his head to the director, indicating that he had no other requests. "Comrade Zio Wu," the director made another request. "Look at the operation you just did. Can you teach us?" If there is a similar situation next time, we can check it ourselves. The operations are all basic operations, mainly because the login codes are not easy to obtain. Although Wu Yusen said so, he still took the computer, returned to the home page, and told them step by step where to click to get to the first input box. This box contains a special authorization code, which is specifically used to log into the security unit query page. Where does this code come from? Asked the director. The special agents themselves know it, Wu Yusen said, and the senior leaders of the police system should know it too. If you really need it, then apply to the superior unit, and they will review it, and send it to you. The director nodded, and Wu Yusen entered it again, entering the first icon interface. He said, each badge here represents a security unit. There is no name displayed. If it is not operated by an internal staff, the other party will tell you which badge to choose. After all, the pattern on each badge is different, and it is easy to distinguish. The three looked at the badges on the screen, and roughly counted that there were 50 or 60 security units. After Wu Yusen clicked on the badge of the Special Affairs Office, he continued to enter the password. Here is the unit verification code. The code to enter each unit is issued by the corresponding unit. This also needs to be obtained from the special service or superiors. After entering the text page, he pointed to the 3 text buttons and said, in addition to querying work information, as we did just now, you can also query the results of help and consultation. It is easy to understand. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, click here. Usually after verification and confirmation, we will send someone to solve it. Consultation is also used when you encounter problems. It is mainly in the form of questions and answers, and no one will come. To query work information, just enter the special service number. To ask for help and consultation, you can enter the special service number and you can directly find this person. You can also enter the code sent by your superior. After submitting the question, a query code will be given. Use this code to query here to see the final confirmation result. That's about it. Wu Yusen taught them carefully, and the director thanked him repeatedly. The matter was resolved, and they could leave. The director wanted to arrange a car to take them away, but Wu Yusen refused. Before leaving, he specifically told the director to deal with the video. Seeing Wu Yusen chasing Lin Fan, who had left earlier, running away, Policeman A sighed. I didn't expect it. It was actually true. If the internet police hadn't said that he didn't hack the system and was operating normally, I would have suspected that he was a hacker. He's a mental patient and a hacker. Aren't you thinking too much? The director said with disdain. When did you confirm his identity? Policeman A asked curiously. I felt it was almost certain as soon as we met. Why? Policeman B asked. When we shook hands, I felt gun calluses on his hands. The gun calluses the director was talking about were on the base of the thumb and the tip of the index finger, because they would be thickly worn out because of frequent use of guns. Then I put a little more force to test him, and he immediately returned the blow. I felt that it was enough at that time. Policeman A suddenly realized our country has strict gun control, and it is impossible for ordinary people to get gun calluses. Like me, I used to practice shooting, but now I hardly use it, so I can't get gun calluses at all. Many of those special police officers don't even have gun calluses. The fact that you can feel it proves that he has also practiced shooting recently. He is either a soldier or a police officer. There is no doubt about it. The director nodded. The things he said later have a beginning and an end. To say that he made up a story is a bit too much. Although there are also mentally ill patients with high IQs, how can it be such a coincidence? Didn't he say that it was all on the internet? Asked Policeman B. I don't know if it's true on the internet, but since his identity has been confirmed, those things haven't been widely circulated, and no one can say how much of it is confidential. You to remember, don't tell anyone what he said today. Less trouble is worse than more trouble, and the consequences of violating the confidentiality agreement are far more terrible than you think. The director warned and turned back. He is so young, and can be a senior special agent. He must not be a simple person. I know, director. The two policemen responded in unison, and followed him in. On the other side, Wu Yusen wasted time, because of the greetings with the director. Just as he was about to catch up with Lin Fan, he saw her get into a taxi and leave without looking back. Okay, it seems that proving the identity will not make any substantial changes. After all, it's the first contact, so it's not too tight. Let's let her go today. Thinking of this, he hailed a taxi and left. Lin Fan was exhausted that day. Originally, she only went downstairs to feed the cat, which took half an hour at most. After all this tossing back and forth, it was already past 3 o'clock when she got home. Not only was she exhausted, but she also had to pay for the taxi fare. She didn't have the energy to think too much, so she tidied up a bit and went to bed. When she woke up the next day, she saw the handbag she brought back the day before. It still contained cat food and water that she hadn't finished feeding because of Wu Yusen's interruption. She didn't want to go downstairs when she thought of the trouble yesterday. But feeding the cat once every 3 days was already a task she had set for herself. Suddenly she fed half of it less, and she always felt that the task was not completed. Although feeding less than one place would not make the cat hungry, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She couldn't help but look at the bag several times when she passed by. Well, she should have some obsessive compulsive disorder. Lin Fan didn't want to torture herself anymore, so she decided to go and come back quickly while it was still early, just after 8 o'clock. When she saw Wu Yusen waiting at the entrance of the grove, she felt helpless and hesitated for a while, but still walked over. After confirming Wu Yusen's identity at the police station yesterday, she knew that this matter was not over. It's just that she ran fast. John Wu should know her home address very well. He didn't chase her yesterday and waited in the woods today, which gave her enough time and space. What is coming will not go away. If he wants to talk, he should talk it out all at once. Lin Fan pretended not to see anyone and walked straight to the entrance of the grove to fiddle with cat food. John Wu saw her when Lin Fan appeared. When she saw him, she paused for a moment, then walked towards him again, and her smile deepened. "Ms. Lin, we meet again." Seeing that Lin Fan was busy with her own things and didn't intend to pay attention to him, John Woo of course chose to take the initiative. Chapter 7 Tempting Treatment. After finishing the work in her hands quickly, the tingling anxiety in Lin Fan's heart finally disappeared. She stood up, sighed, and said, "I know you are a special." She wanted to say special service, but swallowed the words back. Although there was no one around, she still felt that such sensitive words were inappropriate to blurt out. After a pause, she simply changed the topic. "Since you have investigated in detail, you should know my current living conditions. If I really have the ability you said, let alone the current situation, at least I should know it myself, right?" Wu Yusen noticed Lin Fan's caution and admired her sense of confidentiality. Seeing that Lin Fan was ready to talk openly, he also responded frankly, "I believe that Ms. Lin did not deliberately conceal it. Then there is a possibility that Ms. Lin herself did not discover her own abilities. You may not know that some abilities cannot be discovered at the beginning. Some people may show differences when they are very young, and many people do not discover abnormalities until they are in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s or 60s. Some people's abilities may be very conspicuous, even earth-shattering, while some people's abilities are very subtle and difficult to attract attention, and they will never be discovered in their lifetime. Some abilities are more useful, and some abilities are relatively useless. These all require specific judgments. Moreover, there have been several cases before where people could not discover the abnormalities when they first appeared. Later, because the abilities themselves were extremely dangerous, there were incidents of loss of control and injuring or even killing people. John Woo explained patiently. The plane incident is indeed a cause that has attracted our attention. We certainly hope to find such a strong colleague to join us and improve our force. But at the same time, we also want to prevent accidents that may cause loss of control due to our own failure to discover the situation in time. Based on the plane incident, you have at least two abilities, the ability to fly and very strong. You said you were not aware of it, which means that, when the abilities exploded, you were unconscious and uncontrollable. We estimated that it would take at least 50 tons of lifting force to hold up a falling fighter and gently put it on the ground. Although the result of the last incident was good, please imagine what would happen if at least 50 tons of force got out of control. not to mention the addition of a flying ability. Uncontrollable supernatural abilities are usually more dangerous. We hope to confirm your situation and protect the lives of you and the people around you. Lin Fan didn't expect the safety issue to be mentioned at the end. Not only her safety, but also others. She thought silently for a while and said, even though you said that, I still don't think I have any special abilities. My life trajectory is very regular. I stay at home all the time and rarely go out. If there is any abnormality, it is impossible that I would not notice it at all. Although I also want to be a useful person to society, my body does not allow it. Sometimes I even get out of breath when climbing the stairs. It is difficult to carry a bag of rice upstairs and have it delivered by a courier, let alone put it on the plane. I don't know why you found me. I think you have found the wrong person. Then Ms. Lin, can you please help me confirm a few questions? John Woo had known Lin Fan's caution since the first day he met her and was not discouraged. You said, about a week ago, you came here at noon, probably to feed the cats. But in the past, you would go home after half an hour. This day, a long time had passed, and you didn't come out until dark. Can I know what happened? That day, Lin Fan thought for a while. She remembered that she went home late that day. I was feeding the cats, but I didn't remember much later. Later, I found myself lying in the woods. It was already dark. I guess I might have heat stroke. Wu Yusen found the key point. Are you saying that you have a period of amnesia? Yes. Isn't this an abnormal situation? Didn't it attract your attention? Anyone would find it strange to have such a long period of memory loss. It's not an abnormal situation. The medicines I took before all had great side effects, which led to my poor memory now. I always forget things. It's normal to forget what I did for a few days. Lin Fan explained. Although she stopped taking the medicine for a long time, it was obvious that the sequelae had not disappeared. This was also the reason why she couldn't recover well. Her memory was too poor. Are you saying that the state of amnesia often occurs? Wu Yusen felt that the matter was more serious than he thought. Not often, but sometimes. Lin Fan thought for a moment and answered. For example, I can't remember what I did the day before yesterday. I remember the noon of the day you mentioned, but I can't remember the middle. When I woke up, I was lying in the haystack. I think I had a heat stroke, so I didn't pay much attention to it. You are used to the state of having no memory and don't care about it? Wu Yusen was puzzled. Lin Fan pulled the corner of his mouth, like a bitter smile. At first I was panicked and very anxious. You probably know that I can't be anxious in this situation. After a very bad period of time, I found that it didn't affect my life. Caring about it would only make me more miserable, so I didn't care. Lin Fan's understatement seemed to be telling someone else's story. The clothes you wore that day had holes on the back. What do you think? Wu Yusen heard Lin Fan's indifference to him and asked more gently. It got caught by a branch. After all, there are a lot of branches in the woods. I've worn that dress for many years and it's old. There were some holes on the edges. I thought it wouldn't be a problem, so I continued to wear it. I threw it away after it got scratched. Lin Fan gestured to Wu Yusen to look at the place where she fainted in the woods. There were indeed many branches. Do you suspect that I was trying to hold the plane when I fainted? Lin Fan was not stupid. I remember there is a camera in the woods. It should be able to capture it, right? She looked around and found that there was a camera facing the entrance of the woods, facing the tree-lined path, which should be able to capture it clearly. Wu Yusen looked at the camera as he instructed and said, that's bad. It didn't capture anything. You suspect me just because a surveillance camera didn't capture anything? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? If it was just because a surveillance camera didn't capture you, they definitely wouldn't have come to find you. We checked all the surveillance cameras within a radius of 5 miles. Everyone was under surveillance, but you disappeared for several hours, and no trace could be found, so you are the most suspicious. And if you fainted from heat stroke, it would be a relatively serious symptom. If you don't go to the hospital for treatment, it will cause relatively large damage. It's impossible to faint for several hours and wake up with nothing wrong. Do you think you felt weak after waking up? No. Lin Fan clearly remembered that he didn't feel anything special from that day on, except for a lot of mosquito bites. This doesn't prove anything. She still shook her head. When you emerged from the clues of tens of thousands of people, I had a hunch that it was you. Wu Yusen said again. After meeting you, I'm even more certain that it is you. Intuition? Lin Fan frowned. Aren't you a scientific research unit? Not entirely. Half of it is non-scientific research. Wu Yusen smiled. Actually, my intuition is very accurate. Lin Fan then remembered the special business scope of the Special Affairs Office. They are already talking about intuition. What else can they talk about next? Ms. Lin, do you want to consider taking a test? Wu Yusen suggested. You don't believe what I say, and I can't agree with what you say, so why not take a test? After scientific identification, it will be clear whether it is true or not. Is it really scientific? This person had just reminded her what kind of special nature the Special Affairs Office is. There are scientific and non-scientific testing methods, but the results are definitely scientific. Wu Yusen said affirmatively. Go and take a test. If it's not, I promise to send you back intact. And there will be a generous compensation. If the test shows it's true, that's even better. I know your financial situation is very bad now, and you don't have the ability to be self-sufficient. Join our company. The benefits and welfare are not comparable to ordinary companies. Wu Yusen tried to persuade him, and didn't notice that someone saw them talking at the entrance of the woods and walked over. Let me tell you about the treatment of our entry-level employees first. New employees will be divided into levels according to their own abilities, and the minimum basic salary is 20,000 yuan a month. Wu Yusen found someone entering his warning area, but what he said next was not confidential, so he didn't stop. Lin Fan was blocked by Wu Yusen's sight, and didn't see it either. Work 5 days and rest 2 days. Rest on national statutory holidays. Working hours are from 9 am to 11:30 pm, and from 2 pm to 5:30 pm, 6 hours a day. This time is not fixed, and can be adjusted flexibly. Working earlier or later depends on the specific nature of the work. For overtime, you can choose to adjust the time off, or make up the salary. The salary on weekdays is based on the normal hourly wage. Overtime on weekends is paid at double the normal wage, and overtime on national holidays is paid at triple the normal wage. Paid annual leave is 20 days a year, and 5 days are added every 3 years. Home visit leave, marriage leave, and bereavement leave are in accordance with national regulations. You can accumulate them across the year, and you can also adjust your salary. The company has a cafeteria, and 3 meals and supper are free. If you don't eat in the cafeteria, you will get a meal subsidy of 50 to 70 yuan per meal. There are dormitories, single rooms, with independent kitchens and bathrooms, and a good environment. If you don't live there, you will get a housing subsidy of 8,000 yuan per month. There is a shuttle bus to the dormitory. If you don't need it, the bus allowance is 6,000 yuan per month. From June to September, there are high temperature subsidies and cooling subsidies, totaling 5,000 yuan per month. From November to February, there are low temperature subsidies and heating subsidies, totaling 5,000 yuan per month. There is a clothing subsidy of 20,000 yuan per month, and a bathing and hairdressing subsidy of 5,000 yuan per month. Other comprehensive subsidies are 8,000 yuan per month. There are performance bonuses paid monthly, and there is also a year-end bonus at the end of the year. The specific amounts of these two are calculated based on your performance. Adding up everything, there is definitely no problem with an annual salary of 1 million. If you get sick while working, there will be additional nutritional subsidies, and if there is an accidental death, there will be a high funeral allowance. There are medical subsidies for illness of direct relatives at home, and pensions for the death of direct relatives. There are resettlement expenses for retirement or transfer, and travel subsidies for business trips. Is there anything else you want to know? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Detailed Inquiry. Do they have 5 insurances and 1 fund? The voice of an old lady interrupted. Of course, they do. They pay 5 insurances, and 1 fund according to national standards, and all are paid by the company. Individuals don't have to pay a penny. Wu Yusen smiled and looked at the old lady behind him and replied. And in her case, in the first month after joining the company will issue a one-time hardship subsidy of about 20,000 yuan so that she can get out of trouble as quickly as possible and work with peace of mind. When Lin Fan was dizzy from a series of numbers, he suddenly found that Aunt Mao upstairs had started a conversation with Wu Yusen. He could only call her to say hello first. Xiao Fan, I've been listening for a long time, this condition is too good. Aunt Mao said enviously and asked Wu Yusen, young man, are you introducing a job to Xiao Fan? Yes, auntie, Wu Yusen replied politely. Our unit really needs talents like Ms. Lin, so we have offered very good conditions. We hope Ms. Lin can consider joining our unit. Oh, Xiao Fan, what are you waiting for? It's such a good opportunity, please agree to it quickly. Aunt Mao advised enthusiastically. I think it may not be suitable. Lin Fan frowned. How can it be unsuitable? Don't be too happy when your parents know that you are going to make a lot of money. Aunt Mao asked Wu Yusen again. Young man, does your unit have other positions that need people? Sorry, there is no shortage of other positions for the time being. Wu Yusen continued to answer with a smile. Oh, that's a pity. Auntie originally wanted to find a job for her son, but she had to give up when she heard that there was no job. Xiao Fan, don't be confused. You should seize this good opportunity. I know, auntie. I will think about it carefully. Are you rushing home to cook after buying vegetables? Go back and get busy. Lin Fan just wanted to send the person away quickly, as it was just a nuisance. Auntie Mao wanted to say a few more words, but she realized that she seemed to be hindering the conversation between the two, so she quickly stepped back. Alas, I'll leave. Xiao Fan, think about it carefully. Think about your parents. They can finally enjoy your happiness. Lin Fan was speechless for a while. She found that John Woo was deliberately using his neighbors to put pressure on her, but she couldn't say anything. The confidentiality agreement was one thing, and on the other hand, if these words were made public, she might be sent to the hospital again. Aren't you afraid of being hurt? Lin Fan took 2 steps to adjust her position. Now no matter who approaches this area, she can see it in time. It doesn't matter. What I just said is not confidential. It doesn't matter if someone hears it. Wu Yusen still smiled. And what I just said is true. $1 million annual salary is not a dream. You don't have to worry about your finances anymore. What if I'm not you? Not what? Not the person you're looking for? Lin Fan asked calmly. If I go with you, and after the test, I find out that I'm just an ordinary person, what should I do? There will be a generous. That's not what I mean. Lin Fan interrupted him. I know so many confidential contents. If it is finally found out that I'm just an ordinary person, what will happen to me? Is there really a possibility that I will be sent back? Wu Yusen was silent for a moment. Lin Fan was still sharp. After he said that he had thrown so many baits, he only thought of this. Will you kill me? Of course not. John Woo explained quickly. In fact, if you are really an ordinary person, we will ask top psychologists to hypnotize you and make you forget all your memories about the Special Affairs Office. Your life will not change after that, and we don't have to worry about you leaking any secrets. Hypnosis? It seems to appear often in movies, but Lin Fan has never come into contact with it in real life. Is it reliable? Of course it is reliable. Our psychologists are at the top international level, and their professional capabilities are ranked in the top 5 in the world. And his hypnosis is particularly powerful. In addition to himself, even if another 4 top psychologists with comparable abilities come, it will be difficult to crack it. John Woo said proudly. Don't even mention hypnotizing ordinary people. There has never been any problem hypnotizing people with special powers. People with special powers also need hypnosis? Lin Fan asked. Sometimes it is necessary. For example, as I said before, some superpowers are useless. Although they are indeed superpowers, they are actually useless. We will not recruit such people, so before he leaves, his memory must be cleared. This requires hypnosis. Sometimes, some colleagues have bad memories during their missions, which affect their psychological state, and they will also apply for hypnosis to clear that memory and restore to normal. Clearing memory. Lin Fan was a little interested. Is the success rate high? Will he clear any part he says? Won't he make mistakes? Of course not. His skills are very good. After countless people's verification, there is absolutely no problem, and there are no side effects. The people he hypnotizes can't even notice that they have been hypnotized. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. Wu Yusen saw that she was a little concerned about hypnosis and said, "Don't worry, even if your memory is cleared in the end, you will definitely be sent back safely. I guarantee that you will be the same as before you saw me. You said before that there were people who were out of control." Lin Fan started a new topic. Yes. How did they deal with those out of control people? Lin Fan asked. Wu Yusen didn't expect Lin Fan to ask this, and he didn't know how to answer. Are they still alive? Lin Fan guessed, or dead. It was hard to answer, but it was not impossible to answer. Looking at Lin Fan's urgent eyes, Wu Yusen decided to tell the truth. If they lost control before we receive the news, we will control them and bring them back. If they didn't die on the spot, there is no way for those who died on the spot. We are also responsible for the aftermath and cannot let ordinary people find abnormalities. After adjustment and guidance, most of the people brought back can control their own abilities. Basically, they will stay and work. What if they can't adjust? How to deal with those who don't accept guidance? If there is really no way to control their superpowers, and their abilities are harmful, they can only be detained and guarded. Where are they detained? Special Affairs Office. So the Special Affairs Office is not only a research and service unit, it is also a prison. Lin Fan understood. How long will it take? Wu Yusen didn't say anything, but Lin Fan understood. Are there people killed? She asked again. Yes. Wu Yusen answered with difficulty. Under what circumstances will they be killed? Wu Yusen rarely smiled and sighed. If they are out of control, if other special agents can control them, they will be taken back to the Special Affairs Office for processing. If they cannot be controlled on the spot and pose a very serious security threat, they will be ordered to be killed on the spot. Lose control is usually related to emotions, so we have a professional psychotherapy team led by top psychologists who can well relieve negative emotions and ensure that the rate of loss of control is reduced to the minimum. After a long silence, Lin Fan spoke again. So, if I'm the person you said, but I can't control myself, will you also lock me up or kill me? The probability of this is not high. It hasn't happened for many years. You can think about the good side. Wu Yusen knew that people with depression would look at problems pessimistically. He tried his best to enlighten them, but it was obviously useless. So it will happen. Lin Fan confirmed himself. Wu Yusen was silent for a while, then sighed and said, if that situation really happens, there will be a very large funeral subsidy, which is enough to ensure that your parents will not only have no worries about food and clothing, but also live the rest of their lives happily and freely. What is the environment in prison like? It's actually not what you think. Only malignant uncontrollable people will be imprisoned, and benign uncontrollable people will only be restricted in their movements, and the basic living conditions are still very good. Wu Yusen looked at Lin Fan in particular. Anyway, it will be better than you are now. Lin Fan felt a little offended for a moment, but he didn't care about anything else, and continued to ask, what are malignant uncontrollable people and benign uncontrollable people like? There are two types of malignant uncontrollable people. One is people who can control superpowers, but are evil themselves, and have antisocial and violent tendencies. They will use their superpowers to do bad things, just like the prisoners in the detention center. Such people will be imprisoned in a first-level prison, and will be treated the same as prisoners, and they will not have a good life. There is another type. They are normal people with no antisocial or violent tendencies, but their abilities are very destructive and out of control. Such people usually have some problems with their IQ or reaction time, so it is difficult for them to control themselves. Although they are innocent, the harm does exist and is dangerous. Such people should also be locked up in iron bars. But it is different from the prison just now. Although there are iron bars around the outside, the decoration and layout inside are that of ordinary houses, and they can even imitate the person's home environment to make him feel better. The Special Affairs Office will assign such people jobs that ordinary people can do, and will also provide them with salary and benefits. Except for not being able to get out of the fence, they are no different from ordinary people. Because of the relationship with the special unit, they even earn more than outside. Such people will also keep trying to control and guide them. As long as they succeed, they will be released. As far as I know, there are only 2 people in that area over the years. Benign uncontrollability is relatively less lethal. After all, everyone has different qualifications, and it is impossible to control them quickly. Before they can control them, they are all placed in restricted residences. The environment there is similar to a residential area. Because there is no lethality, there is no need to worry about people gathering to cause destructive damage. The only thing is that people cannot enter and exit at will. The community is equipped with all kinds of living facilities, and these people can work normally. Putting aside the superpowers, there is really no difference from the life of ordinary people. This type of people can usually successfully control themselves. It's just a matter of how much time each person spends. It can be said that the restricted residence is just a transitional area for them. As long as they achieve self-control, they can leave there. So you don't have to worry too much. Even if it is really uncontrollable, you will not live the life of a prisoner. If that day really comes, you will find that, except for an iron fence far away, your life is almost the same as it is now, staying at home every day without going out. We can even copy the layout and decoration of your house, build this grove, and let you raise cats and dogs in it. Besides, I believe that with your intelligence, it is impossible for you to fail to control yourself. Lin Fan nodded, walked away without saying anything. Wu Yusen watched her go home, and for the first time he felt that contact was not easy. Chapter 9 Hurtful Feelings. Lin Fan fell on the bed after returning home. She didn't know whether it was because she stayed downstairs for too long or because the content of the conversation took a lot of energy, but she felt extremely tired and fell asleep in a daze. The words she had said circled in her mind, and the anxiety and fear merged into a dream. In the dream, Lin Fan was taken to the Special Affairs office by Wu Yusen. People in white coats surrounded her and cut her flesh one by one. She ran and met a man dressed like a wizard who said he wanted to hypnotize her and grabbed her scalp to open her head. After escaping with great difficulty, she ran into the iron prison again. Wu Yusen laughed outside. Lin Fan was anxious and annoyed. With a bang, she turned into a 9-headed monster and spit fire at the iron fence. Wu Yusen took out a machine gun from somewhere and fired at her. 8 heads were killed, and there was still 1 left. The disappeared white coat ran in again and nailed her to the wall, chopped off all the dead heads, and made specimens to hang where she could see them. Every day, he would cut off the flesh from her body and hit her head with a hammer, making a clanging sound. The remaining head kept crying, wanting to die but unable to. Wu Yusen ran over and mocked him, saying that it was her fault for believing that he had followed her and that she deserved it. Then he also hit her head with a hammer, making a clanging sound. He also bit off the flesh from her body and ate it. After eating, he continued to hit her head, making a clanging sound. Lin Fan suddenly woke up, and the clanging sound in her ears scared her so much that she rolled over and crawled on her feet. When she looked closely, she saw that it was her cell phone that was ringing. She covered her chest, took a long breath, and took a few deep breaths. Obviously, Wu Yusen's words still had an impact on her. The cell phone stopped for a few seconds and started to ring again. Lin Fan calmed down and picked up the phone. He glanced at the note and answered, "Hello." Lin's mother's high-pitched voice came from the other side of the phone. "Fan, why did you take so long to answer the phone?" "I was sleeping just now." Lin Fan replied. "Why are you sleeping at 4 o'clock? It's not too early or too late. Get up quickly, or you won't be able to sleep at night." Lin's mother shouted. Lin Fan looked at the clock, and it was almost 5 o'clock. She came back around 10 o'clock and slept for about 6 or 7 hours. "Well, what's the matter?" Lin Fan took a cup to the living room to pour water. "Just now, your Aunt Mao called and said that she saw someone introducing you to a job with very good conditions. The salary and bonus are tens of thousands. What's going on? Why didn't you tell us?" Lin's mother's voice was a little excited. "That's right." Lin Fan took a sip of water. She knew that Aunt Mao was a chatterbox and liked to spread rumors everywhere. She didn't expect that she even had her mother's phone number. But I don't think it's appropriate. What's inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Before Lin Fan finished speaking, Lin's mother interrupted anxiously. Your Aunt Mao said that the basic salary is 20,000 yuan, and there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund that you don't have to pay for yourself. There are also several thousand yuan in subsidies. I can't remember clearly. Anyway, it's hundreds of thousands a year. How can I not go? Lin's mother was also surprised when she suddenly received a call from her neighbor Leo Mao. Although they have been neighbors for many years, they are just friends who say hello when they go up and down the stairs. They have never contacted each other. She thought for a long time before she remembered who this person was. After a polite greeting, she was shocked by the news revealed by Leo Mao. The monthly salary is 20,000 yuan, and it's still a basic salary. Her sister's daughter is still a graduate student. She works in Gao City and earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. In their local area, it is considered good to earn 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. If you can earn 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, I don't know how many people will envy you. Although their family has done business before, at most they only make 300,000 or 400,000 yuan a year, all of which are hard-earned money from getting up early and going to bed late. And her daughter, when she thought she would be dragged down for the rest of her life, someone actually offered such a high salary and such good treatment. How could she not seize it? She must agree. She was so anxious that she didn't even have a good nap at noon, just waiting for Lin Fan to call and tell them, but she never got the call. She couldn't wait any longer, so she took the initiative to call and ask about this matter. What did she hear? What are you dissatisfied with? What's not suitable? What are you thinking about? Lin's mother shouted directly. Lin Fan moved the phone away. For a moment, he didn't want to talk and felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Fan, talk to me. Where are you? Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? Talk. Okay, what are you arguing about? You're arguing without saying a word. Lin's father's voice came from the receiver. What's your business? Did I talk to you? Lin's mother was very angry. Xiao Fan must be annoyed by your noise. Give it to me. I'll talk to her properly. Lin's mother muttered and handed the phone to Lin's father. After thinking about it, she turned on the speakerphone so that both of them could hear it. Lin Fan also turned on the speakerphone and put the phone on the table. She felt that she had no strength again and her whole body was a little numb. She lay on the table to rest. Xiao Fan. Lin's father's voice came, not impatient or impatient, and slightly calmed Lin Fan's slightly anxious heart. Dad, don't blame your mother, she is just like this, you know. Lin's father persuaded a few words, and then asked, what's going on? I was also shocked when I heard your mother's unclear statement. Can you tell Dad? Someone said this morning that he would introduce me to a job. But you know my situation, I can't even maintain a normal life. Lin Fan said slowly. Why can't I live a normal life? You have been living a normal life alone for several years. Lin's mother's voice came again. Oh, don't talk. Lin's father stopped him anxiously. What kind of job is it? How good is the salary? Lin Fan continued to say half truthfully, it's still my previous job. The salary is really high, and it is said that the annual salary is more than 1 million. But, more than 1 million. Lin's mother shouted from the opposite side. Let the child finish what he said. Lin's father was a little angry and yelled at Lin's mother. Mother Lin wanted to say something back, but when she thought of the 1 million, she held back and listened to the phone call. Xiao Fan, take your time. Father Lin calmed down and tried to speak softly to Lin Fan. When I was doing the best in Gao City, I was a supervisor and made only about 200,000 a year. Now I have been sick for so many years. Let's not talk about my health. I have not worked for so many years and my hands are numb. How could there be a company that would pay me so much to work? Lin Fan had never wanted to go with John Woo from the beginning to the end. I didn't expect that Aunt Mao was so nosy and let her parents know. There was no way to talk about this matter, so I could only make up a lie to cover it up. Father Lin thought about it, and it made sense. He always thought his daughter was outstanding, and that she would definitely recover, but to be fair, in her current state, He didn't think it was true that someone would pay her 1 million. Why not? You were in a small company back then, but now you're in a big company, so your salary must be higher. It must be something you made before, and they saw it and admired it, so they came to you. You should agree to it first, and go and have a look first. It's not a loss. Lin's mother was anxious. Fan, you mean this person might be a liar, right? Lin's father thought. What kind of liar would come all the way to deceive your daughter? Lin's mother became even more anxious and shouted at Lin's father, what's so good about her? Shut up. Lin's father yelled. Lin's mother also realized that she had said the wrong thing, but she was not convinced by Lin's father's yelling and said stubbornly, that's right. She is like this. She doesn't work, doesn't get married, and still depends on us for support. With her like this, why do people cheat her? You. Lin's father was so angry that he wanted to stand up and hit him. This damn mother don't know that the speakerphone is turned on. Can Fan hear it? Dad, Lin Fan called softly. She seemed sad in her heart, but she didn't seem sad. She should be used to it. Who? Inhale. Who? Inhale. When Lin's father heard the person calling him on the phone, he quickly picked up the phone, turned off the hands-free function, and whispered into his ear, Fan, don't take it personally. You know, your mother is just like that, but she doesn't think like that in her heart. Where were you talking just now? Lin Fan suddenly forgot what he had just said. It's not normal to say that someone would spend a lot of money to hire you. Lin's father reminded him. Seeing that Lin's mother leaned over to the back of the phone to listen again, she glared at him fiercely. Lin's mother also knew that she was wrong, but she didn't want to admit it, and she felt a little regretful in her heart. A completely stranger suddenly walked up to you and said that he would spend 1 million to hire you. Would you believe it? No, Lin's father denied it in his heart instantly. Then doesn't he have a certificate from his unit or something? Lin's mother asked. Even if there is a certificate, should I believe it immediately and go with him? Lin Fan asked back. Lin's mother frowned. She also felt that it was inappropriate, but it was 1 million. Why didn't someone cheat her for no reason? There must be a reason. Lin's mother was right. Of course there was a reason, but Lin Fan couldn't say it, so he mixed the truth and the falsehood and told Lin Fan about his concerns. What if I never come back? You can't find me? This was also Lin Fan's hidden worry. Call the police. Do you know how many missing cases there are in the country every year? Lin Fan felt a burning anger, both cold and hot. Fan, don't say it. Lin's father interrupted in time. Dad knows that money is not easy to make. The boss who pays you 1 million will definitely let you do 1 million jobs. If you were not sick, Dad believes that you would be fine. But you are sick now, and we still put health first. Everything else will come slowly when you get better. Lin's father decided to support Lin Fan. Is the money enough? Don't worry, Dad can support you. Lin's father's words were like a trickle, instantly extinguishing the restless flames. Just when he eased a little, he heard Lin's mother's voice again. Let me talk to Fan. Don't talk nonsense. Lin's father warned. Mother Lin looked at Father Lin and said while holding the phone, Fan, I know you are afraid of scammers, and I know this doesn't sound reliable, but there is always a chance of something happening. What if it is true? Let Fan recover in peace. Father Lin wanted to grab the phone, but Mother Lin dodged it. What if it is true? It would be 1 million a year. Do you know what 1 million means? 1 year's work is equivalent to many years of work. Mother Lin stood up and dodged Father Lin. Don't say it. Father Lin was anxious and went around the coffee table to grab the phone from Mother Lin. Mom really hopes you're well. Really? No one misses you more than me. But you know the situation at home. We're all old and sick. I haven't been feeling well lately, and your dad keeps coughing. But we dare not go to the hospital for fear of shortchanging you. Your uncles and uncles looked down on us for being poor. After you got sick, they openly and secretly said that we spoiled you. You weren't much worse than your brothers and sisters, so why did you become like this now? Shut up. Why are you saying these things? Dad Lin was anxious. His fat body couldn't catch up with Mom Lin. It's not that Mom is cruel. Mom is afraid that one day we will suddenly pass away and you won't recover from your illness and no one will take care of you. Mom, Lin said with tears streaming down her face. Mom knows you're suffering, but who isn't? Grit your teeth and force yourself to get through it. If this time it's real, and you let it go, you'll definitely regret it when you get better. There was a burst of noise afterwards, and then Lin's father's voice came over with a wheeze. Fan, don't listen to your mother. Lin's mother was still shouting beside her. You have to think it through. You must think it through. Lin's father ran downstairs in one breath, and went far away. When he couldn't hear Lin's mother's voice anymore, he continued. Fan, don't listen to your mother. Take good care of yourself. Dad believes you will get better soon. By then, you won't have to worry about not having a good job. If you can find a job worth 1 million now, you will definitely get one in the future. Then your parents will be waiting to enjoy your blessing. Lin Fan lay motionless on the table, tears flowing down his arms onto the table, and he opened his mouth with a bit of tears in his voice. I know. Dad. Lin heard that she was crying and quickly advised, you can't cry. The doctor said that you can't be sad for this disease. You need to relax and be happy so that you can get better quickly. If you think that job is unreliable, just turn it down and don't think about it. Health is the most important thing, okay? Yeah. Okay, then I won't say much to you. Just find some comedy or music to listen to and be happy, okay? It's hard to get better now than in the past 2 years. Don't be sad anymore, okay? Dad. Lin urged earnestly. Got it, Dad. Take care of your health too. You hang up first. Well, then I'll hang up. You take care. Dad. Lin hung up the phone reluctantly and walked back home slowly. Chapter 10. Let's go. Lin Fan quickly adjusted her mood and tried not to let herself fall into a bad situation too much. What happened in the past 2 days has long been beyond the understanding of normal people. Although Wu Yusen's identity was confirmed, he made many guarantees and offered many temptations, but Lin Fan still didn't want to listen to him. On the one hand, she was sure that she was not the person he was looking for. If she really had superpowers, she might sleep a lot. Especially in the past 2 days, Wu Yusen made enough noise. Although it was just a conversation, it took too long, causing her to feel particularly tired and go home to sleep. If someone was holding the plane to fly, she believed it. But this person could never be herself. On the other hand, Lin Fan was not sure about the consequences of going with him. She didn't forget that the predecessor of the Special Affairs Institute was called the Human Body Research Institute. With the word research, it felt a little scary. She always felt that the place was like a black hole with a mouth open. As long as she went in, the things that happened later would not be controlled by her. The feeling of being out of control was very bad. It was because she couldn't control her emotions well that she got this disease and suffered a lot in the past few years. It was not easy to stabilize recently, and there was a trend of gradual improvement. She dared not increase abnormal contact with the outside world, fearing that something would stimulate her fragile nerves, affect her mood, cause the disease to relapse, and fail. This is why she has been staying at home. Poor health is only one aspect, and emotional fragility and a defenseless spirit are more important reasons. In order to maintain a stable life and reduce the stimulation of accidents, she did not even leave the community and created a safe house for herself. Even so, she could not completely control her own state. For a huge organization like the Special Affairs Office, her going there would be like a leaf falling on the sea. Whether it was calm or rolling waves was beyond her control. She was not sure whether what happened during the period would cause her to be in a worse emotional state. So she did not plan to go with Wu Yusen. But after answering the phone, she hesitated. Lin's mother was right. They were old and had no extra energy and money to take care of her. For so long, she had been living on the pension of the two elders. She felt guilty, self-blamed, guilty, and tormented. Because of this incident, her depression was once aggravated. She felt that she was a burden and didn't want to drag down her family. Lin's father found out from the farewell phone call and tried to persuade her. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about your parents. If you really leave, what will happen to your parents? Lin Fan held back again. Later, every time she felt that she couldn't live anymore, she would think about the phone call that Lin's father cried that day. It was not because of the content, but the feeling of being cared for, the emotion that would make her heart broken if she lost it, which really soothed her anxiety and allowed her to survive until now. She also learned to ignore the various emotions that popped up all the time and would pull her down, and tried to keep her mood relaxed and develop in a positive direction. But ignoring does not mean forgetting. She never forgot that she was dragging down her parents. Now there is an opportunity. As long as she goes, she will reportedly get a generous compensation. Why not try it? I haven't done anything for so many years because I can't do it. And now there is an opportunity that can be done easily. Why not reduce the burden on my parents? As for the anxiety, Lin's mother is right, and it will pass by gritting her teeth. If an accident happens during her career, will there be funeral expenses? It should be higher than the compensation, right? She doesn't know when she can get back to normal. But even if she gets back to normal, it's hard to find a job at her age, and she may not earn as much as the funeral expenses after working for decades. Lin Fan began to seriously consider how much funeral expenses she could get if she died in the special affairs office. It's better to take a chance, and you can bring back some money, whether you live or die. Lin Fan kept persuading herself all night until she was too tired to hold on any longer, and then she slowly closed her eyes. The next day, she was awakened by a knock on the door. As expected, it was Wu Yusen who was smiling outside the door. "Good morning, Ms. Lin. We meet again." Wu Yusen was still wearing a black suit, white shirt, red tie, and carrying a briefcase in his hand. Lin Fan really didn't want to pay attention to him. If this person hadn't appeared, her life would not have been disrupted, and her peaceful state of mind that had been adjusted for a long time would not have been disrupted. When the situation was at a standoff, an old lady came down from upstairs and asked, "Fan, this is... my friend is here to see me." Lin Fan said, grabbing Wu Yusen's arm and pulling him into the house, and quickly closed the door. Compared with Aunt Mao's gossip, this old lady is obviously more dangerous, and she is a person who will spread rumors at random. The aunt is in the community, don't care whether the news is true or not, they just want to have fun. Lin Fan knows that she has a bad reputation, and many of the words are spread by this old lady. She doesn't want to add more gossip to such people. Seeing that there is no gossip to be found, the old lady curled her lips and left. Lin Fan looked at Wu Yusen, who had already entered, sighed, and greeted him. "Sit anywhere." Wu Yusen didn't expect to be pulled into the house by Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan has always kept a distance from him. Lin Fan's house is very clean and empty, and it seems that there is no breath of life. The decoration is an old style around the millennium, and it seems that a lot of money was spent at that time. The kitchen is on the right hand side of the door, and a small door inside the kitchen should be the toilet. The toilet is a small room further inside, and the door opens directly to the entrance. The left side of the small room should also be a room, slightly larger in area, with the door facing the kitchen, and just slightly offset from the toilet door. The large room leads to the hall on the left side of the entrance. There is a square table next to the aisle. A little to the left is a long wooden sofa. It is also a popular furniture style in the past. Opposite the sofa is a TV cabinet and a big butt TV. There are DVDs and power amplifiers under the TV, and tall speakers stand on both sides of the TV cabinet. Further to the left is the balcony with a washing machine, and a few clothes are hung on the top. The partition wall between the balcony and the hall has been opened up, and the light is very good, so the hall does not seem very crowded. Wu Yusen walked to the wooden sofa and sat down. Lin Fan brought him a glass of boiled water from the kitchen. "This is the only one at home." "Thank you." Wu Yusen took it and took a sip. The temperature was neither hot nor cold, just right for drinking. Lin Fan took out a stool from under the dining table and sat next to it. Wu Yusen opened his briefcase, took out an A4 paper with an official seal, and handed it to Lin Fan. "Knowing that you are cautious, I have specially applied for a compensation contract for you." Lin Fan took it and looked at it. The contract clearly stated that if she went to the special affairs office for testing and the final results showed that she did not have special abilities, the special affairs office would make a one-time compensation of 30,000 yuan to her 30,000 yuan. She would not have to withdraw it from her parents for 2 years. "If I die during the test, will I have to pay the money?" Lin Fan could not forget the thought last night. Wu Yusen was stunned for a moment. The test will not cause death. What if? Even if the test does not cause death, what if you are accidentally hit by something falling from the upstairs and die or get injured? You should make it clear first, right? Wu Yusen felt that Lin Fan was not a money-loving person. Yesterday, he said so many benefits, but Lin Fan did not even blink. Today, he suddenly cared so much about the compensation. Something must have happened. There are actually regulations for accidental compensation during the test, but it has never happened in reality. Wu Yusen thought for a moment and replied, from the time I pick you up to the time I send you back, if you are injured during this period, the Special Affairs Office will be responsible for treating you. And according to the severity of the injury, 20,000 to 200,000 yuan will be given as compensation for mental damage and nutrition expenses. If you become disabled, there will be an additional 300,000 to 800,000 yuan in disability compensation depending on the specific situation. What if you die? This was the second time Lin Fan mentioned it. Wu Yusen suspected that she had some idea, but he still told the truth. If the death is caused by the Special Affairs Office, a one-time funeral compensation of 2 million yuan. 2 million yuan is still enough to die. Lin Fan thought about whether there would be a chance at that time and handed the A4 in her hand to Wu Yusen. Write down everything you just said. Wu Yusen looked at Lin Fan for 2 seconds, probably guessed her thoughts, smiled and took the contract and slowly wrote on the coffee table. If Lin Fan wanted to die in front of him, she could try and see if she could succeed. It seems that she still doesn't believe that she has superpowers. After a while, she finished writing. Lin Fan checked it and found nothing wrong, so she didn't hesitate. She took the pen handed over by Wu Yusen and wrote her name on it. When are you leaving? Lin Fan asked, handing the paper and pen back. Wu Yusen took it and put it in his briefcase. It depends on your time. Anytime. Then let's go. HMM. Wu Yusen didn't react at first. He wanted to take Lin Fan back as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that she would leave as soon as she said she would. Don't girls usually have to prepare something? How long will it take? Lin Fan asked again. About 2 or 3 days, including the time on the road. You can prepare a little. After listening, Lin Fan went into the small room to pack up. Wu Yusen guessed that was her room and sat on the sofa waiting. Is there anything you need to bring? Lin Fan's question came from the room. You can bring your ID card. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you bring it or not. Considering the possible unexpected situations, Wu Yusen still asked you to bring it. Lin Fan was in the room. First, he took 2 sets of clothes to change and put them in the handbag. Then he took out his ID card and put it in. Thinking that her ID card was too thin and easy to lose, she took out her driver's license, inserted her ID card into it, and put it in her handbag. Thinking that she put the dirty bedsheet in it, she carried the handbag to the living room, put it on the coffee table, and said to Wu Yusen, "Wait for me. Don't worry, take your time." Wu Yusen took a sip of water and said with a smile. Lin Fan put away the clothes that had dried on the balcony. She walked into the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the faucet. She had just got up and hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face yet, and her personal problems hadn't been solved. Since there was a stranger outside, she could only turn on the faucet to cover up certain sounds. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Fan came out of the bathroom with a towel and toothbrush in her hand, went to the kitchen to get 2 plastic bags, packed them, and put them in the red bag on the coffee table. Wu Yusen stared blankly at the red non-woven handbag with the name of the supermarket printed on it. He thought Lin Fan had put it there casually, but she didn't expect that she seemed to be ready to take it away. It looked deflated, and there was nothing inside. Their cleaning lady doesn't carry this kind of bag. Lin Fan is only in his 30s. Is he so casual? Do you want to go to the bathroom? Lin Fan closed the balcony window and pulled the curtains one by one. Oh, excuse me. He wanted to find an opportunity to go to the bathroom outside, but Lin Fan brought it up. So he went. When he came out, Lin Fan had changed his clothes and was turning off the power in the kitchen. You go out first, Lin Fan said. John Woo went out obediently. He saw Lin Fan took the mop from the bathroom and mopped the places he walked. He didn't change his shoes because Lin Fan didn't ask him to. John Woo blushed a little. After Lin Fan rinsed the mop, he went to the kitchen to turn off the water gate, picked up the red handbag, took out a plastic bag from it, put the slippers on his feet into the bag. Wu Yusen saw Lin Fan coming out and preparing to close the door, and hurriedly asked, "Is this all you need?" Seeing him ask, Lin Fan picked up her handbag and carefully counted the things inside. Bedsheets, spare clothes, ID card, towel, toothbrush, slippers, water cup, mobile phone, power bank. "Is there anything else you need to bring?" Indeed, she had brought everything she should have. But for a girl to go out. Okay, Lin Fan is a casual person. Seeing that Wu Yusen had nothing to add, Lin Fan locked the door of her house. Let's go. Chapter 11. Another possibility. Wu Yusen's car was parked not far downstairs. It was a brown commercial vehicle with black heat insulating film on the windows, so you couldn't see inside from the outside. Wu Yusen wanted to open the middle door to let Lin Fan get in, but she opened the passenger door and got in. Wu Yusen didn't say anything, got into the driver's seat, and started the car quickly. Lin Fan didn't want to sit with Wu Yusen, but she was car sick. As long as she wasn't driving, she would get car sick when she sat in someone else's car. From a mild dizziness to severe vomiting. The specific condition depends on the driver's skills and the condition of the car. If she sat in the passenger seat, she might be able to see things in front of her, which would be a little better. If it was a car driven by an acquaintance, she might lie in the back seat and squint to relieve some of the discomfort. It was impossible to squint in Wu Yusen's car, so she had to keep an eye on the road. Maybe it was because the sense of unreality was too strong, and a corner of her heart still had some doubts that this man was a liar. When Wu Yusen came to the door, it was already past 10 o'clock. Not long after driving out, it was 11 o'clock before she left the city. After getting on the highway, we didn't know when we would eat at the service area. With Lin Fan's consent, the two of them got off the car to eat something first. They found a fast Chinese restaurant that provided small portions and self-service checkout. Lin Fan took a vegetarian dish, a soup, and asked for ice, and then went to find a seat. Wu Yusen took a few dishes, and after paying the bill, he quickly found Lin Fan. The two of them ate seriously without much estrangement. After eating, they got in the car and went straight to the highway. Wu Yusen said, "You didn't eat in the morning. Is this enough for lunch?" Lin Fan knew that people who drive for a long time should not be too quiet, and they are prone to dozing off, so she also cooperated and said, "Enough. I have always eaten little. Normally, I eat 2 meals a day, and sometimes I eat 1 meal a day." Wu Yusen looked forward, and the image of Lin Fan appeared in his mind. Lin Fan was tall and wore loose clothes, so the fat on her body was not obvious. It was initially estimated that she might weigh 170 pounds. But according to her appetite today, 2 meals a day would not be enough to gain that much fat. "You think I'm so fat? Why do I eat so little?" Lin Fan guessed what he was thinking. "No, I'm afraid you'll be hungry." Wu Yusen was really afraid that she would be hungry. "The fat on my body is from taking medicine. You know that some medicines have hormones, and you'll get fat if you take them, right?" Lin Fan said. "I know. No wonder the flesh on her body swelled up like steamed buns made of leavened dough, which is different from ordinary fat. Are you still taking it now? Hormone medicine is not a good thing. The body can't stand it after taking it for a long time. I haven't taken it for a long time. The medicine is too expensive, and I can't afford it. I stopped 2 years ago, but I haven't lost weight. Is it an antidepressant?" Wu Yusen asked. The investigation data only briefly wrote some items, and these specific situations would naturally not be mentioned. "Yes. Are there any other side effects?" "Quite a lot. For example, I'm in poor health now, and I get tired after the slightest movement. I always feel it's very noisy, and my eyes get tired easily. Sometimes, I just get up, brush my teeth, wash my face, and have breakfast, and it's not even an hour before I start to feel tired and have to lie down again." Lin Fan felt that there was nothing to hide, so he could explain it clearly to John Woo, so that he wouldn't always think that he had superpowers. "My memory has also gotten worse. I told you that I always can't remember things. Why didn't you continue treatment?" Is it because you don't have money? At the beginning, it was because I didn't have money. The monthly medicine cost 7 or 8,000, and I had to see a psychologist, which added up to almost 10,000. Lin Fan recalled, I've been seeing a psychologist for more than a year, and my savings have been used up. I didn't get better, but instead I had more and more problems. So I stopped taking the medicine. I heard that psychiatric drugs must be stopped gradually, otherwise it's very painful, almost like drug withdrawal. John Woo often comes into contact with people from the psychological team and has heard about this. It was painful, but the side effects forced me to stop. I felt that my body and nerves had reached a certain limit, and the pain was getting worse. Did the doctor agree to stop taking the medicine? Wu Yusen was surprised. I didn't ask the doctor. I had no money at the time. It was also painful, so I simply didn't go to the hospital and stopped taking it directly. Lin Fan said lightly. Even though Wu Yusen considered himself a tough guy, he couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. As he said, forcibly stopping psychotropic drugs is similar to quitting drugs. Everyone knows that quitting drugs is very painful. Many people can't quit because they can't stand the pain, and some even commit suicide. But the girl next to her who looks calm and composed has actually experienced such pain, and she doesn't seem to care. Is she completely numb, or is she tough in her bones? How long did the pain of quitting the drug last? He asked again. 1 month or 2, I don't remember. At that time, the whole person was dizzy and didn't care about time at all. Wu Yusen was silent for a moment and thought of a possibility. Could it be that those sequelae are the consequences of forced withdrawal from the medication? Because of the damage caused by forced withdrawal from the medication? In his impression, the sequelae of the medication did not seem to be so severe. It felt that, although the life was still there, the person was ruined. Maybe. Lin Fan shrugged. It's meaningless to say these things now. Then do you feel okay now? Now? Lin Fan glanced at Wu Yusen. Do you mean the pain caused by the sequelae? I'm used to it. I feel that the pain, I don't know if it has really been reduced over time, or the body has slowly adapted to it, and it's really used to it. Still pain? Why didn't I mention it just now? Lin Fan thought for a moment, as if he didn't say it. I always have pain all over my body, and I went to the hospital for a checkup. They said it was neurological, and wanted to prescribe medicine for me, but I didn't take it. Is it also because of money? I guess so. In fact, the first time I got it, it didn't work, so I didn't take it again. Where does it hurt? Wu Yusen asked. It hurts everywhere. My head hurts, my neck hurts, my arms hurt, and sometimes my heart hurts. Sometimes my knees hurt, and sometimes my whole legs hurt. I feel like there's no place in my body that doesn't hurt. Lin Fan felt like laughing when he finished talking. It sounded serious, so Wu Yusen frowned. What kind of pain is it? Sometimes it's a dull pain, like a muscle inflammation. It hurts quietly. Sometimes it suddenly hurts, and the whole person is stiff and can't move, and it takes a while to recover. Sometimes it feels like a steel bar is pulling in the body. The worst pain is the headache. When it's serious, it feels like a steel bar is piercing through the temple and hanging, and the front of the head is opened. The whole person can't stay awake. Wu Yusen didn't know what to say for a moment. This kind of pain can make a good person depressed, right? He suddenly understood Lin Fan's depression. I also learned a new word, called migratory pain. It's very appropriate, isn't it? Lin Fan laughed softly. Wu Yusen glanced at it and found that the smile was not in his eyes, but more like a helpless compromise. Then don't you have anything happy? Wu Yusen changed the subject. I haven't known what happiness is for a long time. Lin Fan said. What do you like to eat? Changing the topic when the conversation is not going on. I don't know. No, I used to, but later, I didn't have that feeling anymore. I used to be happy when I ate something I liked, but now I don't know what happiness is. I'm missing my emotions. Lin Fan recalled. And most of the time, I can't taste the food. I don't feel any difference eating meat or vegetables. I don't feel hungry either. I just eat something every day to prevent myself from starving to death. Wu Yusen looked at Lin Fan in surprise. If they weren't on the highway, he really wanted to stop the car and ask clearly. This is not normal at all. Lin Fan felt the gaze from the other side, and she smiled again. I have changed too much over the years, and I don't look like myself in any way. If the face in the mirror wasn't familiar, I would have suspected that I had changed into a different person. Wu Yusen's heart suddenly jumped. Lin Fan might not care, but he worked in the Special Affairs office and knew that this kind of thing was entirely possible. If we follow this line of thought, it would be right for Lin Fan to deny that she has supernatural powers, because it is not her who has supernatural powers. Her fatigue and pain seem to have reasons, but he can't say it now. After all, he is not sure what the situation is. If it is true, it is not clear how friendly the other party is. If he says too much, will it alert the enemy? Thinking of this, Wu Yusen decided not to ask Lin Fan anymore, and instead talked about some interesting stories about the Special Affairs office. What he said was some small and unconfidential news, and it didn't matter if he told them. Although Lin Fan was not interested, in order to prevent Wu Yusen from falling into a quiet state and falling asleep, he still responded in a discontinuous manner. I don't know if it was because of the good car or Wu Yusen's driving skills. Lin Fan did not feel particularly uncomfortable along the way. Probably because it was a weekend. There were more cars on the road. The road that should have taken 3.5 hours to reach was taken 5 hours. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he entered Gao City from the toll station until the car started and stopped in an old courtyard. Wu Yusen unbuckled his seatbelt, and Lin Fan got out of the car obediently. Looking around, the yard is quite spacious. In front of it is an old 3-story building with mosaic decorations on the exterior walls, which looks like the architectural style of the 1990s. There are trees surrounding the yard outside, and the location seems to be relatively hidden, with little traffic. Looking up, there is an elevated road not far away, and I don't know if it is a railway or a highway. This used to be the house of the Power Supply Bureau. Later, the Power Supply Bureau built a new building and moved away, and we took over this place, John Woo said as he led Lin Fan into the old building. Lin Fan didn't see any signs from outside the door. After following him in, he found that only the facade was old, and the interior had been renovated long ago. The entire wall opposite the gate uses mosaic murals to show a beautiful landscape of mountains and rivers. Around this wall is a glass door, which looks like a real office area. John Woo swiped his work card at the door, and the glass opened with a ding-dong sound. Lin Fan followed John Woo in, and walked to the front desk. The lady at the front desk saw Wu Yusen coming in, and greeted him happily. Wu-Tang is back. Yes, Wu Yusen replied with a smile. Give me a visitor card and register it in my name. Is it the new person you brought this time? The lady looked at Lin Fan curiously. Lin Fan didn't hear the question. She was staring at the background wall at the front desk in a daze. There were only a few golden, extremely rustic characters on it. Riri Han Trading Co. Limited. Chapter 12 Special Events. Lin Fan had guessed several times what the mysterious Special Affairs office looked like. She had never thought that it looked so open and above board. You say it was concealed, as if anyone could come in. Just now, she noticed that there was no guard in the yard, and the glass door of the old building could be pushed open at will. Even the front desk knew the identity of Wu Yusen's special assistant. You say it was not concealed. The glittering company sign clearly told the visitors that this was a trading company. I don't know who named it. Riri Han. If the Special Affairs office really had something to do, it would not be peaceful. Wu Yusen took the visitor card and walked in with Lin Fan. If it weren't for the preconceived idea, this place would look like an ordinary company. At the desks of each grid, the employees were busy, and there was no abnormality at all. Some were answering the phone, some were typing, some were running around to look through documents. Lin Fan really couldn't see any difference. The reception room, the tea room, the conference room, the finance office, the manager's office. Each office also showed that this was a normal trading company. Wu Yusen led Lin Fan to the stairs and went up to the second floor. The second floor seemed to be a data room. Through the transparent glass, one could see that the shelves inside were filled with documents. There was also a computer room next to it, which was filled with computers. Many people were sitting in front of their computers, typing away on their keyboards. Rows of electronic devices whose names could not be told were flashing green lights, working furiously. There were also some rooms further inside, and no one knew what they were used for. Wu Yusen led Lin Fan through 2 offices and walked to the elevator behind the computer room. The panel inside only displayed 3 numeric keys, a door open and close button, and a call button. Wu Yusen closed the door and swiped his work card on the panel. With a beep, the control panel slowly popped open, displaying the electronic keypad area. Wu Yusen pressed 3, closed the panel, and the elevator began to descend. Lin Fan knew that this was the real special office. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator door, he smelled a fragrance. It turned out that this floor was the cafeteria. The yellow-orange light filled the entire space. One wall was a window for serving food, the other wall was a variety of snacks, and there were countless fruit and tea stalls in the middle. There were many tables and chairs scattered around, like a food street. Looking around, there were countless delicacies, and the smell alone made people salivate. Of course, this did not include Lin Fan. Wu Yusen took Lin Fan forward. It's past 5 o'clock now, and it's time to eat. I know you are not hungry, so eat a little. The food in our cafeteria is really good, you can try it. Wu Yusen took her around, and Lin Fan didn't want to eat anything. She said she was very tired. Wu Yusen could only take the initiative to help her get a few dishes that he thought tasted good. Lin Fan saw the dishes in the rice bowl, including braised prawns, braised pork with plums, oil-drizzled green vegetables, braised tofu, pork rib soup, and a fruit salad. It looked pretty good, but it was a pity that she couldn't taste it. After the 2 had dinner, Wu Yusen took Lin Fan down to the 6th floor. As soon as she got out of the elevator, Lin Fan thought she was on the ground again. The permeable brick road under my feet, the trees on both sides, are rustling in the breeze, and in the distance there are traffic and tall buildings. The sun is setting in the sky, and will soon set. The clouds seem to be painted on. Wu Yusen has already boarded a tram next to him, and called Lin Fan to get on the car. You are too tired today. I will take you to rest first, and do the test tomorrow morning. Lin Fan took a few steps and stepped onto the tram, asking, are the clouds in the sky fake? Haha, you found out. Wu Yusen laughed. It's fake, the sun is fake, and the wind is also artificial. This floor is an artificial living area, which is actually underground. You can't see it, right? I really can't see it. Maybe it's because the top is dug higher. There is no sense of oppression at all. If it weren't for Lin Fan's sharp eyes, he wouldn't be able to find the flaws in the clouds. The trees, parks, houses, small shops, and even bus stops on the roadside are no different from real life. How much does it cost to make it like this? This is our staff living area. The dormitory for the special affairs office staff is here. There is a park, an artificial lake, and living and shopping places. It is basically the same as above. The environment is nice, right? Wu Yusen introduced. If you want to live in the dormitory later, it will also be here. Having said that, Wu Yusen did not take Lin Fan to a crowded area. Instead, he stopped at a coastal hut. You will stay here tonight. Wu Yusen used the visitor card to open the door. You can see the sea view here. Of course, it is also artificial. I think you should like it. Lin Fan walked in. This is a typical holiday hut. The most conspicuous thing is a comfortable big bed. The floor-to-ceiling windows can see the entire sea view. The breeze blows slowly, which is very comfortable. There is a semi-partitioned bathroom at the entrance, where you can take a shower. Lin Fan has never been to the beach, but this scenery really makes her feel refreshed. Thank you. Lin Fan thanked sincerely. Wu Yusen also heard what Lin Fan said on the road, so he deliberately adjusted her to such a place. She originally lived in an ordinary hotel room. Hearing her say thank you, he didn't say anything polite and warned her, I'll call you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can use the things in the room as you like, but there is one thing, you can't leave this room after I leave. After all, you haven't officially become a special agent yet, and you can't walk around at will. I know. Lin Fan agreed. She was tired enough after sitting in the car for so long today. She could fall asleep as soon as she lay down and wouldn't run around. Wu Yusen inserted the visitor card at the door, turned on the power, locked the door and left. Lin Fan locked the door, washed up quickly, fell on the big bed, and fell asleep to the sound of the rustling waves. Wu Yusen rushed to the 5th floor. and knocked on the door of the director's office. "Come in." When Wu Yusen arrived at the front desk, the director got the news and knew that he would be called to report, so he simply didn't leave. "Director, Lin Fan has been brought back," Wu Yusen reported. "She has been arranged to rest, and the examination will start tomorrow morning. After you contacted her, do you still feel that it is her?" the director asked. "Yes, I still stick to my original idea. And according to Lin Fan's description, there is a high possibility that there is another being in her body. The director looked up. "It's just my guess at the moment. I'll report to you after the examination tomorrow." "Got it. Anything else?" Also, Lin Fan said she didn't remember fainting that day, and she often suffers from amnesia. Given her special situation and serious mental illness, I want Jin Sichin to help her with psychological guidance. Do you think it's okay? Got it. I'll notify him to be on standby tomorrow. The director nodded. It should be tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, we will do some routine projects and supernatural power tests. Okay, I'll notify him. Is there anything else? Go out if you don't have anything else. Wu Yusen, who was driven out by the director, couldn't leave work yet. He had to coordinate the specific matters of tomorrow's inspection and notify the relevant departments and personnel. It was already late at night when everything was coordinated. He hurried to rest in an empty house near Lin Fan's residence. After a while, the alarm clock rang. At 6 o'clock, Wu Yusen knocked on Lin Fan's door on time, and Lin Fan had packed up and was waiting for him. Because they had to draw blood, they couldn't eat. Wu Yusen first took Lin Fan to the 4th floor. The office area on the 4th floor was very large, much larger than the office area of Rihan Trading Company, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. Wu Yusen took Lin Fan to the medical group 3 and drew 8 tubes of blood. Lin Fan almost fainted from the blood. Seeing that Lin Fan's face turned pale, Wu Yusen hurriedly took Lin Fan to the 3rd floor for dinner. He ordered her several breakfasts that had the function of replenishing blood and qi. Although her face was still a little bad after eating, she finally stopped walking unsteadily. Then she returned to the 4th floor and did a series of examinations, which were similar to the physical examinations in the hospital, but the examination items were more and more detailed. Lin Fan didn't understand the details, so she just cooperated. She kept observing secretly during the process, but didn't find any chance to die. You can't go to the simulated electric switch, right? That would be too deliberate. She had to give up first and wait for an opportunity. After a series of physical examinations were completed, it was about 9 o'clock. Wu Yusen knew that Lin Fan would be tired, so he asked her to rest in his office for an hour. At 10:30, she was called up again to continue the inspection. John Woo took the people to the business department 4, greeted everyone along the way, and knocked on the door of the director's office. "Come in." A shrill voice came from the door. John Woo pushed the door open and greeted with a smile. "Sister Zhu, I have to trouble you again." "Yes." John Woo turned around and closed the door. Lin Fan could see the person inside clearly. It was a woman in her 40s. Her hair was a little messy, her figure was thin, and she yawned, as if she had played Mahjong all night. She sat behind the desk with a little listless spirit, one foot on the chair, and looked at Lin Fan lazily. Lin Fan didn't know what she was looking at, so he could only let her look at him. John Woo stood by the door, paying attention to Lin Fan's movements. Sister Zhu stared at Lin Fan for a long time before asking, "What do you feel?" Lin Fan felt it carefully and said, "It seems a little cold." Sister Zhu raised her eyebrows, pressed her elbows on the desk, and muttered something, and asked, "What about now?" Lin Fan felt that there was no difference, so he told her the truth. Sister Zhu seemed to be relieved, but also seemed to be discouraged. She leaned back on the chair, retracted her other foot on the chair, moved her mouth a few times, and asked, "What can you see?" Lin Fan looked at the empty office. There was nothing, except the chair where Sister Zhu was sitting, and the desk in front of her. If Lin Fan could see, she would find that in addition to the three of them, there were many spirits in the office, blowing air around her and making faces. Some of them even made piercing howls and laughter. Some of them suddenly stuck in front of Lin Fan, revealing a bloody and miserable appearance, which would definitely scare people who saw it. It's a pity that Lin Fan couldn't see anything. Well, it doesn't seem to be a pity. Seeing Lin Fan like this, Sister Zhu knew what was going on and said impatiently, "Okay, everyone get out." The spirits in the room dispersed. Wu Yusen smiled and said goodbye to Sister Zhu. Regardless of whether Sister Zhu responded or not, he took Lin Fan out. Lin Fan felt puzzled. What kind of test was this? It didn't matter if she didn't expect it. It wouldn't do her any good to dwell on it. Lin Fan quickly adjusted her mindset and followed Wu Yusen into Business Department 2. The decoration style of Business Department 2 was obviously more retro. The table was a long table and the chair was a high background chair. The door of the director's office was decorated like a cave. "Mr. Khan." Wu Yusen didn't knock on the door this time, but called softly at the door. There was a wave of light, and the dark door shook and turned into a white light curtain. Lin Fan had never seen such a thing before, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing Wu Yusen walk directly into the light curtain and disappear, she hesitated for a moment and walked in. Her body didn't seem to feel anything special when it passed through the light curtain, but as she walked in, her eyes lit up. The surroundings had turned into cave walls, and even the soles of the feet were covered with rocks, which were clearly floor tiles just now. After Lin Fan knew that the Special Affairs Institute was a unit that researched special abilities, she had a rough idea in her mind. What she had seen and heard in the past 2 days made her feel special, but not that strange. But at this moment, the thin imaginary picture in her mind was torn into pieces like paper. Is this magic? She hesitated whether to go back and take another look, and couldn't help but look back at the light curtain. "Ms. Lin?" Wu Yusen called her in front. Lin Fan had no choice but to follow her and said to Wu Yusen, "Just call her by her name." Ms. Lin came and went, sounding a little fake polite. There was no lighting in the cave, but the scales on the stone walls were shining, as if walking in an underwater tunnel. Not long after walking, the front suddenly opened up. Wu Yusen stepped aside, and Lin Fan saw the person sitting cross-legged in the middle. The person's hair and eyebrows were both snow white, and his long hair was scattered behind him, and together with the white robe, it was scattered on the meditation platform. He closed his eyes, silent and motionless, like a beautiful sculpture. As if sensing someone's gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Lin Fan seemed to see a sky full of stars. Chapter 13 The Immortal's Gift. "Is this the child?" the man asked kindly. "Yes, I'm sorry to trouble Mr. Khan again," Wu Yusen said respectfully. "No problem." Mr. Khan waved his hand and walked down from the meditation platform. Lin Fan felt that Mr. Khan fit the image of a fairy in her mind. Although his hair was white, his face did not look old. He was about 40 years old, which was the most charming time for a man. His robe fluttered as he walked, and he looked a little like a fairy. He had a young and romantic face, but he always put on a kind face, although it didn't look abrupt. For a moment, Lin Fan vaguely saw a trace of aging, but when he looked closely, there was clearly nothing. And those eyes, that were as bright as the stars, he didn't dare to look directly at them after just one look. "My friend, can you open your arms?" Mr. Khan had already come close. Lin Fan subconsciously stretched out his arms and didn't dare to move his neck. Old Khan walked around Lin Fan slowly twice and then said, "My friend, I'm going to massage your muscles and bones. Don't be afraid." Then he stretched out his hand to pinch Lin Fan's wrist and pinched it up inch by inch, not very hard. Lin Fan felt her arm sore and numb, and she almost couldn't help but move. She saw old Khan in front of her still pinching, and she held back. For some reason, she didn't dare to move in front of this person. Old Khan finally stopped when he touched her shoulder. Lin Fan just breathed a sigh of relief, and then she felt someone pinching the back of her neck. It turned out that old Khan turned behind her and pinched her spine. This time it really hurt. Lin Fan felt as if the bones were being pulled out of her body, and she couldn't help but hiss. "Does it hurt?" Old Khan's voice was kind, but his hands didn't relax at all. "Not really." Lin Fan pinched her throat and didn't dare to admit it. She didn't know why. It was obviously painful, but she was so scared. Old Khan pinched down along the cervical vertebra little by little and didn't stop until he pinched the waist bone. Lin Fan let out a breath, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She really felt that her entire spine was being pulled out piece by piece. Fortunately, the pain gradually disappeared after Kai and Leo stopped, otherwise she would definitely turn her head to look. Kai and Leo returned to Lin Fan's front and ordered kindly, "Close your eyes." Lin Fan closed her eyes immediately. Kai and Leo stretched out his hand, pointed his thumb at Lin Fan's forehead, and the other four fingers covered her head, with the middle finger falling on the Behu acupoint. He didn't see him use any force, but Lin Fan felt as if something had drilled into her forehead, and in a flash it traveled around her body and returned to her forehead. The next second, Kai and Leo's hand moved away. "Open your eyes." After opening her eyes, Lin Fan felt her arms screaming with pain. She had raised her hands for a while. When would she be able to put them down? Lin Fan stole a glance at Kai and Leo and found that he reached into his sleeve and took out something like a ruler. Although the sleeve was wide, it was very elegant and didn't look like it was filled with anything. She didn't have time to think about it, and the thing was handed to her. "Hold it tightly," said Mr. Kyan. Lin Fan quickly took the thing and clenched it with both hands while secretly relaxing her aching arms. It was a jade-like thing, grayish white, long and flat, about 30 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide. Holding one end with both hands, a long section could still be exposed. She held it for about 5 or 6 minutes, and no one spoke. Lin Fan didn't know why she was holding it. She couldn't help but sneak a peek at Mr. Kyan, who was looking at her. "Zio Wu, it seems that the friend you brought has no spiritual roots." "Spiritual roots?" Lin Fan was shocked. "Isn't that what is in the novel?" She turned her head and looked at John Woo. John Woo took a few steps forward, opened the tablet in his hand, and took notes of what Mr. Kyan said. At the same time, he explained to Lin Fan, "You can understand it as elemental affinity." "Well, this statement is interesting." Mr. Kyan took the thing from Lin Fan's hand and stuffed it back into his sleeve. Lin Fan looked at the empty sleeve and had no idea where the thing went. "We can understand it this way. Everything in the world is made up of various elements. Some people have an affinity for certain element, so they can attract and mobilize these elements and become their own abilities." John Woo explained with a smile. "Cultivating immortals is also a scientific way of training. It's just that the science of the past could not explain it." Cultivating immortals. Lin Fan suspected that he had heard it wrong. "Yes, that makes sense," Mr. Kyan agreed. "Cultivating immortals is indeed a scientific way of training. Well, this is a special office, and it is normal to have people who cultivate immortals. So is this Mr. Kyan an immortal?" Mr. Kyan laughed, and Lin Fan realized that he had said what he was thinking. "That depends on what your definition of an immortal is." John Woo also smiled and said, "If it is flying in the sky, hiding in the ground, moving mountains and filling the sea, then Mr. Kyan is indeed an immortal." Wow, so powerful. Lin Fan felt as if he had accidentally entered a fairy tale script. He seemed to understand everything, but he didn't understand it. After Mr. Kyan finished laughing, he continued, "There is nothing special about this young friend's bones and muscles. The spiritual sense in his brain is not open, and the spiritual roots in his body are not obvious. In order to prevent mistakes, I also found a spirit ruler for her to test. You can see that she held it for a long time, but there was no sign. The spirit ruler will change color when it senses the spiritual roots." Wu Yusen also knew this. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Kyan." He nodded and recorded it quickly. "It's not hard work," Mr. Kyan said kindly, "but I see that your mind is chaotic, and it is easy to get lost. It is fate that we meet today. I will give you something to ensure that you are clear-minded and never get lost and crazy." Before Lin Fan understood, Wu Yusen hurriedly urged her, "Why don't you thank Mr. Kyan quickly? He has good things in his hands, which ordinary people can't get at all." Lin Fan said thank you in a daze, and then she realized that Mr. Kyan wanted to give her something. "Don't talk like you haven't got it." Mr. Kyan laughed and scolded Wu Yusen, and his hands were digging in his sleeves again. "I'm just envious. After all, your treasure is incomparable. Who would complain about having too much?" Wu Yusen flattered him with a smile. Seeing that he had been digging for a long time and still hadn't finished, he smiled and asked, "How many things do you have in your sleeve? You haven't found it in such a long time." The disadvantage of the sleeve is that it takes too long to find things. There weren't so many things before, so it was easy to find them. Now there are so many things and they are so complicated. It's easier to find big things, but it takes more time to find a small thing. Kai and Leo complained. What is the sleeve? Is it like Doraemon's pocket? Lin Fan asked curiously. Kai and Leo didn't know what Doraemon was, so Wu Yusen answered. The sleeve is a kind of magic. You can think of Doraemon's pocket as a magic tool. The function is similar. Can magic tools be made like Doraemon's pocket? Who doesn't want to have a Doraemon pocket that can hold a lot of things and is portable? The equipment refining group has similar storage equipment, but the space is not too big and it can't be compared with the world in the sleeve. As for the pocket, they don't seem to have tried it. But even if they can make it, who would go out with a pocket? Our equipment is more compact and portable, and it won't attract attention. Found it. The two hurried over. In the hands of Mr. Kyan, there was a small red wooden box with delicate and complicated patterns carved on the outside. Lin Fan took it respectfully with both hands and opened it at Wu Yusen's urging. It was a pair of black earrings. It was made of an unknown material with a sphere of 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter at the top. Looking closely, it was not round, but had many facets and was a spherical polyhedron. There was a thin needle dragging behind it, and the whole earring was integrated. This is a little gadget I made with scraps while refining tools many years ago. It's good. It can reduce the interference of negative emotions on the mind, keep people clear-headed, and not easily fall into madness. But it's only useful for ordinary people, and it's useless for those of us who are practicing. Old Kyan recalled. I saw you today, and I happened to think of this thing, so I just gave it to you. What material is this? Wu Yusen asked from the side. It's made of jade, not metal. Are you worried about security checks? Old Kyan smiled. Don't worry. Wu Yusen asked Lin Fan to put it away and said, I'll take you to the equipment group to match a pair of buttons later. After wearing it, you don't have to worry about negative emotions causing too much impact. But Old Kyan said, why go to the equipment group? Just wear it here. I will help you refine it, and it won't fall off no matter what. Don't ruin my good things with those broken things made by the equipment group. Lin Fan saw that he had said so much, so she had no choice but to wear it first and take it off later if it didn't fit. Wu Yusen helped to put on the earrings. Old Kyan stretched out his hand with his thumb and index finger facing the two ends of the earrings in the air. Lin Fan felt her ears getting hot, and then she saw Old Kyan retract his hand. When she touched it again, the needle-like tail became the same as the small bull in front. It looked like two small bulls were sandwiching the ear. Wu Yusen looked carefully and asked, is it welded? It is made into one. This thing is small and easy to lose, and it needs to be worn for a long time to maintain the effect. It is not suitable to be taken off frequently. It is best to make it into one. Old Kyan thought about it and seemed to think it was not appropriate and asked Lin Fan again, or do you want to make it easy to take off? Lin Fan felt that welding was not very convenient, but she was embarrassed to trouble Old Kyan again, so she waved her hands and said no. She didn't like to wear jewelry, so her ear holes were always empty. If there was nothing wrong, it would just be a good earplug. Moreover, jade is brittle, and it might break at any time. If it really doesn't work, you can just use tools to break it off. There are many ways, so there is no need to bother the immortal. The matter was over, and the two said goodbye to Mr. Kyan, passed through the light curtain, and returned to the business department hall. Lin Fan watched the light curtain turn black again as she came out, and couldn't help but touch it again. This time, her hand couldn't pass through, and she touched a real wooden door. Wu Yusen saw it, and smiled and said, I couldn't believe it when I first saw it, but I got used to it after seeing it more. I thought you had special abilities and ghost catchers, but I didn't expect there were immortals. Lin Fan admitted that he had too little knowledge. Immortal cultivation is also a kind of traditional Taoist culture. In fact, it has always existed in life. It's just that most of the inheritance has been cut off. In recent years, we have also been looking for seedlings with spiritual roots to cultivate. This group of people is very powerful. This underground office was dug out by them. Lin Fan was still thinking yesterday, how long would it take to complete such a large project? But now I heard from Wu Yusen that it was done by the Immortal Cultivation Department. There are spells for digging, spells for moving, and spells for promoting plant growth. Of course, there are also help from other departments. It was done in no time, Wu Yusen said as he walked. To be honest, they are really powerful. They are not on the same level as us in physical combat. If I hadn't had no spiritual roots, I would have wanted to go to the immortal cultivation department. Oh, by the way, the earrings that Mr. Khan gave you are definitely good stuff. Wu Yusen suddenly reminded, he is hundreds or thousands of years old. What he can keep in his hands is definitely not an ordinary item, but he rarely gives it to outsiders. I also got one by chance, and it benefited me a lot. Hundreds or thousands of years old? Lin Fan couldn't help but raise her voice. She thought that Mr. Khan was just born with white hair. She said that she saw Mr. Khan's old age for a moment and thought she was seeing things. Scary, right? No one knows how many years he has lived. It is said that when the Special Affairs Office was just established and he was recruited, Mr. Khan looked like this now. Decades have passed and he hasn't changed at all. Wu Yusen clicked his tongue. Anyway, with Mr. Khan in charge, the Special Affairs Office will not be bullied by others. It is very stable. Chapter 14, The Exorcist Talisman. As they were talking, they came to another department, the Equipment Refining Group. The Equipment Refining Group is affiliated with the Props Department. It mainly uses supernatural powers to refine props, such as talismans, pearls, treasures, flying swords, and the storage equipment mentioned earlier. It is mainly used by people with supernatural powers in the group. There is also an equipment group under the Props Department, which is the Scientific Research Equipment Department that was just disliked by Mr. Khan. It mainly develops and produces some technological products, such as laser guns, wireless communicators, and the anesthesia watch worn by John Woo, camera glasses, etc. However, recently the equipment group has been engaged in innovative integration, thinking of combining the things of the equipment refining group with high-tech products, to create some new technological supernatural products. The equipment refining group is quite interested. Maybe because they belong to the same R&D department, they cooperate very well and successfully created a product like the talisman gun. Although it is not very practical, it is a successful product after all. But Mr. Khan felt that it was neither fish nor fowl and was full of dislike for the equipment group. In Lin Fan's case, the technology related departments have nothing to do with her. She just needs to take her to the supernatural department. After so many years of development, each department has also summarized a set of supernatural power identification procedures to quickly identify the supernatural powers of newcomers. As long as it is done once, it will be clear what supernatural powers are, and those who do not have them are naturally ordinary people. Those who can be brought back to the Special Affairs Office are carefully investigated, studied, and screened by the Special Service, and none of them have passed the final test as ordinary people. It's just that some supernatural powers are too useless, so they have to let people go. The Special Affairs Office is very confident in this set of identification procedures, and so is John Woo. The decoration styles of the refining group and the cultivation department are somewhat similar. Both have a bit of ancient flavor, which may be related to the types of business they are doing. Compared with the cultivation department, there are many more computers on the tables of the refining group. When walking through the middle, Lin Fan saw someone looking at a talisman on the computer. Is that a talisman? Although it is not yellow paper with red characters, the pattern of the ghostly talisman is similar to what she has seen in the movie. I thought that the talisman was drawn by referring to those tattered ancient books, but it turns out that it can be seen on the computer. Lin Fan sighed. Wu Yusen listened and explained, the computers here are only connected to the intranet, and all the information is in the database. The contents of the database are also left by the predecessors. After all, you also said that those books are tattered and difficult to preserve. Are all your computers only connected to the intranet? The ordinary work area is only connected to the intranet. You need to apply to connect to the external network. However, the special service and some departments that need to connect to the external network for work can connect to the external network. The computers of some department leaders are also connected to the external network. The computers in the living area are also connected to the external network. However, whether it is a computer or a phone, they are all under 24-hour monitoring, mainly to prevent leaks. As long as it does not involve leaks, it doesn't matter. Lin Fan's first reaction was a little disgusted, but after thinking about it, she could understand it. She knew that some military organizations seemed to need to monitor phones and were closed management. The Special Affairs Office was not closed management, but many people felt that there was no difference between underground and above ground, and they were unwilling to go out. Like the Yusen department that Lin Fan went to just now, if it was leaked to the outside, it would cause an uproar in society. Not to mention that the Special Affairs Office is far more than just one Yusen department. So the first rule when working in the Special Affairs Office is confidentiality. Wu Yusen emphasized. Everything is done under the premise of confidentiality. Only when the confidentiality regulations are followed, what we do is meaningful. Otherwise, no matter how great the merits are, they will be cleared to zero, or even held accountable. Newcomers should pay special attention to this. Hey, Wu Jet, are you training newcomers? A man said. No, we are still going through the process. Is team leader Quan here? The team leader of the refining group is Quan Yingdang, who is slightly younger than Wu Yusen. He was just promoted to team leader not long ago, and there is no friendship between them, so it is most appropriate to call him team leader. He is here. He just left. You go to his office and wait. I will go find him and come back. The man said enthusiastically. Wu Yusen thanked him and led Lin Fan to team leader Quan's office. The door of the office was open, and there was no one inside. Compared with the empty office of Sister Zhu of Business Group 4, team leader Quan's office can be regarded as crowded and messy. Desks, bookshelves, coffee tables, sofas, everywhere in sight is full of things. There were books, papers, scrolls, cloth, stones, iron blocks. There were also a few shovels and hoes standing in the corner of the room. How could it be described with just one word? Chaos. The two of them didn't know where to start at the door of the office, so they just stood outside and waited. It turns out that this place is not like this. It may be that team leader Quan has just taken over the weapon refining group and is a little busy and hasn't had time to tidy up. Perhaps because he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Lin Fan. Wu Yusen explained it specially. At this time, a bearded man hurried over from a distance. When he saw Wu Yusen and the other person standing at the door, he began to apologize from a distance. Sorry. Maybe because he was not familiar with Wu Yusen, or maybe because of his personality, Quan Yingdang was particularly polite. He rushed into the office, casually pushed the things piled on the sofa and the coffee table to the side, leaving 2 seats for people to sit, and hurriedly greeted the two to come in, and shouted outside to have someone pour tea. Wu Yusen didn't expect Quan Yingdang to act like this. Just as he was thinking about whether to find another excuse to explain to Lin Fan, he saw her walk in first and sit on the sofa. It made sense. Lin Fan had been standing all the time when he went to 2 departments. He must be exhausted now. He sighed and walked in and sat down. He didn't want to worry so much. Soon the tea came, and Quan Yingdang also cleaned up the things on his desk and put them on the ground next to him. He smoothed his messy hair, sat on the office chair and said, I'm sorry, I've been busy recently and didn't have time to clean up. Forgive me. Wu Yusen said a few polite words to him and talked about business. I just went to Sister Zhu's place. She didn't take the talisman. Did you take it? When chatting in the car before, Wu Yusen suspected that there was another person in Lin Fan's body, but he didn't dare to tell Lin Fan. He was afraid that the person inside might be sensitive to the outside world and do something uncontrollable after knowing that he was exposed. There are generally 2 possibilities for this kind of situation with 2 souls in one person. One is the supernatural aspect. Simply put, it can be regarded as possessed by a ghost. It doesn't necessarily have to be a ghost. It can be a monster or a demon. In short, there is another spirit in Lin Fan's body, controlling her body when she is unaware. The other is psychological. Lin Fan has a dual personality, and she doesn't know that she has another personality. Given that Lin Fan suffers from a mental illness and has not recovered for many years and lives a painful life, this possibility is also very high. So early this morning, Wu Yusen first took Lin Fan to business department 4 to let Sister Zhu take a look. He didn't dare to tell Lin Fan that this department is also called the supernatural department. Sister Zhu has yin and yang eyes. If there is a spirit possessed by Lin Fan, she can see it at a glance. Later, in order to confirm whether Lin Fan has supernatural abilities, whether she can sense or see ghosts, Sister Zhu summoned many spirits to circle around Lin Fan. When Lin Fan said that he felt a little cold, Sister Zhu thought that Lin Fan had a special sense of spirits, so she ordered the spirits to increase interference. Generally, people who are sensitive to this aspect can vaguely see or hear something. But Lin Fan didn't, she only felt cold. Sister Zhu finally judged that Lin Fan had a sensitive constitution and had a weak sense of the existence of spirits, but had no relevant abilities. According to the procedure, Sister Zhu should have offered a spirit dispelling talisman to Lin Fan to make sure that there were no other spirits on Lin Fan, but she didn't, and let them go directly. Wu Yusen guessed that there might be some reason, so he put it in the refining group to slap the talisman, and didn't ask much. Later, he went to the Zyuxin department. It is said that it is impossible for any demons and monsters to escape the fiery eyes of Mr. Kyan, and the possibility of other spirits in the body is basically eliminated. However, nothing can be guaranteed, and the process must be completed, so he asked right away. The talisman is a thing that the talisman master senses the rules of heaven and earth, extracts energy, draws it according to the pattern, and stores the energy in it, so it contains the power of rules. Finally, the fingertips gather power to slap it and detonate it, so the process of using the talisman is also called slapping the talisman. There are many types of talismans, and not everyone with supernatural powers will slap the talisman. Due to the limitations of supernatural powers, the talismans that can be slapped are also limited. For example, a supernatural person like Sister Zhu can only take pictures of supernatural talismans, and she can't take pictures of rain praying talismans. Of course, big guys like Old Kyan have no taboos. It is said that a long time ago, as long as you have supernatural powers, you can take pictures of talismans, and there are no categories. It may be that over a long period of time, many supernatural inheritances have been lost, and some talismans have also been lost. Many talismans now have been repaired and adjusted, so there are many deviations. As the maker of talismans, the talisman master can take pictures of any talisman he can make, but the effect of using it is slightly worse than that of supernatural people of the same level. Yes, I'll take pictures of talismans. Kuan Yin Dong replied, Sister Zhu did a big job last night. She didn't stop all night and was exhausted. She just used up the exorcism talisman. She called me this morning and asked me to help her take pictures. Anyway, there is no difference. Wu Yusen nodded in response. After listening, Lin Fan finally knew the reason why Sister Zhu was depressed. Kuan Yin Dong searched several pockets and finally found a crumpled yellow paper ball. He seemed a little embarrassed, quietly flat-ended on the table, and wiped it hard. However, it didn't get much better. Maybe because of the time, the paper still didn't take shape and was soft. Fortunately, it didn't break. Kuan Yin Dong carefully held the talisman and walked towards Lin Fan. When he was about to reach him, he turned around and closed the office door first, then came back. Can your talisman still stand up? Wu Yusen didn't know how to use talismans, but he knew that talismans must stand up before they can be taken out. This talisman that was crumpled like toilet paper was trembling, even when it was flattened. It felt like it couldn't stand up at all. It can stand up. It can stand up. Kuan Yin Dong promised hurriedly. Lin Fan took the opportunity to take a look at the talisman. She couldn't understand what was drawn on it, but she felt that the place in the middle looked a bit like the word gang. Do you want to take a look? Kuan Yin Dong asked when he saw that she was looking at it seriously. Can I? Lin Fan was surprised. Sure, take it and look carefully. Kuan Yin Dong handed it over with a smile. The original process in the refining group was to sense the rules. Usually, the refined instruments were used to sense the newcomers. If they could understand some of the rules, they had the talent for refining. It was also possible to use talismans. First, give the talisman to people to sense, and after completing the process of the refining group, he would pat it again and help Sister Zhu complete the process, killing two birds with one stone. Wu Yusen knew that Lin Fan had no spiritual roots and would definitely not be able to sense anything, but it would not hurt to take a look, so he did not stop him. Lin Fan gently took the talisman, looked at it carefully, and didn't see anything special, so he returned it to Quan Yin Dang. Quan Yin Dang saw that Lin Fan had no talent for refining, and didn't say anything, and asked with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Prepare for what?" Lin Fan was stunned. Quan Yin Dang raised the talisman in his hand, and his smiling eyes suddenly became unusually serious. He put his index and middle fingers together, and pointed them in front of his eyes. The flying talisman shoe was stuck to his middle finger. The talisman paper that was wrinkled just now was now as crisp as new. He turned his wrist slightly, pushed the talisman forward, and shouted "Go." The talisman shoe came towards Lin Fan with the momentum of thousands of troops. Lin Fan was startled, and could not dodge in time. The talisman was already stuck to his chest, and burned up with a boom. Before Lin Fan could reach out to pat it, it burned out in the blink of an eye, and there was not even a trace of ash. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. Another white-haired man. Lin Fan was startled, but for some reason, the panic didn't reach the bottom of her heart and just dissipated. Unlike before, it always took a long time to linger and fade away after many experiences. She touched her earlobe and subconsciously thought it was the effect of the earring. "Look, there's nothing wrong," Quan Yin Dang said to Wu Yusen with a smile. Wu Yusen nodded and said, "Send me the confirmation opinion later." Kyan always didn't use these electronic products, so he wrote them for her. The confirmation opinions of other departments had to be sent to his tablet as soon as possible, and finally summarized and processed. Sister Zhu's confirmation opinion had been sent a long time ago. "Wait, write it now." Quan Yin Dang returned to his desk, turned on the computer, and found that the keyboard was missing again. After searching among the debris on the ground, he quickly pulled out the keyboard. "Is it normal if it's burned?" Lin Fan asked curiously. "It's normal if it's burned," Wu Yusen explained. "What does abnormal mean?" "Abnormal, but I'm not as relaxed as you are." Quan Yin Dang was able to distract himself while typing and talk. "This talisman contains the Xiangang law and has an extremely yang energy. No matter how powerful a spirit is, it will feel the pain of being burned by flames and will be unable to hide and will show up." Lin Fan felt a little strange and asked, "What is this test for?" "A spirit exorcising talisman. Test if there are other spirits on your body," Quan Yin Dang replied. "Other spirits? Whether there are demons and ghosts possessed." "Have you finished writing?" Wu Yusen interrupted. Quan Yin Dang heard the meaning of stopping and quickly shut up and concentrated on typing. "You also need to test for possession?" Lin Fan always felt something was wrong. "Aha," Wu Yusen cleared his throat and lied. "It's all normal testing procedures." Quan Yin Dang knew that the normal procedure did not require the talisman, and Wu Yusen must have felt that there was something abnormal and specially applied for it. But since he wanted to hide it, he didn't need to say anything more. He typed a lot and sent out the confirmation report. "Okay, take a look." He had just taken office and had no business dealings with other departments. It was the first time for them to meet, so it was better to confirm some things in person. Wu Yusen opened the tablet and checked it to confirm that there was no problem. "Okay, then we'll leave first. Thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome." Quan Yin Dang sent them to the door. "Come and visit when you have time." When they came, there were still many people in the office area outside, but now none of them were there. Wu Yusen looked at the clock, and it was past 12 o'clock. The two went to the cafeteria to find something to eat. Lin Fan, who came for the third time, was a little more familiar with the place and did not bother Wu Yusen. He got some food for himself. After dinner, Wu Yusen took Lin Fan back to the office to rest. Lin Fan knew that there were not many projects left, so he wanted to finish them early and go back early, but he did feel tired. In addition, it was lunchtime and no one was working, so he had to suppress his anxiety and close his eyes to rest. In summer, the Special Affairs Office does not start work until 2:30 p.m. As an employee, it is especially good to have a long lunch break. But as Lin Fan was waiting, she couldn't help but feel that it was a waste of time. Finally, it was time to go to work, and she almost jumped up from the sofa. Wu Yusen saw Lin Fan's urgency, but didn't say anything, just speeded up the following process. The remaining departments passed very quickly, and they all took out an object, asked Lin Fan to hold it and feel it, and tell her how it felt, and then it was over. Lin Fan was no longer curious about what it was, and just wanted to finish it quickly, and go home early. Finally, at around 4 o'clock, all the supernatural power tests were completed. Wu Yusen frowned when she saw the report that all said no special abilities. The physical examination report in the morning also came out, all normal. Only a few indicators showed sub-health. All this proved that Lin Fan was an ordinary person. This is impossible. The pain and abnormalities that Lin Fan said all showed that she could not be just sub-healthy, unless Lin Fan was lying. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked when she saw Wu Yusen's ugly face. Nothing. Are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Lin Fan didn't continue to ask. After all, Wu Yusen felt that she had no way to deal with difficult things. How many tests are left? The basic physical examination and the supernatural test are all done, and there is only one psychological test left. The possibility of supernatural has been ruled out, so the only thing left is the psychological one. Wu Yusen sighed secretly. If it is really what he thought, the situation is bad. When Lin Fan heard that there was only one test left, and it was a psychological test she had been exposed to before, she felt much lighter. So, you can go back tonight. Are you in a hurry to go back? If everything is over, it's better to go back early. After all, I feel more comfortable at home. Thinking that Lin Fan has always been very sensitive to the outside world, Wu Yusen readily reassured her and said, as long as the test today confirms that you are not the person we are looking for, I will send you back, no matter how late it is. Lin Fan was relieved after getting the guarantee and urged, then let's go. Seeing that she was in good spirits, Wu Yusen did not persuade her much and took Lin Fan to find a psychological counselor. The Special Affairs Department has a special psychological team, and the professional level of psychologists who can enter this team is among the top in the country. The best one among them is called Jin Sichin. He is young and has excellent business ability, ranking among the top 5 in the world. In particular, his hypnotic ability is unique. Even a big boss like Kyan Leo almost fell for him. There were a few newcomers who didn't believe in him and accidentally provoked him. They didn't know when they were hypnotized. The subsequent social death scene made them want to hide when they heard Jin Sichin's name. There is also a legend that his eyes are like Medusa and he can hypnotize people with just one look. If he wants, it is possible to kill people with one look. Somehow, the name Special Medusa spread. Fortunately, Jin Sichin wears a pair of brown sunglasses all year round, so his eyes cannot be seen clearly, so people can look directly at his face normally, which does not hinder communication. And his sunglasses, which he never took off even in the dark, undoubtedly added credibility to the rumors. Although Jin Sichin has outstanding abilities, he is not active at work. Usually he only takes action on people and things that he is interested in, and ordinary work cannot be called on him. Newcomers go through the process, and any psychologist can take over. I don't know whether it was because he was confident in Lin Fan's ability and thought that Jin Sichin's action would dig deeper, or because he sympathized with Lin Fan's condition and hoped that Jin Sichin would give her better recovery advice after seeing her, or whether it was because the psychologist he promised to Lin Fan was Jin Sichin. In short, Wu Yusen applied to the director to let Jin Sichin be responsible for Lin Fan's psychological test, and Jin Sichin agreed. The office of the psychologist is different from other places. The color and layout are softer, which makes people feel relaxed. Wu Yusen knocked on the door of Jin Sichin's office, but heard no response. When he was about to knock for the second time, the door opened. Lin Fan saw a short-haired man standing in the door. He was quite tall, and Lin Fan had to look up a little to see his face. His skin was fair, and his eyebrows and eyes were covered by brown sunglasses, and only the outline could be seen faintly. His nose was straight, his lips were a little thin, and he smiled slightly. His hair was short silver white hair, standing on top of his head, with a messy style, which might have been specially groomed. He was wearing a print shirt with fashionable patterns, beige trousers with the hems rolled up, and a pair of light blue soft leather loafers. He was full of fashion from head to toe, and very trendy. If Wu Yusen's outfit reminded people of a real estate agent, then this one reminded people of a fashion practitioner with good taste. Although Lin Fan felt that the smile was a bit fake, he could not deny that this handsome guy was pleasing to the eye. Dr. Jin. Wu Yusen greeted. Jin Sichin smiled and invited the two to come in. A proper smile can bring a lot of convenience, such as reducing the patient's tension or lowering the opponent's vigilance. Despite the terrible nickname of Medusa, people who have met him say that Dr. Jin is a person with a good personality and always smiles gently. Only a few people know that his smile, like his sunglasses, is just an external equipment. Lin Fan can feel it, but she can only say that she is particularly sensitive to emotions. Jin Sichin asked Lin Fan to sit on the couch, and she sat on the chair opposite. At his signal, John Woo sat on the single sofa chair next to the couch, a distance away from Lin Fan. Hello, Lin Fan, I'm Jin Sichin. Jin Sichin gave Lin Fan a glass of water. He had already obtained Lin Fan's file and studied it, so he was not unfamiliar with her. Hello. Lin Fan responded politely. She felt that Jin Sichin was a little different from the psychologist she had seen before, but she couldn't tell the details. Now I will do some psychological inquiries and tests for you. It will involve some of your personal privacy. As a doctor, I will abide by my duties and keep it confidential for you. This special agent is your protector. According to the new coma testing process, he needs to listen in. But if you don't want him to be present, I can ask him to leave immediately. Jin Sichin has already begun to test. No need. Lin Fan didn't care. Privacy is no different for one person or two people. Besides, she doesn't think she has any privacy. The Special Affairs Office has already investigated her thoroughly, so how can there be any privacy? And according to her observation, the test results will eventually be summarized on the tablet in Wu Yusen's hand. If she doesn't let him listen to it now, he will still see it later. Why bother? Jin Sichin smiled and nodded. Then let's just chat casually. If what I say makes you feel uncomfortable, or if you have something to say, don't worry, interrupt me at any time. Then he opened the folder, started the recorder, and started working. Are you clear about your mental condition? Yes. You have depression. We retrieved your medical records and saw that the cause of the first diagnosis was unable to get over the emotional injury due to a broken heart. Is this diagnosis true? Jin Sichin knew that the development of psychology in China was not good, and the acceptance of the public has only increased in recent years. It's better in big cities, where information technology can keep up, but it's hard to say in small cities, where misdiagnosis and misdiagnosis are common. He saw that Lin Fan was seeking medical treatment in a small city, so it was normal for him to doubt the original diagnosis. Lin Fan didn't know what was written in her medical record. When she went to see the doctor, she couldn't speak. She was confused and didn't know anything. Her mother was talking to her. In the mental hospital where they were, medical records were not allowed to be taken away. There was a removable card with a number on it. Every time she registered with the removable card, someone would find the medical records with the same number. After seeing the doctor, the medical records were left with the doctor, and the patient only took the removable card to pay and get medicine. After she got better, she also looked at what was written on the medical record, but she couldn't recognize the words, so she just let it go. Chapter 16 Lin Fan. Such medical records can be retrieved, and whether they are private or not is just a face-saving statement. There is a sense of hurt from the breakup. After all, I have been dating for 8 years, and we're about to get married. Breaking up is definitely sad. Lin Fan recalled calmly. The company ran into problems again at that time. I was originally the head of the department, a low position, but with some management authority. Suddenly a relative of the boss was parachuted in and became the deputy head. My previous company was not very large to begin with, and I, a small leader, had only a few people under me. Suddenly they said they wanted to add a deputy position, which was totally unnecessary from a business point of view. I originally thought that the relative was just brought in to collect a salary for nothing, and it really wouldn't affect anything if she didn't do anything, but I didn't expect her to work so hard. She doesn't do the work she is asked to do well, and she is particularly good at making trouble. She always looks like she is doing the best for the company, but she makes a mess of things. I told her not to interfere, but she said that I had sidelined her and cried to her relative boss. Although the boss didn't say anything to me, he didn't say anything to her either. She wants to be in charge of things, but I can't let her take charge of everything. I can only let her follow up on the business that is almost finished. She doesn't have to do anything, just watch. Even so, she made a mess. If it's done well, it's all her credit. If it's done badly, it's all my responsibility. In less than a month, several of my subordinates were so annoyed that they said they would leave if the deputy director didn't leave. I was pushed too hard, so I went to the boss to have a good talk. But the boss felt that I was using my subordinates to threaten him with KO, so he scolded me instead. Ha. What kind of ideology does he have? Does he think I don't know what's going on? Lin Fan snorted coldly. I was already annoyed, but I thought that after so many years of working together, we have been getting along well, so I just endured it. His scolding directly pissed me off. I worked so hard for him, but he got me into a bad habit. I said I quit on the spot. The boss didn't expect me to quit so suddenly and wanted to save the relationship, but I didn't want to serve him anymore. I was in a bad mood after a breakup, and I had to endure the humiliation at work. Whoever was willing to serve me could do it. He didn't even ask for compensation, and he didn't go the next day. Several of my subordinates wanted to leave in the first place, and I persuaded them to leave. When they saw me go for the talk, they quit first and submitted their resignation reports. After I resigned, I didn't want to stay in Gao City for long. I went back to my hometown directly. I wanted to calm down and take a break before going back to work. After all, I have been working hard outside for these years, and it is very tiring. After I came back, in order to quickly forget the bad mood, I also signed up for a fitness class, learned piano, guzheng, and even learned 2 foreign language classes. I went out to travel from time to time. Now that I think about it, it was probably the most carefree and happy period of time. Wu Yusen and Jin Sichin listened quietly on the side. The information in Lin Fan's file was not so detailed. After all, it only took 3 days to investigate, and only some written materials were obtained. That is, where she was from which year to which year, what she did, and what rewards she received. Like the paragraph she just mentioned, it only wrote what position she had, how much she was paid, and that she resigned for personal reasons. The details can be found through detailed investigation, but it takes time. It is not as detailed as the person involved. Do you think your depression has nothing to do with your broken heart? Hearing that Lin Fan was a straightforward and frank person, Jin Sichin didn't need to be too careful when communicating. I can't say that there is no connection at all, but I feel that the broken heart is not the direct cause of my depression. Lin Fan thought for a while and said, after all, there was almost a year between my broken heart and my illness. I was doing okay during this period. It sounds like you have your own judgment on the cause of the disease. Jin Sichin found that Lin Fan was a person with clear logic and very easy to communicate with. I feel that it was caused by family factors. During those days of random thoughts, she sorted out a lot of things. Can you tell me more about it? I was 32 years old when I broke up. It may be normal to be unmarried at this age in big cities, but it is rare in our place. So when I went back and told my family that I broke up, their expressions, I don't know how to describe it. Are they shocked? Jin Sichin prompted and guided. It seems more like anger than shock. Lin Fan thought about it carefully. They were very angry that I had dragged on for so long without getting married and instead broke up. After I told them the reason, they became even angrier, but they were more angry at the man. Later, they didn't blame me much, but they didn't feel any distress or sympathy either. If it's convenient, can you tell me the reason why you broke up? There wasn't much description in the medical record, but listening to Lin Fan, it seemed that there was some connection. It wasn't inconvenient. After I graduated from college, I found a good job in Geo City, the same one I quit before. I'm capable, work seriously, and have a good personality. Within a few years, I was promoted to a small supervisor in the department. Although I can't afford to buy a house yet, I have no worries about food and clothing, and my bank deposits are growing steadily. Everything is good. Later, I met a boy. I thought he was honest and had a good personality, so I started a relationship. During that time, our relationship was stable, and we met each other's parents. Just when I thought life would unfold so happily, we finally broke up. There was no bloody plot of cheating. The main reason was that the two of us had very different views on things. We were together for 8 years, but couldn't get along. Instead, there were more conflicts in the later period and we always had quarrels. At first, I was reluctant to break up. After all, the 8 years of hard work were not fake. Although I hesitated in my heart, I still proposed marriage. But when I went to his house to discuss marriage, the difference in marriage concepts dealt me a fatal blow. His family is from the countryside and their conditions are average, so I didn't think about getting a house at the beginning. His income is not high, and I was afraid that he couldn't come up with a gift. My family disagreed, so I planned to use my own savings as a gift to him. I didn't expect that their family didn't mention these things, but instead made various harsh demands on me. After I said I couldn't do it, I was criticized in various ways, and the person who wanted to entrust my life to completely ignored my helpless situation, didn't say a word of help, and chose to stand with his family. I felt tired, and chose to break up. Although it has been several years, when recalling the scene when that person heard her say that she wanted to break up, he sadly asked her why she couldn't give in for him. Lin Fan still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You must have been very sad at that time. Jin Sichin whispered slowly. It's definitely sad, but not breaking up is definitely a dead end. Relationships have always been a two-way journey for two people. I'm working hard, and he's waiting for me to work hard. I still have strength for a short time, but I will get tired after a long time. Look, we've only persisted for 8 years. Lin Fan said self-deprecatingly. Wu Yusen listened silently beside him. The information only said break up, and I didn't expect it to be like this. Of course, a relationship where only one party is working hard can't last long, so it's better to break up. What happened next? I went home. Actually, I was still hurt by the breakup. After all, it was 8 years. I was not sad to resign either. When I first joined that company, it was only about 10 people. I relied on my own efforts to do business well, improve the company's reputation, expand the customer base, and step by step became a supervisor. My personal business volume alone accounted for half of the company's. In the following years, the number of customers was basically stable, and there was no large-scale increase. The boss disliked my high salary, so he wanted to find an excuse to reduce my salary and demote me, but I blocked him every time. He didn't think that he only used the money to buy cars and houses and buy bags for his mistress, but didn't expand the scale of the company. No matter how many clients I brought to him, the company wouldn't be able to take them. He didn't want to fire me, but didn't want to pay me such a high salary, so he asked that relative to check and balance me, and wanted to find an excuse to reduce my salary and demote me. Unexpectedly, I didn't buy his tricks, and the whole department was gone with me. It was very refreshing at the time, but I was still very disappointed afterwards. Lin Fan knew the principle that when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked, but knowing it was different from what he had experienced. At that time, because I didn't want to affect my work, I kept the emotion of heartbreak in my heart and never got relief. Add to that the emotions after I quit my job and I was in a bad state. I didn't want to stay in Geo City, that sad place, and I wanted to go back to my hometown to adjust. People say that home is a warm harbor and a permanent support, right? I didn't expect that it was not the case for me. After a week of quiet days at home, my family started to urge me to get married. After all, we have been in a relationship for 8 years, and it hasn't been long since we broke up. They asked me to find someone to fall in love with. I can't do it. Lin Fan hadn't recovered from her emotional injury yet, and her family was so anxious, which caused serious harm to her. No matter how she explained to her parents that she needed more time, no one listened. Even Lin's mother put on an attitude of it's good that someone wants to date you. Why are you so picky? Lin Fan once doubted whether this was her biological mother. Frequent blind date harassment made it impossible for Lin Fan to adjust her mentality. No matter how she explained to her parents, it didn't work. In the name of love, they kept driving Lin Fan away because they were afraid of being laughed at by others. They seemed to not care about their daughter's sadness at all. It seemed that, as long as Lin Fan got married and no one gossiped about her, they would be relieved. They didn't care whether their daughter was really happy or not. After 8 years of business, the future that she thought would be a happy one was gone. This had already torn Lin Fan's heart to pieces. Because she didn't cooperate with the boss's little tricks, she gave up the career she had worked hard for many years, and was full of frustration. The family's misunderstanding and emotionless urging were like sharp blades stabbing at her. Lin Fan felt that she couldn't think normally, her temples were throbbing, and her ears were buzzing. She felt trapped in a quagmire, as if dozens of hands were pulling her down. She felt the danger, but couldn't avoid it. That day, Lin's mother urged her to get married as usual. Lin Fan said that, if they were so anxious to meet and get married, and didn't have time to get to know each other well, they would get divorced, even if they got married. After Lin's mother blurted out, even if we have to get a divorce, we have to get married first, Lin Fan seemed to hear the sound of her crumbling heart collapsing, and she knew it was over. Lin Fan stopped talking. She didn't eat, didn't move, and lay in bed all day. At first, the family thought that Lin Fan was angry and deliberately left her alone. It wasn't until she didn't eat for 2 days and Lin's father felt something was wrong, but couldn't wake Lin Fan up, that the two panicked. They hurriedly carried Lin Fan to the hospital for emergency treatment. After a series of operations, the hospital found that Lin Fan's vital signs were normal, but his expression was dull, and recommended that he be transferred to a mental hospital. In this way, Lin Fan was diagnosed as a high-risk patient with severe depression and no desire to live, and stayed in a mental hospital for 3 months. Lin's mother no longer dared to nag in Lin Fan's ear, and she didn't even dare to cry in front of her bed. Chapter 17 New Problem. I don't know what Jin Sichin thinks, but Wu Yusen seems to sympathize with Lin Fan. Parents urge their children to get married because they want their children to be happy. But many times, urging them to get married becomes a formality, and happiness or not seems to be unimportant. In Lin Fan's information and her own description, she was originally an independent, cheerful, and courageous woman. Although she is still suffering from illness, I can feel that her personality is also very good after getting to know her for the past few days. Whether she signed up for fitness classes or tour groups, they are all for herself to get out of the pain as soon as possible and resume normal life as soon as possible. Just wait a little longer. Lin Fan's pain will be slowly healed and she will enter a new life. By then, whether it is a boyfriend or marriage, it will all come naturally. It's a pity that Lin's parents can't wait, and they don't care that Lin Fan is still in the recovery period, and they force a normal person to become what he is now. Many people don't know that language is the sharpest knife in the world. How sharp it is depends on how important the person who wields the knife to you is in your heart. To put it bluntly, the more you care about someone, the more hurtful their words are. Lin Fan's parents, as the people closest to her, did not realize that their words were like sharp knives that almost stabbed Lin Fan to death. I wonder if they have ever regretted what has happened to them. Jin Sichin listened to Lin Fan's words, writing something in his hand from time to time, and asked again, I feel that you seem to care about your parents' thoughts, is that right? Lin Fan thought for a while and said, I don't know what it means to care about them. Why don't I tell you about my childhood, and you can judge for yourself? Jin Sichin nodded. When Lin Fan was a child, her father worked away from home and rarely participated in his daughter's life. But fortunately, he made a lot of money so that Lin Fan could drink milk when she was a child, and her mother could wear mink fur and gold chains, always smiling. I don't know if it was because the family had some money, or if Lin's mother was originally a comparison-loving person. Lin Fan's childhood was always spent in comparison with other children. No matter how well Lin Fan studied and how obedient he was, it seemed that he would never get praise from Lin's mother. When the captain's cousin was always better than her, the children of Lin's mother's friends were always more obedient than her, and even the cousin who was naughty and dropped out of school was good in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan gradually felt inferior in her desire. When she reached high school, the disappointed Lin Fan began to rebel. She gave up studying hard and wanted to attract Lin's mother's attention with her declining grades. At this time, Lin's father's business encountered setbacks and began to suffer serious losses. Lin's mother quarreled with Lin's father all day long and didn't care about Lin Fan at all, let alone scolding him. She could almost be regarded as ignoring him. Lin Fan's mentality collapsed and he gave up studying directly and began to live a life of a poor student. It was not until 2 months before the college entrance examination that the new history teacher came to Lin Fan for a long talk. The concern in his words was like a warm current, which made her stiff heart beat slowly again. Lin Fan began to study hard and wanted to turn the tide, but it was too late. She could only give up mathematics, physics and chemistry, and only memorize the knowledge points of liberal arts repeatedly. After the college entrance examination, she actually got a relatively good score. She couldn't go to a key university, but it was much higher than the ordinary undergraduate line. For Lin Fan, who had only studied for 2 months, this was already a very good result. If she had not given up studying, she might have been able to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. No one asked about her college application. Lin Fan chose a university far away from home. After entering, she found out that it was a private college with only a junior college degree, and the degree was not recognized by the country. At this point, Lin Fan could only study hard during college, took the full-time junior college to undergraduate exam, and finally graduated with a bachelor's degree from another university. Lin Fan, who left home, saw the vast world, broke free from the shackles of her family, and never wanted to return to the oppressive environment. After graduation, she did not follow her family's arrangement to go home to work, but went to Gao City alone. You all know what happened later. Lin Fan suddenly realized that her life was not long, and she finished it in just a moment. So you are inferior in your heart and hope to be recognized by your parents. Although you work hard to get into college and find a good job, once your parents deny you, you will be very hurt. Jin Sichin concluded. This kind of hurt has continued to accumulate and has dealt a fatal blow to you. It has directly denied the meaning of your entire life. You don't know why you are alive, and you feel that there is no desire to live. You hope to get affirmation from others, but it is always the opposite of what you want. Any affirmation and encouragement will give you strength. So the history teacher in high school just had a long talk with you, and you tried your best to study. You are just a child who lacks love and has low self-esteem. Lin Fan listened indifferently and echoed, right? I found out too. I used to think that I was very capable, bold, daring, and omnipotent, but later I realized that these were all illusions. I want them to praise me when I got into college. I want them to praise me when I got an undergraduate degree. I want them to praise me when I found a good job. I want them to praise me when I made a lot of money. I'm still the kid who wanted my mother to praise me when I got a perfect score. It's just that few people have praised me sincerely over the years. You're fine. John Woo listened with some emotion and couldn't help but comforting him. Seeing Lin Fan looking at her, afraid that she might not believe it, he emphasized, really? Lin Fan looked at Wu Yusen's face with all 8 teeth showing while smiling, and felt a little sour and a little warm in her heart. She curled the corners of her mouth and replied, thank you. Jin Sichin understood it roughly, and said to Lin Fan, I find that you have a clear understanding of your illness, which is a good thing. It is right to live separately from your parents. If you can't get affirmation, at least you should avoid harm. Are you able to control your emotions now that you live alone? It's okay when nothing happens. I just can't handle things. I don't know when or what happens, and I start to have a seizure. Sometimes, maybe it's because I saw a branch on the roadside being sawed off, and I kept thinking about it and felt sad. I tossed and turned, couldn't sleep all night, and I kept thinking about it every now and then, even though it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan sighed. So I seldom go out now. For fear of being bothered by these inexplicable things every day, it is difficult for you to deal with emotional problems at present. Staying at home is indeed a solution, but it will also have problems in the long run. I just hope that after a period of time, your psychological stress resistance can be strengthened and you can slowly get in touch with the outside world. This time cannot be too long. After all, humans are social animals. Long-term social isolation will cause some problems even for normal people. This is not good for your condition. The best way is to put you in a safe environment where you can be exposed to a certain external environment, eliminate factors that make you uneasy, and receive psychological treatment at the same time. This is the only way to improve your condition in the shortest time. It's just that this matter is simple to say, but it's not that easy to do in practice. Jin Sichin certainly knew that Lin Fan had stopped treatment for financial reasons and couldn't do what he said. Lin Fan had long known that it was impossible for her to get good treatment in her current condition, and she could only bear it herself and see how far she could go. She had also long calmed down, so she didn't feel sorry. Seeing that Jin Sichin seemed to be ready to move on to the next topic, Wu Yusen quickly interrupted and asked, "What if the side effects of her medication haven't disappeared yet?" "What side effects haven't disappeared yet?" Jin Sichin flipped through the documents. The medical records show that she has stopped taking the medication for 2 years. What other symptoms are there? Looking at Lin Fan's swollen body, it was indeed caused by the side effects of the medication. It should not be so swollen in 2 years, but it may also be that she ate too much in the later period, which added to her obesity, so Jin Sichin didn't care at first. Lin Fan then repeated his symptoms. Headache, unclear mind, slow reaction, always forgetful. I no longer like the things I liked before. I'm not happy when I should be happy, and I'm not sad when I feel sad. My eyes hurt. I always feel tired, and I can't open them. I always hear sounds in my ears, but it seems that there is no sound when I listen carefully. I also have tinnitus. I always feel nauseous and retching, but I can't vomit anything. Sometimes I feel that my head is very heavy and is about to fall off my neck. My heart hurts, my stomach and my intestines hurt. My arms hurt, my hand joints and my shoulder blades hurt. My thighs, knees and buttocks also hurt. The pain is also varied. Sometimes it is stabbing, sometimes it is inflammation, sometimes it is numb, and sometimes it feels like a burn. This sounds like a problem from head to toe. Jin Sichin frowned and took the medical examination report with Wu Yusen to read it carefully. She said that other hospitals can't find it out, and I thought we can definitely find it out here. The result is normal, Wu Yusen said beside him. Emotional disorders are manifestations of depression, Jin Sichin said. As for pain, I suspect it may be somatization disorder. There may be some side effects of drugs in the eyes and ears, but hers is too much. What is somatization disorder? Wu Yusen asked. Simply put, it is a mental disorder caused by mental anxiety. It is mainly manifested in various unexplained pains in the limbs that cannot be detected by medical means, nausea, etc. It is often accompanied by obvious anxiety and depression. Isn't it depression? Wu Yusen asked. No, it is another mental illness. Jin Sichin was looking at Lin Fan's brain cord. It is usually caused by genetic factors, physiological or social and psychological factors. Her cord scan showed no obvious problems. I suspect it is because of the somatization disorder associated with her depression. Some patients with depression do have symptoms of somatization disorder during the severe stage. Well, another mental illness. Lin Fan was too tired to complain. When did you feel these symptoms? Jin Sichin asked Lin Fan. Probably when I stopped taking the medicine. I can't remember. Lin Fan recalled. That was almost 2 years, which is consistent with the time of diagnosis. It should be somatization disorder. Jin Sichin concluded. Is it an illusion that I feel pain, even though I can't find any problems? Wu Yusen asked. It's not an illusion, it's subjective pain. Jin Sichin replied. Let me explain it to you this way. Physical lesions produce pain reflexes, which are transmitted from nerves to the brain, so you can feel the pain. Somatization pain is when there is no actual lesion in the body, but the nerves feel the pain. Although it is subjective pain, it is also real pain. Then how can it be cured? Wu Yusen asked again. Even though Jin Sichin was knowledgeable and eloquent, he couldn't help but pause. You need to take antidepressants. Chapter 18 Lost Memories. If you are sick, you need to take medicine, but you have no money to buy medicine. So the disease cannot be cured, and if you can't be cured, you can't make money, and if you can't make money, you can't buy medicine. This is a closed loop. If Lin Fan finally joined the Special Affairs Office, then all of this would not be a problem. But if she was just an ordinary person, they couldn't take care of this matter. Jin Sichin asked a few more questions, and Lin Fan answered them one by one. Then he called up a few questionnaires on the tablet for Lin Fan to answer. Wu Yusen came over and wanted to say something. Jin Sichin was afraid of affecting Lin Fan, so he led him to the window, where he could also see Lin Fan's position. Wu Yusen asked softly, "What do you think?" Jin Sichin replied in a low voice, "The current judgment is that she is simply depressed with physical disorders." Wu Yusen was a little anxious. After all, if Jin Sichin didn't make any breakthroughs here, then Lin Fan would really be an ordinary person. At the same time, it also proved that he had found the wrong person. She once told me that she often can't remember things. Sometimes she will have memory loss for several hours or even a whole day. In addition, her personality has changed a bit. Do you think she is a little cold now? Wu Yusen raised his chin in the direction of Lin Fan. Jin Sichin looked at Lin Fan's half-drooped eyelids. From the beginning of the conversation to now, whether it was talking about her own affairs, or when she learned that she had somatization disorder, her expression did not change much, as if she was talking about someone else's affairs. Do you suspect she has a dual personality? Jin Sichin asked. Seeing that Wu Yusen didn't understand, he wrote on a piece of paper for him to see. Dual personality. I think it's very likely. Since this person appeared, I always feel that it is her. But you can see that the other test results are all fine. And her symptoms make it hard for me not to associate this possibility. It's not that there have never been similar things before. No matter how hard you try, you can't find any superpowers until you find out that there is another personality. The superpowers only appear when that personality appears. Jin Sichin looked at the report in Wu Yusen's hand again. She doesn't remember what happened at all? You said she doesn't remember. Didn't I just say that? Because of the side effects of the medicine, her memory is very poor. Now I don't know whether she has no idea what happened, or knows something, but has forgotten it. Got it. You need me to help you confirm 2 questions now. One is whether she has a hidden dual personality. The second is whether she has any memory of the coma at the time of the incident. Yes, if there is a hidden, then the supernatural power is likely to be hidden. Wu Yusen vaguely skipped some words. If not, then we must know what happened that day. She said she was just in a coma due to heat stroke. I don't believe it. Even if it was really heat stroke, there can't be no clues at all. Jin Sichin nodded to show that she understood. The test questions given to her now include the question you are worried about, and some others, including tests for antisocial personality, violent tendencies, etc. After she finishes, we will know what's going on. The two walked back to the sofa and waited for Lin Fan to do the questions. Not long after, Lin Fan finished answering. Jin Sichin looked at the final result and shook his head gently at Wu Yusen, meaning that Lin Fan did not meet the dual personality assessment, and did not have antisocial personality and violent tendencies and other problems. Wu Yusen saw that this road was also blocked, and he didn't know whether to be happy. The other personality of a dual personality is usually very different from the main personality, or even completely opposite. Looking at Lin Fan's current cold but gentle state, if she really has a dual personality, then the personality of the other personality is probably very tricky. At that time, even if the supernatural power is detected in the other personality, it is probably not a good thing. But if this road is blocked, the only clue left is her memory of the day she fell into a coma. Wu Yusen's smile on his face almost couldn't be held, and he had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that he really made a mistake? After all, intuition cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. Jin Sichin started talking again over there, and Wu Yusen quickly suppressed his thoughts and listened carefully. Some of the tests just done are all normal. You have no other problems, except depression and physical disorders. Jin Sichin said to Lin Fan first. But I found that you have been showing a kind of indifference. Even when you are talking about your own affairs, there is no emotional fluctuation, as if nothing can affect your mood. Are you aware of this situation? I know. Lin Fan replied, I don't know since when. I seem to not care about my own affairs. Maybe I have thought it through, who knows? Even if you tell me that you will not live until tomorrow, I will not be surprised. On the contrary, I will be secretly happy in my heart, although I haven't known what happiness feels like for a long time. I can't feel sad when I'm sad. Do you know what I mean? Jin Sichin nodded. On the contrary, other things will cause me to feel sad, but I don't want to be troubled by these things, so I try to act indifferent and pretend that I don't care. I couldn't do it at the beginning, but later, even if I felt sad, I could act like I didn't care on my face. I don't know if this is progress. This is not a good phenomenon. Jin Sichin said, although it seems that you are protecting yourself from being hurt, you will still feel sad deep in your heart. And because of self-suggestion, such sadness cannot be relieved. If it is suppressed for a long time, depression will still accumulate. Fortunately, you have gone out every few days in the past 6 months to feed stray animals, which can be regarded as some social interaction. Otherwise, your condition will definitely get worse. My advice is to find a relatively safe environment, and on the premise of ensuring that you are not hurt, try to let go of yourself, get in touch with some things in the outside world, and engage in some social activities in moderation. Lin Fan knew that what he said made sense. Although it was not so easy to do, he still expressed his gratitude. Drive Jin, thank you. Doctors will also feel at ease when they meet patients who are easy to communicate with. Jin Sichin ended the topic and changed the subject. I heard that when the plane crashed over your community, you were feeding cats outside. You have no recollection of this incident? Lin Fan thought about it carefully and indeed could not think of anything. He shook his head and said, I can't remember anything. Jin Sichin opened the plane crash video in the file and showed it to Lin Fan. Look, in this video, the plane was still at a relatively high altitude, but the phone still recorded a loud roar. When the plane arrived over the community where you live, its position was much lower than here, and the roar should have been very loud. You are in an outdoor environment. Even if you didn't see the plane, you should be able to hear the roar. Think about it. Have you heard it? Lin Fan listened carefully to the roar of the plane on the phone, trying to recall. That day, I went to feed the cats. It wasn't that hot. Yes, it wasn't that hot. You went to the place where you fed the cats and saw the cats. Then what? Jin Sichin guided calmly. Seeing that things were progressing, Wu Yusen unconsciously straightened his back and held his breath, afraid of interrupting Lin Fan's memories. Then I poured cat food and water. They ate very happily. Lin Fan closed his eyes and leaned against the sofa. I watched them eat for a while and then went to the entrance to pour cat food and water. How do you feel at this time? Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to faint? Jin Sichin asked. If Lin Fan fainted from heat stroke, he should feel uncomfortable before fainting. No discomfort. I don't want to faint. Lin Fan thought carefully for a while and answered. Then fainting from heat stroke is not true, and Wu Yusen breathed a sigh of relief. After getting cat food and water at the entrance, what did you do afterwards? Jin Sichin continued to guide. After that I was ready to go home. Not really. Wu Yusen thought to himself. He had seen the place where cats were fed at the entrance of the grove. It was not far from the entrance, just a few steps away. Although the surveillance camera outside could not capture the scene in the woods, it could just capture the entrance. As long as Lin Fan came out, she would be immediately visible through the surveillance camera, but she never came out. Have you gone home? No. Why not? When I was about to leave, the cat sitting inside suddenly got angry, screamed and ran away. I went back to see what was going on. Did you see what was going on? No, I couldn't see anything. I thought there was a snake or something, so I took a branch and knocked on the surrounding grass, but there was nothing. What happened next? Then, I heard a buzzing sound. Lin Fan opened his eyes and said affirmatively, I heard the buzzing sound in the video. John Woo became excited when he heard this, but Jin Sichin remained calm and continued to ask with a smile. Very good, you heard the buzzing sound. What happened next? Lin Fan lowered his eyes and continued to recall. Next, the sound became louder and louder, and soon it became very noisy. I felt the sky get dark, and when I looked up, a huge grey object passed over the grove, with black smoke trailing its tail. Was that the plane? Yes, it was that plane. You saw that plane? Jin Sichin affirmed. What did you do after seeing the plane? Wu Yusen felt his heart pounding, but after waiting for a long time, no one came. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin saw that Lin Fan was confused again, and reminded him, what did you do after seeing the plane? Do you still remember? Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know. I only remember seeing the black smoke, and then I really can't remember. Don't worry, drink some water first. Jin Sichin comforted. Let's think about it again. You saw the plane and the black smoke it was dragging. Yes. Then you fainted and didn't wake up until the evening. Yes. So, after you saw the black smoke, did you feel particularly uncomfortable, or dizzy? No. Lin Fan thought about it carefully again. That is to say, after you saw the black smoke, you didn't feel any discomfort and suddenly lost consciousness. You were unconscious for several hours and woke up when it got dark, right? Yes. Then Lin Fan, Jin Sichin asked with a smile. At this point, can we rule out the possibility of fainting from heat stroke? Lin Fan was silent, and John Woo couldn't help but give Jin Sichin a thumbs up in his heart. Suddenly losing consciousness for a few hours outdoors is still a relatively dangerous situation for you. It is better to find out what happened. It can prevent it from happening again in the future, and be prepared in advance. But I really can't remember it. It's okay, don't worry, I will help you. Jin Sichin said softly, since it is really hard for you to recall it yourself, do you want to try hypnosis? It can allow you to recall some neglected or forgotten things in a more relaxed state. In this way, we can find the lost memory from your subconscious mind. Can I? Yes. Don't worry, I'm very good at hypnosis. You will feel that you just took a nap, and the missing memory has been found. Don't you want to know? Lin Fan didn't care. But it was because of this missing memory that Wu Yusen found her. And because she couldn't explain it clearly, she was taken to the Special Affairs Office and accepted these tests. It can be said that this is the cause of all the things. Whether she wants to know or not, they will investigate it to the end, so let's investigate it. Moreover, she also has some small thoughts in her mind. If hypnosis is so powerful, can she ask him to hypnotize her to a normal physical state? Chapter 19. Hypnosis is ineffective. Lin Fan agreed to hypnosis, and Wu Yusen was the happiest. He was sure that something must have happened at that time, in that lost memory. Jin Sichin asked Lin Fan to find the most comfortable position, to lie on the sofa, close his eyes and relax. The light in the room was dimmed, and there was only a small lamp next to Lin Fan's head, which softly emitted a warm yellow light. Jin Sichin also sat closer and slowly guided him in a low voice. You feel very relaxed, very comfortable. Just lie here relaxed. Exhale slowly. Inhale. Exhale. You feel that every breath is natural and relaxed. You lie here relaxed, feeling very natural and comfortable. Those uncomfortable feelings slowly go away. The pain slowly leaves the body. You only feel comfortable and relaxed. You don't have to think about anything. Your brain also begins to relax. Inhale. Ah, found it. It wasn't too hot at noon that day. You went downstairs to feed the cats. Relax, relax again. You feel very relaxed. Follow my words and continue walking. After feeding the cats, you watched them eat, and after a while you went to the entrance of the grove to pour cat food and water, and then prepared to leave. Breathe, breathe. You feel very happy, very relaxed. At this time, the cats called, and you looked back and saw that they all ran away. You walked back and used branches to cut the grass, but didn't find any snakes. Then, you heard a rumbling sound from far to near, getting louder and louder. Breathe. You are now standing in the grove, feeling that the sky is covered by something, and suddenly becomes dark. You look up and see a plane flying over the grove, dragging a long black smoke. What did you see next? Jin Sichin's voice became different from before, deep and magnetic. He slowly led Lin Fan into his memories, and even Wu Yusen, who was sitting on the side, had the illusion that he was leading him into that situation. However, after waiting for a long time, Lin Fan didn't answer. Lin Fan, what do you see? Jin Sichin asked again. Darkness. Lin Fan was silent for a long time before replying. Use your hands to push away the darkness and go to the back to see if there is anything else. Lin Fan raised his hands and made a pulling motion. Jin Sichin frowned slightly. Although he gave Lin Fan instructions to do it, it was just a psychological hint. Generally, hands would not really be raised. Could it be? Then he heard Lin Fan say, I can't pull it away either. Sure enough. Lin Fan, can you open your eyes now? Jin Sichin asked. John Woo was shocked. This was not the first time he had seen someone hypnotized. They always started slowly, continued slowly, and ended slowly. From beginning to end, they emphasized slowness. He had never seen anyone open their eyes in the middle of the process. Was there something wrong? Looking at Lin Fan's eyes that opened quickly, Jin Sichin said with certainty, you were not hypnotized by me. Huh? Exclamation mark. John Woo looked at Lin Fan. How could it be possible? Jin Sichin's hypnosis was superb. He, who was listening in, had the same feeling. As a psychologically fragile person, how could Lin Fan not be hypnotized? But that was the fact. Lin Fan sat up and asked, was that hypnosis just now? I didn't feel anything. No feeling? Jin Sichin frowned. He had never encountered a situation where hypnosis failed. No, I just closed my eyes and talked. There was no special feeling. Lin Fan said. There was a silence. Lin Fan didn't know why. Wu Yusen was at a loss, and Jin Sichin laughed instead. Okay, he said, there are always exceptions. As he said that, he walked closer to Lin Fan, bent down and moved closer, lowered his sunglasses, looked directly into her eyes and said, look into my eyes. Lin Fan didn't have time to retreat because of Jin Sichin's approach, because of his eyebrows and eyes under the sunglasses. She only thought that Jin Sichin's white hair was dyed by AI Fenki, but she didn't expect that even his eyebrows were white. Unlike Kyan Leo's white hair and eyebrows, Jin Sichin's eyelashes were white, and what was even rarer was his eyes. Generally, the pupil color of yellow people is dark brown. Most white people have blue, yellow, purple, or even green eyes. With the advent of cosmetic contact lenses in recent years, eyes of all colors are no longer uncommon. But Jin Sichin's eyes are light pink, very light pink, like frozen cherry blossom petals, and like thin pink crystals. The pupils are smaller than those of ordinary people, and they are not black, but light purple. Lin Fan was stunned for only a moment, and then she felt sucked in by those eyes. The pink spread out in front of her eyes, engulfing her like a tide, and the light purple pupils became larger and deeper, spreading out strands, extending into the light pink area, stirring and turning the light pink into purple. Lin Fan was confused by the deep and light purple, and the whole person was confused. The grove, cats, and airplanes quickly passed by her mind. What did you see? A low male voice exploded in her ears, and Lin Fan suddenly broke away from the purple vortex. She blinked and woke up instantly. The light pink is pretty good, she thought, looking at Jin Sichin's eyes. Jin Sichin didn't expect that he had clearly controlled Lin Fan's mind, but when he spoke, he sobered people up. If the failure just now was just a surprise to him, then now it can be called a defeat. Why did Jin Sichin join the Special Affairs Office? His superb business ability is indeed a reason. But the more important reason is that Jin Sichin also has supernatural powers. He was born with albinism, abandoned by his family, and taken in by an orphanage. It was also because of albinism that he suffered from exclusion and bullying since childhood. At first he didn't know how to resist, but later, he didn't know when he found that, as long as he stared at others, he could make the other party do what he wanted. The wishes of ignorant children are simple and terrible. After making some noise, the Special Affairs Office found this special child and brought him back. They confirmed that Jin Sichin's eyes have an almost invincible hypnotic function. As long as he looks at someone, he can hypnotize the other party instantly. In order to reduce trouble, he put on sunglasses. Fortunately, when Jin Sichin was brought back to the Special Affairs Office, he had not yet formed a distorted personality, and he was still a good child after a little teaching. At the same time, they also found that his IQ was extremely high, far beyond the level of ordinary people, and they cultivated him with great care. It can be said that Jin Sichin was a child raised in the Special Affairs Office. When he was older, he knew that his eyes were special, and he became very interested in hypnosis. In order to understand and study relevant knowledge, he applied for the psychology major, studied psychology all the way, and achieved considerable success. He became a psychology expert and returned to work in the Special Affairs Office. This is something that everyone likes to hear. Jin Sichin is a genius and precocious. He left the Special Affairs Office at a young age to study abroad, and he studied for many years, so not many people in the Special Affairs Office knew about this. After he returned to China after studying, I don't know if he was influenced by foreign fashion trends and became a fashionable young man who loves beauty. This can be seen from his dress. The glasses were also changed from all black sunglasses to brown gradient glasses. The color is dark at the top and becomes lighter at the bottom, which is vaguely visible. So even if everyone sees his white hair, Bailey thinks that he dyed it deliberately because he loves beauty. Of course, his eyes are invisible to ordinary people. I mentioned before that a few people were hypnotized by him somehow. He also took advantage of the transparent feature under the gradient glasses and deliberately raised his head to look at them. Although the other party couldn't see his eyes clearly, they could see the general idea, so it worked. Because they didn't look directly at each other, it was just a prank, and did not endanger their lives. Usually, hypnosis can be done with common psychological methods, but I didn't expect to encounter a Waterloo on Lin Fan today. And the invincible talent also failed one after another. This is more than just a setback. It's almost doubting life. Wu Yusen was sitting next to him, and because of the angle, he couldn't see Jin Sichin's eyes. But they knew that Jin Sichin's eyes had a hypnotic talent. Others didn't know why there was a nickname like Medusa, but they thought it was too appropriate. He thought that after Jin Sichin took off his glasses and looked at Lin Fan, what happened next would be clear. Unexpectedly, there was no movement for a long time, and finally Jin Sichin sat back and didn't move. What's going on? Wu Yusen looked at Lin Fan and decided to ask Jin Sichin. She can't be hypnotized by me. How can it be? Wu Yusen said in surprise. This time he really couldn't laugh. It can be. Jin Sichin pressed his forehead. He was also very depressed about this situation. Could it be that the earrings given by Mr. Khan worked? Wu Yusen suddenly thought of the gift that Mr. Khan gave him in the morning. Jin Sichin saw the earrings, but didn't care. When he heard that it was given by Mr. Khan, he hurriedly asked, what is the effect? It seems to be said that it suppresses negative emotions and prevents her from entering a crazy state. Wu Yusen recalled. That shouldn't be it. It has nothing to do with mine. Jin Sichin said. Besides, Mr. Khan himself almost couldn't resist my talent. It doesn't make sense that the little thing he made can work. I don't think so. Is it because the way to open it is wrong? Do you want to try again? Jin Sichin thought about it and was unwilling to give up, so he tried again. As a result, this time Lin Fan was not confused at all, half drooping his eyes, looking at him. It's even more uncomfortable. Wu Yusen and Jin Sichin didn't know who was more uncomfortable. Chapter 20 Returning Home. So far, the newcomer test of the Special Affairs Office has been completed. But it seems that it is not completed. In order to verify whether Jin Sichin's hypnosis is useless to Lin Fan or Lin Fan is immune to hypnosis, they specially found two psychologists to hypnotize Lin Fan, but they failed without exception. That's how Jin Sichin felt better. He slowly typed the 4 words hypnosis failed on the report. He thought Lin Fan was just an ordinary person he met, but he didn't expect that he was the one who failed. The 2 words Lin Fan were directly engraved in his heart, and he probably won't forget it in this life. He couldn't ask what happened that day, and the other test results showed that Lin Fan was an ordinary person. If the process is followed according to the conclusion of ordinary people, the next step is to hypnotize her to make her forget the matters related to the Special Affairs Office, and then quietly send her back. But Lin Fan can't be hypnotized. But she can't be held captive. Wu Yusen didn't expect that the final result would be such a mediocre result. He couldn't make a decision, so he hurried to find the director. However, the director was not waiting for him in the office today, so he could only call to ask. After waiting for a while, the director finally answered the phone. What's the matter? There was a bit of noise on the other end of the phone, and it sounded like there were a lot of people. Director, it's still about Lin Fan. Is there a problem with the test results? The test results are basically normal, but there are some problems with Jin Sichin. Wu Yusen said briefly. What's the problem with Jin Sichin? He can't hypnotize Lin Fan. What? The director didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? I said, Jin Sichin can't hypnotize Lin Fan. There was a ping pong sound from the other side, and after a while, the director's voice came again. How could this be? Jin Sichin could easily hypnotize him, but not Lin Fan. We don't know. Lin Fan had a memory gap in the grove that day, and she couldn't remember what happened no matter what. I asked Jin Sichin to help hypnotize her to find her memory, but he tried 3 times and failed. We asked 2 other psychologists to hypnotize her, but it didn't work. Lin Fan may be immune to hypnosis. Is this considered a supernatural power? Wu Yusen suddenly remembered to ask. Are there any problems with the other tests? The director asked again. Except for the doubts about her missing memory and the special situation of being immune to hypnosis, other test results all point to her being an ordinary person. But if you want to say she is an ordinary person, she is immune to Jin Sichin's talent twice. The director didn't know what he was doing. He didn't reply for a long time. After a while, he finally stopped making so much noise. He said, this is rare. But the hypnosis immunity, even if it is absorbed, it doesn't seem to have any special effect. As for the missing memory, it may just be a coincidence. Nothing special happened as you thought. I remember her illness. It's normal for her to have a bad memory. You don't have to worry too much. Just treat her as an ordinary person first. Anyway, we have basically grasped her situation. Even if there are lapses, we are not afraid of not being able to find her. Director, I know that in this case, we should classify her as an ordinary person. But before going to the special office, don't we need to hypnotize her to make her forget these things? Wu Yusen scratched his head. The director was busy and couldn't do 2 things at the same time. He really forgot about it. We can't keep her in custody forever. Jin Sichin said that Lin Fan's illness is quite troublesome. Don't let it get worse if we don't cure her. This has never happened before in the institute. I can only ask you how to deal with it. After a round of ping pong, the director spoke again. Let her sign a confidentiality agreement first. After sending her back, don't leave yet. Keep a secret watch on her and keep control. I'll go back tomorrow and arrange a few people to take turns with you to watch her for a while. Then find other people to study whether there are other ways to erase her memory. Let's do this for now and talk about it tomorrow. Wu Yusen looked at the hung up phone and heard that the director was busy. He could only do this for now. Alas, I can't remember what I should remember, and I can't forget what I should forget. What a fucked up life. I went back to Jin Sichin's office to find Lin Fan and told her the situation. Lin Fan immediately said that she would not tell anyone about what happened in the past few days, and she had no one to talk to, and no one would believe her even if she did. No matter how they monitor her, as long as it doesn't affect her daily life and she doesn't find out, it's fine. After borrowing Jin Sichin's place, typing a confidentiality agreement, and asking her to sign it, and installing a monitoring device on her phone, Lin Fan was anxious to go back. It was already past 7 o'clock when she looked at the watch. Do you want to eat something? Wu Yusen asked. No, I'm not hungry. Anyway, the matter here is over. I'd better go home and rest. Lin Fan said, if I stay any longer, it will be bad if I see something unspeakable and I don't leave. Wu Yusen thought about it and thought that hypnosis was useless, so it would be better to leave early. He was not hungry either, so he took Lin Fan to the elevator and came out of Rihang Trading Co. Limited. There were actually a few people working overtime in the trading company, and they all acted as if they didn't see them and were doing their own things. Walking into the yard and looking at the dark sky, Lin Fan thought of the artificial sky underground, and it seemed that there was no difference. It was still the same car when they came, and Wu Yusen was still driving Lin Fan. Compared to the previous time, Wu Yusen was more disappointed, but Lin Fan was more at ease. Along the way, John Woo explained the specific terms of the confidentiality agreement and the consequences of violating it to Lin Fan. I'm not afraid that you will tell others. You know that no one will believe you if you tell others. But once you open your mouth, it will be very troublesome. Lin Fan nodded to show that he understood. Perhaps feeling relieved, after getting rid of the trouble, Lin Fan took the initiative to ask about the Ririhang Trading Co. Limited. So who came up with the name too? John Woo shook his head and smiled. I don't know. The company has been around for a while and has always been called that name. I guess it was some old senior. Two is a bit rustic, but it's a good sign. Your special office still relies on Ririhang? How much trouble will that cause? That's not it. It's just the trading company Ririhang above. Isn't that company a disguise of the special office? It's a disguise, but it's also a real company. The system inside is running normally. It's a real trading company. To be honest, it's quite profitable. Part of the funding for the special office is provided by Ririhang. I thought it was all your people pretending to be employees and putting on a show. Lin Fan said in surprise. That's not the case. Most people in Ririhang are ordinary employees and don't know about the existence of the Special Affairs Office. Only some employees are from the Special Affairs Office. For example, the front desk. Lin Fan thought of the familiarity that the front desk showed to Wu Yusen yesterday. In ordinary companies, colleagues get along for a long time and there is nothing wrong with some friendships, but Ririhang is a disguise company. Wu Yusen only borrowed a place to enter the Special Affairs Office. It is said that he would not have too much contact with non-related personnel, and he did not have time to get familiar with them. You are quite perceptive. Wu Yusen smiled. She is indeed an employee of the Special Affairs Office. All the front desk staff of Ririhang are employees of the Special Affairs Office. Some key people and senior executives are also employees of the Special Affairs Office. After all, we often go in and out of the company, and we don't have actual business, so we need someone to cover it up. You haven't been to the third floor. It is the office of the general manager, special assistant and secretary, and there are employees of the Special Affairs Office. Are they all ordinary people? Lin Fan felt that if there were special abilities, they would not waste it working in an ordinary company, but play a greater role. Most of them are ordinary people. You don't think that all the people in the Special Affairs Office have superpowers, do you? Wu Yusen explained with a smile. In fact, most of them are ordinary people without superpowers, such as me. The personnel composition of an organization is very large. It is impossible to find superpowers to do all the basic jobs such as cleaning, canteen chef, clerk, etc. Let's not talk about whether it is a waste and you can't find all the people. After all, people with superpowers are still very rare. Very few. Lin Fan saw many superpowers today, which was an eye-opener. Wu Yusen knew what she was thinking and explained. Don't say you saw a lot today. They are waiting to do the test for you with an appointment in advance. On weekdays, you can't find them unless you call them for something. Think about it carefully. Except for the few offices we entered, there are no people in the hall outside. Indeed. Except for a few people in the hall of the refining group, there was no one in the office area of other departments. Compared to ordinary people who need to sit in and punch in, they have more freedom. Even if they come to work, they often disappear. We will not restrict them in any special way, as long as they do not make mistakes when they are on a mission. Don't underestimate the abilities of people with special powers. The price is usually very high. They are given strange and even dangerous missions. Therefore, it is tacitly agreed by the Special Affairs Office to let them indulge in these small things on a daily basis. In addition to ordinary people without special skills and people with special powers, the Special Affairs Office also has some professionals. For example, the medical department, where you did a physical examination this morning. The doctors and research institutes in it are professionals. There are also hackers who have become popular in recent years. There is also a department that specializes in dealing with electronic equipment. Your information and those camera videos were all found by them. What kind of ordinary people can enter the Special Affairs Office to work? Lin Fan asked. Some of them are descendants of people with special powers, but they don't have special powers, as I mentioned before. The earliest batch of employees of the Special Affairs Office were transferred from 888. I heard that they were all strictly selected from the military research institutes at that time. Later, the Special Affairs Office grew in size, the demand for manpower increased, and some requirements were not so strict. In addition to the original selection channels, the relationships of Special Affairs employees, such as family members, relatives, friends and the like, naturally became the expansion of the group. Of course, they all need to pass the review and examination. This kind of review is much stricter than the civil service examination and political review. Moreover, most of these ordinary people, after entering the Special Affairs Office, can't get out. There are also some special ones. For example, some ordinary people involved in some business have died out and only one is left. You can't just hypnotize him and leave him there. Some will be brought back. There are also some who happen to meet people with special powers who are performing tasks, see some special situations, and are very interested in them. They can also pass the review themselves, so they join. John Woo thought of the past and couldn't help laughing even more happily. Chapter 21. The first appearance of Mecha. The situation of your hypnosis immunity is not very certain. It is possible that after a while, they will find a way to use it and take you back to the Special Affairs Office to work. It is also possible that in 2 days, there will be a new way to make you forget this memory. Don't take it too seriously. Wu Yusen knew that if the benefits of hypnosis immunity were not particularly great, Lin Fan would not be brought into the Special Affairs Office. After all, the Special Affairs Office is not a charity organization, and the employees they recruit must bring benefits. If Lin Fan did not have a serious mental illness, even if she had broken arms and legs, she could be kept directly for the special situation of hypnosis immunity and assigned a job just in case. But her mental illness is complicated and persistent. The whole person is equivalent to a disabled person and there may be other unexpected conditions. It takes a lot of time and cost to treat her, which is not proportional to the added value she has shown. This is why, even though Lin Fan showed abnormalities and could not be hypnotized, and there was a risk of leaking secrets, the director still asked Wu Yusen to send her back. It's nothing more than the cost of making Lin Fan lose her memory is much smaller than curing her. I didn't take it to heart, Lin Fan said faintly. She just thought hypnosis was nonsense. Come to think of it, it's true. TV and movies are all fictional. They are all lies. She still thought that she could be hypnotized to be normal. The psychologist she saw before never brought it up. It must be impossible. It's not true. Hypnosis treatment is real and effective. The psychologist before didn't bring it up because she couldn't do it with her ability. It takes very strong professional ability to hypnotize accurately. The psychologists in the special agency can do it easily, especially Jin Sichin. Not to mention his professional skills, the talent of his eyes alone is unparalleled. I don't know why it doesn't work for Lin Fan. Lin Fan doesn't know what others think. She only knows that she has failed to hypnotize several times. Naturally, she thinks hypnosis is a lie. Since it's all fake, what's there to care about? By the way, what you told me, did it leak the secret? Lin Fan suddenly thought of the confidentiality agreement. Knowing too much is not a good thing. Wu Yusen sensed her concerns and comforted her. It's okay. Compared to what you saw today, this is not a secret. You won't tell me anyway, and once your memory is cleared in a few days, nothing will happen. Don't worry. He was confident that he could clear Lin Fan's memory, but Lin Fan himself didn't, so he stopped the topic. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything else, and the car fell into silence. The affairs of the Special Affairs Office couldn't be discussed, and he probably knew everything about Lin Fan himself, so there was no need to ask more. And if he asked in detail, it might bring up something unpleasant, which would be bad. Just as Wu Yusen was thinking about whether to find some topics to talk about himself, he heard a loud gurgling sound. Even though Lin Fan didn't care about other people's opinions, her stomach was rumbling like thunder. In such a small and silent space, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed when Wu Yusen, who was not familiar with her, heard it. But no matter how hard she covered her belly with both hands, it couldn't stop it from making noises. I remember that after 9 o'clock in your place, most shops are closed, right? Wu Yusen seemed to have heard nothing. Well, there is not much nightlife in small cities at night. There may be some KTVs and internet cafes that are open very late, but most shops are closed. Lin Fan hurriedly answered, making some noise to cover up her discomfort. Look, it's almost 9 o'clock now. When I take you home, the restaurants will definitely be closed. I guess I won't be able to find a place to eat. Wu Yusen discussed with Lin Fan. How about this? When we get to the next service area, I'll go eat something first. If you are willing, you can also eat with me. How about it? Wu Yusen was still quite smooth in dealing with things. This not only avoided Lin Fan's embarrassment, but also naturally allowed Lin Fan to eat. It can be said to be very considerate. Lin Fan knew that Wu Yusen said that just for her sake. She felt guilty when she remembered that he had missed the meal because of her delay. Thank you. Wu Yusen also took the opportunity to start talking about other things to interrupt. Lin Fan started talking seriously. Both of them pretended not to hear the occasional gurgling sound. They chatted about this and that and soon arrived at the service area. It was already past 9 o'clock. This service area was not big compared with many of the beautifully decorated landscape service areas along the way. It was just ordinary. It was not like those beautifully decorated service areas with many lights. There were only a few tall lamp posts illuminating the parking lot. In addition to the basic facilities such as gas stations, toilets, and small supermarkets, there was actually a chain fast food restaurant. It was a pleasant surprise. Wu Yusen had been thinking about instant noodles. Maybe it was a newly opened store. It looked very clean, and the light from the floor to ceiling windows illuminated the dim road. Wu Yusen chose a place that was not particularly bright, but could be seen clearly. Lin Fan guessed that he didn't want the license plate to be exposed to the surveillance. In such a dim environment, it is difficult to see where the surveillance cameras are installed, so they just parked in a dark place, so that even if they were photographed by the surveillance cameras, the license plate would not be clearly visible. The two of them went to take care of their personal hygiene together, and then entered the restaurant together. The menu of the restaurant was much more vague than the exterior decoration, but because it was the only restaurant in the service area, there was nothing to choose from. Each of them ordered a fast food and buried their heads in eating. Perhaps out of consideration for Lin Fan's feelings, John Woo did not eat fast. Seeing Lin Fan put down his chopsticks, he sped up to finish eating. Lin Fan noticed it, and on the way back to the car, he couldn't help but say, "You're fine." Really? John Woo didn't expect Lin Fan to suddenly praise him, and smiled so hard that his teeth were not visible. "Thank you, I think you're fine too." Lin Fan remembered that John Woo had praised Jin Sichin in this way in her office, and couldn't help but find it interesting. "You smiled." Wu Yusen was surprised to find that I rarely see you smile. "Because I rarely feel happy." "Then why were you happy just now?" Wu Yusen thought of the conversation just now. "Just because I praised you?" "Lin Fan, you are too easily satisfied." The two of them walked to the front of the car with a relaxed chatter. Lin Fan suddenly stopped and looked at the entrance of the service area. "What's wrong?" Wu Yusen saw that Lin Fan's face, which was originally slightly smiling, suddenly became serious and his brows frowned, and asked. "There is a strange sound." Lin Fan heard a rumbling sound coming over at a very fast speed, which was particularly abnormal in the quiet night. Wu Yusen followed Lin Fan's gaze and looked towards the entrance. He listened carefully, but found nothing, except the occasional sound of passing traffic. "What's the sound?" he asked. "It sounds like a big truck, driving very fast." Lin Fan thought for a while and said. Wu Yusen was relieved immediately. "Isn't it normal to have a big truck driving fast on the highway?" Just as he was about to ask Lin Fan to get in the car, he saw a beam of strong light appear at the entrance of the service area. In the blink of an eye, a heavy truck rushed in without slowing down at all. Wu Yusen frowned. It was obvious that the fully loaded heavy truck was out of control, and it was heading towards the gas station in the direction of the exit. If it really hit it, the consequences would be disastrous. The driver of the heavy truck seemed to have realized the seriousness of the matter. He quickly turned the steering wheel to the right, and the car turned a big bend like a drift, pushing aside several small cars parked in the open space, and coming towards Lin Fan and the two. The out-of-control heavy truck was going too fast. Wu Yusen had just reacted when the car came close. He subconsciously reached out to push Lin Fan away, his mind full of thoughts about protecting the lives of ordinary people. Before he could touch Lin Fan, the huge front of the car was already in front of him. Wu Yusen couldn't help but close his eyes and put one hand in front of his head, waiting for the moment to be hit. However, the roar of the engine and the sharp friction of the tires continued to sound, and the smell of burning came over, but Wu Yusen was not hit. His heart was beating in his throat. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a huge radiator grill in front of him, but the car didn't move at all and didn't move any further. Hot air kept gushing out of the grill and hitting his face. It was obvious that the car engine was still running. How did it stop? He looked sideways and saw a hand next to him, with 5 fingers spread out, pressed against the front of the car. The hand was not big, and it seemed to be covered with a layer of black metal gloves, which reminded people of medieval knights' armor gloves. The hand didn't seem to use any force, but just gently placed it on the front of the car. The out-of-control truck carrying a load of goods and weighing more than 10 tons could not move forward at all. The wheels kept rubbing in place, and that's how the burnt smell came from. Lin Fan. After Wu Yusen escaped from danger, the first thing he thought of was Lin Fan's safety. When he turned his head, he didn't see Lin Fan, but saw a scene that made him dumbfounded. Damn it. Even though Wu Yusen was knowledgeable, he could only spit out these 2 words to describe his current mood. His smile had long been gone. Under the illumination of the heavy truck headlights, following the black palm, there is an arm stretched straight. Like the hand, it is wrapped in silver or white metal. Because the light is too bright, it is not clear. Following the arm, Wu Yusen saw the chest and head wrapped in metal. It was also dazzled by the headlights and could not be seen clearly. Mecha. The lack of clarity did not prevent Wu Yusen from forming a judgment in his mind. This is clearly a mecha. At this moment, he had forgotten that he had to confirm Lin Fan's safety. His heart and mind were filled with the word mecha. It is probably difficult to find a specific reason for men's love for machinery. Don't you see that there are men of all ages who can't walk when they see excavators and sports cars? And mechas have pushed this love to the peak. The mecha hand shook forward lightly, as if it had released internal energy, and the engine of the heavy truck broke down instantly. The crisis was resolved. Seeing the mecha's head turn slightly, Wu Yusen swallowed nervously, his heart beating wildly all over his body. He had to look over here, Who knew that the next second the mecha disappeared, and a figure collapsed to the ground. Wu Yusen subconsciously grabbed it and pulled it up to take a closer look. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lin Fan? He knew it. He knew that Lin Fan must have superpowers. It was indeed her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. Is it a supernatural power? Since he began to suspect Lin Fan, Wu Yusen had guessed many times what kind of supernatural power she had, but all the tests denied it one by one. Now he finally knew that Lin Fan could transform into a mecha. No wonder the supernatural power test of the Special Affairs Office could not find it. Their supernatural powers are all about catching ghosts, refining pills, cultivating immortals, etc., which have nothing to do with mechas. It seems that there are 2 systems running in opposite directions. There was a noise. The staff and other passengers in the service area found that the truck had stopped and ran over. Wu Yusen didn't have time to think about it and hugged Lin Fan and got into the car. The car he drove had a bulletproof function. Although it was hit by a heavy truck just now, it was not a big deal. But he couldn't leave immediately. He didn't know if Lin Fan's transformation was filmed. If there was any video footage, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, as a special agent, these are things he is used to doing. Lin Fan finally showed his supernatural power, which made him finally relieved. Wu Yusen laid Lin Fan flat on the back seat and called her a few times. She didn't respond, but her breathing, pulse, and complexion were normal. She should be fine. Someone outside kept knocking on the car window, so he had to put Lin Fan down and deal with the people outside first. Is there anyone inside? The car window of the Special Affairs Office was really dark, and you couldn't see clearly inside even with a flashlight. I saw 2 people coming. There should be someone. Wu Yusen opened the middle door. There are people. We were really scared just now. Is everything okay? The kind-hearted person saw that there was still someone lying inside and shone a flashlight. It's okay. It's okay. My wife got a headache because of the fear. I'll let her lie down and rest for a while. Wu Yusen explained with a smile and pulled the middle door closed to prevent others from continuing to peek. It's good that she's okay. We were scared to death. I said that a car was hit, but you didn't believe it. This person was probably a witness. Thank you. Thank you for your concern. Wu Yusen thanked them one by one. Can your car still move? If it can, move it. Someone suggested, it's always unsafe to park it in front of the car. Who knows if the car will cause trouble. The heavy truck driver was also helped down. He was limp all over and kept apologizing to Wu Yusen. His speech was unclear. Wu Yusen tried to find out that the driver was so nervous that he closed his eyes at the end and didn't know how the car stopped. He climbed up the car to take a look. From the driver's perspective, he should not be able to see the situation of Lin Fan's transformation. After seeing that the dashcam was installed on the rearview mirror, he took out the memory card inside when no one was paying attention. After getting down, he moved his car to a hidden position where he could see the parking lot. He went to the backseat of the car and watched Lin Fan while making a phone call. First, he had to contact the hacker. Wang Fengfeng was the hacker responsible for investigating Lin Fan's information. He spent all year in the hacker office of the Special Affairs Office. He answered the phone as soon as the bell rang. What's up, brother Wu? I'm at the XX highway service area now. According to the location I sent you, control all surveillance inside and outside the service area. Check half an hour ahead and intercept all content where I appear. And send the location of the service area and the license plates of vehicles that left within 10 minutes and later too. Who's on standby today? There was a crackling sound from the other side. Group 6, Group 8, and Group 11 are all on standby at the station. Send it to Group 6, quickly. Understood. Wang Fengfeng knew the situation was urgent and didn't say anything nonsense. Wu Yusen hung up the phone and called the head of Group 6. Zuping was watching a web drama in his office. When the phone rang, he knew that he had a job and answered it immediately. What's the situation? There was an emergency in the parking lot of the service area and we need follow-up support. I have asked Wang Fengfeng to check the surveillance. I have a person to protect, so I can't get off the car to clean up. I don't know if the car that left after the incident captured anything. I need you to stop the car on the highway and check the surveillance. I see. Have the location and license plate been sent? Zuping got up and walked out of the office to greet his subordinates. I asked Wang Fengfeng to send it to you. It should be here soon. I just need to stop the car. Don't I need a service area? Do you have enough people? If you have enough, come. If not, I will ask Group 8 to come to the service area. Enough. You don't need to notify other groups. I'll go. Wait. Zuping hung up the phone. Of course, he couldn't notify other groups. It sounds like the business is not big. If other groups are asked to share it, what performance will there be? The bonus will be reduced. After the 2 calls, Wu Yusen was relieved. Zuping is very capable. He will communicate with the relevant departments and take over all matters. You don't have to worry about it if you leave it to him. He just needs to pretend to be an ordinary person who is frightened. Keep an eye on Lin Fan and wait for them to arrive. By the way, he also needs to tell the director. What's the matter? The director knew that John Woo would not call unless there was an emergency, especially since he had just said that he would talk about it tomorrow. Fortunately, the matter at hand has just been completed and there is no need to be distracted. Lin Fan has transformed. Transformed? The director was surprised. What did he transform into? If people with superpowers are already very rare in the Special Affairs Office, then the number of people with superpowers who can transform can be counted on one hand. Because of the dilution of blood, most of the transformations are in an incomplete state. So when he suddenly heard that Lin Fan could transform, he was also stunned. Mecha. What? The director did not react. Mecha. Robot. Iron Man. Humanoid armor. John Woo shouted in a slightly excited voice. The director felt that he understood, but felt that he had entered the wrong channel. Aren't Mecha's a science and technology stream? They are dealing with supernatural powers, and they also do research. Are you sure? I'm sure and certain. I saw it with my own eyes, right next to her. She changed when I turned my head, but she changed back, before I could see clearly. Wu Yusen said. What is Lin Fan's current condition? She fainted when she changed back, and she couldn't be woken up. But all indicators are normal. I will take her back, when Zuping arrives. What happened? Please tell me in detail. Wu Yusen told him in detail about how a large truck lost control when he came out of dinner and almost hit him, but was blocked by Lin Fan with one hand. The director was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. She can easily stop a heavy truck, so she should be able to hold up an airplane. It must be her. Wu Yusen emphasized his prediction again, but a supernatural power, is it considered a supernatural power? The director didn't know, but since she could change, Lin Fan could definitely not be an ordinary person, so he asked Wu Yusen to bring her back first. There were not many people in the small service area at night. Although the truck lost control, it was dangerous, but it did not cause any casualties. It was just a collision between several cars. The victims were waiting for the traffic police to deal with the accident, and there were also people watching the excitement on the side. There were very few cars leaving. It took Wu Yusen more than 2 hours to drive from the special office to the service area, but Zuping rushed to get there in less than 2 hours. He saw Wu Yusen's car at a glance, sent his men out to work, and came alone to join. What's the situation? Zuping got into the car and asked Lin Fan, who was still unconscious. The heavy truck lost control, and this person stopped it. Wu Yusen said briefly. So fierce. Zuping had seen the heavy truck a long time ago, and it was not light. He tapped Lin Fan with his chin. What is it now? Fainted. Probably can't control his ability. Wu Yusen was not sure what the situation was. I'm not waiting for you to clean up. I'll take people back to check. Boss. A voice came from the intercom. Speak. Zuping responded. The truck had not been maintained for a long time, and the brake pads were severely worn, causing the brakes to fail. The car's dashcam did not find the memory card. The card is here with me. Wu Yusen interrupted. I used a new card to rewrite the previous content and deleted the part where the incident happened. I'll have your people put it back later. Zuping took the memory card handed over by Wu Yusen and said to the man just now, come and get it. Boss. Another voice came from the intercom. The dashcams of other vehicles around have been checked. Due to light and distance reasons, the truck's position was not captured. Got it? Zuping asked again. How about the others? There are not many external surveillance cameras in this service area, but several are not connected to the internet. We are checking the content. Another voice replied. The person who was called to get the things just now came to the outside of the car and knocked on the door. Zuping opened the door and handed the memory card to his subordinate in the insurance company uniform, asking him to put it back into the truck's dashcam. I've observed that it's hard to see the front of the truck from behind, but there might be an accident. Check carefully. Wu Yusen urged. Do I need you to tell me? Zuping rolled his eyes. They were all veteran special agents, and it seemed that everyone knew this basic job. Then you check it. I'm going to take the people back. You take them back alone. Can you keep an eye on them? The situation doesn't seem stable. Zuping asked. Wu Yusen hesitated for a moment. He was not sure when Lin Fan would wake up and what condition he would be in after waking up. It was indeed necessary to prepare for emergencies. I'll find someone to drive for you, and you can watch from behind. Zuping suggested. Wu Yusen readily agreed. After a while, the people arrived. Zuping gave a few instructions and got off the car. After saying goodbye to Wu Yusen, he walked towards his own car. He still had a lot to do. The colleague who was driving the car got in the car without saying a word and drove directly. Wu Yusen was in the back seat, watching the lights flickering on Lin Fan's face, and his originally excited mood had calmed down. At present, it seems that Lin Fan cannot control his transformation state. If she would be unconscious for a period of time after each transformation, then the reason for her coma in the woods at noon that day has been found. The only memory that disappeared was the transformation. So, can she still remember this transformation? And what was the opportunity for her transformation? Encountering danger, but she was in the woods when the plane crashed last time, and she couldn't be hurt at all. Why? After knowing that Lin Fan could transform, there seemed to be more questions. It was not like what he originally thought, that he could simply test out his superpowers and join the Special Affairs Office. Just watching Lin Fan all the way, thinking about various questions all the way, the car drove back to Gao City. Gao City was slightly bright, and the streets were still brightly lit. Lin Fan opened his eyes in the dim lights. Chapter 23 Return to the Special Affairs Office. Lin Fan didn't know how she got into the car. Her last memory was still on the out of control truck. She sat up suddenly and saw Wu Yusen sitting next to her and looking at her. She asked in surprise, "The truck didn't hit us?" It was obvious that it was nonsense to ask. If they had hit us, they wouldn't have sat and chatted. Wu Yusen replied with a strange expression. It stopped at the critical moment. Lin Fan only noticed at this time that Wu Yusen was also sitting in the back seat and someone else was driving in the front. She felt something was wrong and looked out the window and saw many signs of Gao City. "Is this Gao City?" Lin Fan asked in disbelief. "Yes." "What time is it now?" Lin Fan wanted to ask why she came back, but she saw the slightly bright sky, which was obviously not the same time as the dark sky when she had dinner before. "It's past 4 o'clock. Wu Yusen replied, "In the early morning." Lin Fan took a breath of cold air. The memory of the last second was less than 10 o'clock, and more than 6 hours had passed since she opened her eyes. Did something happen after I fainted? Lin Fan was not stupid to begin with, and she suddenly thought of her inexplicable coma. It was more than an hour before she got home, and the Special Affairs Office had agreed to it. Wu Yusen did not show anything special along the way, and he was still talking and laughing. If nothing special had happened, they would not have taken him back to the Special Affairs Office. Wu Yusen was concerned about his colleague who was driving in the front seat and did not want him to know too much. Just as he was about to organize his words, he heard Lin Fan say again, "Forget it, don't say it." Lin Fan guessed something in her heart, but did not want to think deeply, so she simply lay down and closed her eyes to rest. Wu Yusen did not disturb her and just went to the Special Affairs Office in silence. This time the car did not enter from the Ririhan compound, but drove into a hidden underground parking lot. After winding around a few times, it entered the exclusive passage of the Special Affairs Office. It was already past 5 o'clock, and Wu Yusen took Lin Fan directly back to his office to rest. Just after he settled her down, he received a call from the director. He hurriedly locked the door and reported to the director. The director, who always had a smile on his face, was a little worried. He put out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray full of cigarette butts. "Tell me more about what happened." Wu Yusen repeated the whole story in detail, then took out the memory card and asked, "I got the truck surveillance. Do you want to take a look?" "Play it." Wu Yusen skillfully connected the card to the computer, quickly found the last video, and clicked to play. At the beginning of the video, the driver was still driving fast on the highway. At this time, he seemed to have discovered that the brakes had failed. In the video, you can hear the driver's words, from confusion to fear, and you can also hear the dong dong sound, which seems to be a big move to slam the brakes. Soon, he entered the ramp of the service area. The driver kept slamming the brakes and screaming in the car. The car rushed towards the gas station at a very fast speed. At this time, the driver found something wrong and turned the steering wheel in a hurry. The picture in the video rotated at a very fast speed and rushed in another direction. In 2 or 3 seconds, Wu Yusen and Lin Fan entered the picture. Wu Yusen reached out to push Lin Fan on the right, but the front of the car had already hit him. The headlights flickered and something seemed to light up. Wu Yusen's shadow could no longer be seen in the picture, and there was a vague white thing in the left headlight, but it was not clear. The director and Wu Yusen were almost close to the computer screen, and they could only see a white thing under the strong light, but it was really hard to see what it looked like. "Why is it so blurry?" The director frowned. "Maybe the dashcam is old and the pixels are not clear." Wu Yusen guessed. "This thing can't make any sense. Why don't I take it to the technical department to repair it and see if it can be clearer?" "Go quickly." The director drove him away and stopped him when he was about to leave. By the way, how is Lin Fan now? She is resting in my office locked up. Wu Yusen thought about it and added, she woke up for a while in the middle of the journey. Maybe she guessed something, but she didn't say anything. She looks okay. Then you go quickly. Lin Fan can't be left alone. Pay attention to safety. The director said with a hint of meaning. John Woo hurried to the technical department to find Wang Fengfeng. Wang Fengfeng, as his name suggests, is tall and thin, 1.87 meters tall, with little flesh on his body. He wears a pair of black square-framed myopic glasses. The lenses are air transparent brown glass, and he dresses like a literary youth. He smiles a little shyly, his manners are a little delicate, and he looks harmless. But if you underestimate him because of this, you will suffer a great loss. As one of the top hackers in the Special Affairs Department, his aggression in the electronic field is not as harmless as his appearance. Brother Wu, you are here? Wang Fengfeng greeted John Woo happily when he saw him. I checked all the cameras in the service area. I didn't capture any abnormal situation related to you during the period you mentioned, but I still erased your traces and replaced them with other materials to ensure that no one would notice. Thank you for your hard work, Wu Yusen thanked him. Here is a video. It's too blurry, and I can't see anything clearly. Can you make it clearer? Let me see. Wang Fengfeng took the memory card and found the last frame of the video according to Wu Yusen's instructions. It's really blurry. I'll try to make it clearer. It will take some time. Brother Wu, you should go and do your work first. I'll call you when it's done. Wu Yusen thanked Wang Fengfeng and left the technical department. He went to the medical department to find someone and arranged for Lin Fan to have another physical examination before returning to his office. Lin Fan was still lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, just like when he left. His swollen body showed obvious illness. Who would have thought that such a body could be transformed into a steel mecha? Although he only caught a glimpse and didn't see the whole appearance of the mecha, he still felt handsome. Very handsome. Okay. He walked over gently. Just as he bent down to call Lin Fan, he saw her eyes swish open. Her eyes were extremely clear, as if she had not slept at all. Lin Fan didn't want to sleep. She had a hunch that something was wrong, but she didn't want to face it, as if Wu Yusen would tell her something that would change her current situation at any time, so she simply closed her eyes to escape. The mess of thoughts in her mind made her feel upset, and she couldn't calm down. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but she didn't sleep deeply. She woke up when the office door was opened and didn't open her eyes until the footsteps stopped in front of her. Lin Fan, Wu Yusen said, I'm afraid you have to take another test. Lin Fan slowly sat up, leaned on the back of the sofa and asked slowly, is it the same as yesterday? Only medical test. Wu Yusen replied. Since Lin Fan transformed into a mecha, the supernatural test in the institute is completely useless. On the contrary, medical tests may be able to find some abnormalities after the transformation, if there are any. Lin Fan followed Wu Yusen obediently without asking a single question. Wu Yusen saw that she was silent, so he didn't say anything. After all, she had to know what she needed to know, and she had to give her a process of self-acceptance. She went to draw blood first. This time, she drew more than the day before. After the blood was drawn, she didn't go to eat, but continued to do a series of tests. Only after the test, which was even longer than yesterday, did Wu Yusen take Lin Fan to eat. Lin Fan didn't say anything either, and did whatever she was asked to do. Her complexion was a little worse, but her mobility was still okay. Wu Yusen also considered the time limit that might arise after the transformation. He was afraid that, if it was delayed for too long, some conditions would not be detected. So seeing that Lin Fan was in a decent condition, he hardened his heart and asked her to complete the whole set of tests. After accompanying Lin Fan to eat a slow meal, Wang Fengfeng called, Brother Wu, the video is ready, come and take a look. Wu Yusen originally wanted to take Lin Fan back to the office and lock him up before going to find Wang Fengfeng, but after seeing Lin Fan's silence, he took people over directly. Wang Fengfeng didn't ask much when he saw Lin Fan. He took a glance and said to Wu Yusen, this dashcam is probably an old thing from many years ago. The pixels it takes are originally low, and the light at night is poor, so it is difficult to get a clear image. I used software to analyze and refine the pixel blocks inside, and then reassembled a clearer picture. Wu Yusen looked over, and saw that the originally blurry white part on the screen could already vaguely see the outline of a human figure. But if you don't say it's a mecha, it's hard to think of that part. At least Wang Fengfeng didn't see it, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm as a mecha fan. Can it be clearer? Wu Yusen needs clearer image data, and the current one obviously does not meet the requirements. No, brother. Wang Fengfeng was also a good cook who could not make a meal without rice. Low pixels are only one of the reasons. This headlight must have been modified, and it is too bright. I don't know what material the white object next to the headlight is made of, which forms a strong reflection, and the camera can't take a clear picture at all. Look, except for the light, everything else is dark, just like someone is shining a flashlight on you in the dark night, and you can't see anything else except the light. In short, this is the clearest level that can be achieved. Wu Yusen nodded. Okay, send me this picture. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Fengfeng smiled shyly, said it was okay, and turned to send the picture. Wu Yusen took the opportunity to look at Lin Fan. Seeing that she was also looking at the picture on the screen, but there was no expression, and he didn't know what she was thinking. As soon as a picture was transferred to the tablet in his hand, Wu Yusen's phone rang. It was the director. Xiao Wu, I have read the test report, and there is nothing abnormal. The director had been waiting for Lin Fan's test report in the office, so he knew the result as soon as it came out. On the contrary, John Wu didn't know all the results yet, because some results had not come out before dinner. I'm in the technical department looking at the restoration status of the picture, and I haven't seen the test results yet. John Wu flipped through the inspection results, and reported to the director. Has it been restored? The director asked. It has been restored a little, and you can see the outline of a human figure, but it's not very clear. John Wu forwarded the picture. The director also successfully opened the picture. Indeed, if you know it's a mecha, you can see where the head and shoulders are, but if you don't tell me, you can only see a vague human figure. Is this the only way? Yes, this is the clearest result. Okay, the director pondered for a moment. You take people to the conference room first. I'll find a few people to go together and see what to do next. Wang Fengfeng was played by my internship teacher in high school. I remember him standing in front of the blackboard, wearing a khaki sweater. He wore wool gloves on his hands, and in order to make it easier to write with chalk, his thumb and index finger were only half. Because his name didn't match his height, his classmates always affectionately called him Feng Feng. This teacher is one of the few good teachers I remember. I wonder how teacher Wang is doing now? Chapter 24 Meeting Room. After sitting in the conference room with Lin Fan for a while, the director arrived. When Lin Fan first met the director, he just thought he was an ordinary uncle in his 50s. He was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, a little handsome, smiling, and very kind. His smile was similar to John Woo's, but a little different. John Woo's smile was very friendly and easy to get close to. The director's smile made her feel at ease, like Maitreya Buddha, as if as long as he was there would be no danger, and no unsolvable situation. And John Woo's smile might change from time to time, because he was young, and sometimes it would disappear. The director's smile was like a mask engraved on his face, as if it would not change, even if the sky fell. Hello, Lin Fan. I'm the director of the Special Affairs Office. My name is Zhu Kunjun. The director greeted Lin Fan as soon as he came in. Perhaps because he knew Lin Fan's problem, he did not get too close, but kept a distance. Lin Fan was not afraid that he was a leader, so he did not say anything, but just nodded slightly. Wu Yusen thought of the first time he met Lin Fan. Lin Fan also did not say a word, clearly unwilling to deal with strangers. It took him a few days of contact before Lin Fan slowly spoke. Jin Sichen came in behind the director, noticed Lin Fan's behavior, and secretly noted that Lin Fan had a social distance from strangers. She was so cooperative yesterday, probably because of his identity as a psychologist. Zhu Ping also followed behind. After he came back from cleaning up, he thought someone was looking for him, so he didn't leave the office. Sure enough, when he took a nap, the phone rang. Wang Fengfeng also came. He was the one who investigated Lin Fan's affairs, and he was familiar with Lin Fan, plus his skills were impeccable. For situations involving Lin Fan, it is better to find him directly instead of finding a stranger to take over. There is another person that Lin Fan has never met. He is the leader of the equipment group, named Zhang Cheng. He is a scholar-type man in his early 40s. His hair is a little grey, he is tall and thin, and his eyebrows are always pinched, as if he is always angry. Several people took their seats one by one. Wu Yusen went forward to check the doors and windows and other places where they could be peeped to ensure the safety of the environment. He turned on the access control system by the door, and the conference room instantly became a secret room. There was no way to hear any movement inside from the outside. Today we are calling everyone together because of Lin Fan. The director spoke first. Some people already know Lin Fan or are familiar with him, and some people don't know him. Xiao Wu, you come and give everyone a brief introduction. Yes, director. Wu Yusen stood up, walked to the front of the conference table, turned on the projector, and began to introduce. The cause of the incident was the news that a fighter plane crashed 10 days ago, and the pilot and the plane were safe and sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a short video of the crash was played on the projector. It was Wang Fengfeng who cooperated with him in demonstrating relevant information at his seat. Everyone present except Zhang Cheng had seen this short video, and he was the only one who watched it most carefully. As a low probability event, this incident was originally just a hot topic in public opinion, and it will be over once the craze passes. But a week ago, the military contacted the director and said that when the pilot jumped out of the sky, he saw someone holding the plane and flying away. And the plane did not crash. Except for some scratches on the nose, the outer shell was almost intact. Wang Fengfeng also showed the photos taken by the military of the plane and the close-up of the scratches at the right time. Jin Sichen and others did not have the opportunity to access these internal materials, and they all read them very carefully. How could the plane crash with only this little scratch? It's obviously not normal, Zhang Cheng said. Wu Yusen nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not normal. So after the military conducted psychological analysis and polygraph on the pilot, they suspected that someone with supernatural powers had taken action and passed the question to us. After retrieving surveillance and calculating various data, we found that according to the normal trajectory, the plane should not fall at the location of the photo, but should fall in the XX community 1 kilometer ago. The projector displayed the aircraft trajectory map and landing point data again. Zhang Cheng looked at it carefully, took a pen, and wrote and drew on the paper to make sure that the data was correct. The XX community is where Lin Fan lives. We checked the surveillance cameras and found that everyone was on the surveillance camera during the incident. Only Lin Fan disappeared from the surveillance camera for almost 7 hours before reappearing. As the only person in doubt, I judge that she is very likely to be the person we are looking for, with the ability to fly and great strength, and the possibility is very high. With this idea, I started to contact Lin Fan 4 days ago. Jin Sichen didn't know this part and listened carefully. With a detailed investigation of Lin Fan, I quickly found her. Lin Fan's resume was displayed on the projector. She has suffered from severe depression for many years, lives alone, has almost no social interaction, and is not in a good physical and mental state. Zhu Ping and Zhang Cheng heard this and glanced at Lin Fan quickly, and then quickly retracted their eyes. Lin Fan has been lowering his head since Wu Yusen opened his mouth, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Fan has no memory of what happened that afternoon. She guessed that she fainted due to heat stroke, but I think that's unreasonable. It took me 3 days to get her to agree to come back for the ability test, knowing that she never believed she had abilities. She felt that if she had abilities, she wouldn't have been sick for so many years. I started the new employee process yesterday morning. There were no problems with the medical department and the ability test. Elder Khan also gave me a pair of earrings that can suppress negative emotions and prevent people from going crazy. Except for Jin Sichen and Wu Yusen, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Fan. Sure enough, there was a pair of black earrings on her earlobes, small and delicate, not attracting attention. Everyone's eyes were full of envy. Where were the things Elder Khan gave her? Then we went to Jin Sichen. He talked to Lin Fan and got to know her condition a little bit. After testing, he determined that Lin Fan had no other special psychological symptoms except simple depression and physical disorders. At the same time, he ruled out unstable factors such as antisocial tendencies and violent aggression. But when we tried to hypnotize her to recall the memory she had forgotten that afternoon, we encountered a problem. Jin Sichin's hypnosis failed. Everyone looked at Jin Sichin in disbelief. Everyone knows that Jin Sichin's hypnosis is invincible. How could he fail? Jin Sichin accepted everyone's gaze expressionlessly. He was also helpless. Not only did the technical hypnosis fail, but the talent hypnosis also failed twice. Everyone was even more surprised, looking back and forth between Jin Sichin and Lin Fan. After that, we found 2 other psychologists to hypnotize Lin Fan, but they all failed. After the whole process, Lin Fan's body was normal, the forgotten memory was not found, and it was initially determined that she might be immune to hypnosis. After reporting the above situation to the director, the order was issued to have Lin Fan sign a confidentiality agreement, send her back first, and keep monitoring, and find other ways to erase her memory in a few days. Could it be the effect of his earrings? Zhang Cheng asked. He was always more sensitive about equipment. According to the function that Mr. Kyan said, it shouldn't be. After all, even Mr. Kyan himself couldn't resist Jin Sichin. The director interrupted with a cough. I asked Mr. Kyan about this. He will come over in person later. You continue. Wu Yusen also realized that what he said was inappropriate and quickly avoided the topic. I sent Lin Fan home last night. We finished eating at the service area at around 9 o'clock. Just as we were about to get in the car, a heavy truck with out-of-control brakes appeared at the entrance and rushed in at full speed. The driver wanted to avoid hitting the gas station, so he turned the direction and rushed towards us at a very fast speed. I thought he was going to die, but Lin Fan transformed and stopped the car. Lin Fan blinked, but still didn't raise his head. He thought, sure enough, something went wrong. What did it turn into? Kyan Leo's voice suddenly rang out in the conference room. Then a hole appeared next to the door of the conference room, and Kyan Leo stepped into the conference room from inside. He saw that the conference room was sealed outside, and he didn't shout at the door. He directly broke through the restriction and walked in. It was more convenient than opening the restriction from the inside and then closing it again. After all, these restrictions were originally made by him. Except for Lin Fan, everyone else stood up and greeted Kyan Leo. Kyan Leo waved his hand. He was more concerned about Lin Fan's news. He had clearly checked that Lin Fan had no spiritual roots and his bones were not good, so how could he still transform? This is unreasonable. She turned into a Mecha. Wu Yusen finally finished speaking, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Mecha. Zhang Cheng, Wang Fengfeng and Zhu Ping jumped up as soon as they sat down, and even Jin Sichin couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Only Kyan Leo didn't know what was going on. What is a Mecha? Several people didn't know how to explain the concept of Mecha to Kyan Leo. Wang Fengfeng was quick to react and put a few pictures of Mecha that he had hidden on the projector. What kind of superpower is this? Kyan Leo looked at it for a while and asked with a frown. No one can tell. If you say it's not a superpower, she can transform. If you say she is a superpower, the way is wrong. What kind of Mecha did she turn into? Zhang Cheng, as the leader of the scientific research equipment group, was not too enthusiastic about technology products and asked anxiously, is there any image data? Yes, there is, but it's not very clear. Wu Yusen replied, and at the same time Wang Fengfeng released the photo that was still blurry after restoration. What are these? Everyone complained in their hearts. Xiao Wang, play the video in its entirety. Seeing that everyone was speechless, the director asked them to play the dynamic video. Okay, director. Wang Fengfeng played it as he was told and explained. Because of the angle, the other cameras didn't capture any useful video. Only this was captured by the truck's dashcam. But because the cab of the heavy truck was high, they barely captured anything in front of the truck. In addition, the dashcam was old, with low pixels, the headlights were very bright, and the Mecha shell was reflective, so the final image was not ideal. A group of people watched the video in silence and finally stopped at the blurry image that was completely indistinguishable. Only then did they realize that the picture just shown was indeed a little clearer. At least they could see a human figure. But it was just a human figure, which seemed far from enough to be considered as a strong proof. Old Khan stared at the projection silently, and his knowledge was also broadened. Lin Fan, what do you say? When everyone was immersed in the picture, the director was the first to notice that Lin Fan had raised her head and was also looking at the projection. She still had her eyes half drooped, looking a little weak. Even though everyone was looking at her, she remained expressionless. I don't know. What do you remember about the situation at that time? Can you tell me about it? Jin Sichin asked. Lin Fan tilted her head slightly to the left and answered, I just remember that I was about to get in the car after dinner with John Woo. When I walked to the front of the car, I heard the sound of a speeding truck. I thought it was very abnormal, and I told John Woo at the time. Yes, she did. But I thought it was normal for trucks to drive fast on the highway at the time, so I didn't take it seriously. John Woo continued. So what Lin Fan heard was the sound of the out-of-control truck that was still a certain distance away from the service area, and you didn't hear it? Zuping asked. John Woo thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Yes. That means Lin Fan's hearing is better than yours, or more sensitive than ordinary people. Wang Fengfeng continued. I just saw a short video of actor Xi Yuking. His smile fits the image of the smiling tiger director in my mind. But the director was originally set to be a passerby uncle, not as handsome as him. Asterisk carrot carrot asterisk. Chapter 25 Reverse Hypnosis. But our hearing test is within the normal range. Wu Yusen pulled up the report in his hand to confirm. Lin Fan's test results are inaccurate. Zhang Cheng said, the test is normal, but the actual display is abnormal. Several people doubted the accuracy of the report. Jin Sichin cleared his throat, signaling others to keep calm, and said to Lin Fan, you continue. Later, it seemed that he didn't hear it, so I thought I was suspicious again. Lin Fan glanced at Wu Yusen and said. Jin Sichin noticed that there was a word again in Lin Fan's words, and silently wrote it down in the notebook, and drew a few circles with a pen. After a while, I saw a big truck rushing in, and heading towards the gas station. I was thinking at the time, it would be bad if it hit the gas station. Before I finished thinking this, the front of the truck turned in a different direction and headed towards us. I just remember that the car was very fast, and I didn't react. I only saw Wu Yusen reaching out to me, but at that time the car was already in front of me, and after that, I don't know anything. What about you? How did you find out that Lin Fan had transformed? Zuping asked Wu Yusen. I didn't notice it at first. After the car hit me, I felt that I couldn't dodge, so I could only block subconsciously, close my eyes, and wait to be knocked away. I waited for 2 or 3 seconds, but I wasn't knocked out. When I opened my eyes, I found that the car had stopped. There was a hand next to it against the front of the car, and I didn't see how hard it was. It felt like it just shook its arm lightly, and the truck engine shut down. I was anxious to see how Lin Fan was doing, and I didn't have time to think about it. As a result, I turned around and saw a Mecha standing next to it. Wu Yusen recalled. Then did you see clearly what the Mecha looked like? No. John Woo replied. The hand was next to the headlight, and I could see a black metal hand with separate finger joints. The arm was wrapped in white or silver metal, and the chest and head were also wrapped in metal. But except for the hand, the other parts were within the range of the headlight. As Wang Fengfeng said, the reflection was very strong. Then what? I was shocked at the time. Aren't mechas only seen in science fiction movies? Who has seen one in real life? My mind went blank, and I even forgot about looking for Lin Fan. I just saw that the mecha seemed to turn its head to look at me. Where was she looking at originally? Wang Fengfeng asked. Watch the car. After all, if you want to stop a car, you must watch it. I saw a head from the side. I felt that she was going to look at me. Her head moved a little bit. I was excited. In a blink of an eye, the mecha disappeared, and I saw a figure sliding down. I subconsciously grabbed it. When I looked again, who else could it be if it wasn't Lin Fan? Then Lin Fan's transformation didn't last long. Zhang Cheng said. It was about 7 or 8 seconds before and after, and it shouldn't be more than 10 seconds. Wu Yusen recalled. Lin Fan, do you have any impression of this situation? The director asked. No. Lin Fan shook his head. Under normal circumstances, at this time, hypnosis would be tried to see if she could remember something. But Lin Fan is immune to hypnosis. The director thought about it and said to Jin Sichin, Sichin, why don't you try again? After Jin Sichin encountered repeated failures with Lin Fan, although he felt frustrated, he did want to try again. He wanted to find out why Lin Fan was immune to his innate hypnosis. He was quite courageous. He asked Lin Fan, we want to hypnotize you now to see if we can find some clues about what happened at that time. Do you agree? Lin Fan nodded. At this point, it was no longer a question of whether she agreed or not. Hypnosis failed before because there was no evidence and it was left unresolved. This time, there is not only a witness, John Woo saw it up close with his own eyes. There is also physical evidence, a screenshot of the video. Although the screenshot is a bit blurry, it is also a piece of evidence. Lin Fan also knew that the Special Affairs Office would not be idle and spend a lot of effort to deceive her. If she can really transform into a mecha, the value behind it is difficult to estimate. The Special Affairs Office will find out no matter what. Asking her is just politeness. Even if she doesn't agree, they still have to do it. Why make it so passive? It's better to cooperate actively. Jin Sichin walked to Lin Fan's side, leaned down with one hand on the table, lowered his glasses, looked directly at Lin Fan and said, look into my eyes. Lin Fan was still not used to being too close to people, and his head subconsciously retreated a little, but was stopped by the back of the chair, and didn't retreat much. She looked directly into Jin Sichin's eyes, which were still a beautiful light pink. She was a little surprised when she saw it for the first time, but now that she saw it for the third time, she seemed to have gotten used to it, but she still thought the color was beautiful. A group of people in the conference room watched Jin Sichin use his talent to hypnotize Lin Fan on the spot, and they were all silent. Jin Sichin focused on the eyes and stared at Lin Fan's eyes. What did you see? Pink eyes, Lin Fan said lightly. Very beautiful. Although it was not the first time, and he was mentally prepared, Jin Sichin still felt frustrated. He tilted his head and sighed helplessly, straightened up, and didn't know what to say. Do you want to take off the earring and try it? Zhang Cheng suggested. What if it's just earring immunity? Mr. Khan, look. The director started. It should have nothing to do with the earring, but since you want to try, you can take it off. Mr. Khan slowly walked in front of Lin Fan, swept his hands under her earlobe, and the earring fell into Mr. Khan's hands. He put the earring away and called Jin Sichin. Try it again. Jin Sichin tried again, but it still didn't work. Is there something wrong with your talent? Zhu Ping questioned. Jin Sichin hadn't retracted his leaning posture on the table and hadn't pushed his glasses back yet. He turned to Zhu Ping and glanced at him. After just one look, Zhu Ping slid under the table like a boneless person and began to snore. This was a good proof that there was nothing wrong with Jin Sichin's talent. Jin Sichin was also convinced. He pushed his glasses back, stood up, and asked Lin Fan with his arms around his chest, can't you feel anything in my eyes? The first time I did, I felt like I was sucked into your eyes, and then I woke up when you spoke. Lin Fan recalled, I never had that feeling again after that. Everyone felt strange, but couldn't think of an answer. Old Khan took out the earrings and put them on Lin Fan. Since it has been ruled out, it is better to wear them first. Zhang Cheng asked, Old Khan, what is the purpose of your earrings? Old Khan slowly walked back to his seat and sat down. I see how sad this child is. If this continues, she will easily fall into madness. After wearing these earrings, she will keep her mind clear. If something makes her unhappy, it will soon dissipate and will not linger in her heart for a long time. It will help her current situation and she will not lose control of her emotions and fall into madness in the future. It just so happens that now it is discovered that she can transform, but she can't find the connection, and it seems that she can't control it. Wearing this to transform, the Mecha also wears earrings. Even if she can't control it temporarily, she won't be violent after the transformation. It's a good thing. When everyone heard it, it really couldn't be better. If there were no old Khan's earrings, Lin Fan might have been locked up before she could no longer control the state of the mecha. Although the environment is good, it is still imprisonment. Now that we have the earrings, we don't have to worry about the sudden attack and hurting people. Lin Fan himself has no subjective malice. Even if the progress is a little slow, at least we don't have to worry about casualties caused by the mecha losing control. After this hidden danger was solved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is to study the specific connection between Lin Fan and the mecha, and the opportunity for transformation. Now we have limited clues. Lin Fan himself doesn't remember. It's all based on Wu Yusen's description. He doesn't even know what the mecha looks like. Zhang Cheng frowned even more. Now the problem is that Wu Yusen said that Lin Fan can transform into a mecha, but the person involved doesn't remember it, and there is no other evidence. The physical examination report is all normal, and it feels like I have no idea where to start. I have an idea. Wang Fengfeng raised his hand. You say. The director called these people to brainstorm, and anything can be tried. If we can't start with Lin Fan, can we start with someone else? Wang Fengfeng hesitated and spoke. Change? Who? Zuping, who was snoring, woke up and knew that he was knocked down by Jin Sichen. Without saying a word, he got up from the ground. John Woo. Jin Sichen snapped his fingers and everyone looked at John Woo. John Woo himself understood, but Zuping didn't hear what he said before and was still asking, why change John Woo? I was thinking that there are no objective clues in this matter, only subjective participants and bystanders. If the participants can't be hypnotized, can we get more information from the bystanders? Wang Fengfeng explained. Lin Fan's transformation time is short, and Wu Je's time should be even shorter, maybe only 4 or 5 seconds. In that emergency situation and strong light stimulation, it is difficult for Wu Je to describe what he saw. If Wu Je is hypnotized and time is slowed down, maybe there will be more clues. As the only eyewitness of the mecha, he should at least be able to describe the general image. Everyone thought it made sense, and even Wu Sen nodded. Then come on, he said to Jin Sichen. Should we find a portrait artist? Zhang Cheng asked. I can draw some engineering drawings, but I'm afraid I can't draw this. I can draw, said Kan Leo, but this mecha, I've never touched it before, so I may not be able to draw it well. I'll do it. Zuping spoke up unexpectedly. I learned sketching before, so I shouldn't have completely lost it. Wang Fengfeng also said, I can also try it through computer software. Okay, the director confirmed. Just give it a try. Record the hypnosis video. If it doesn't work, we'll find a portrait artist later. Wu Yusen sat down consciously, and Jin Sichen also found a chair and sat opposite him. Originally, it would be enough to use guided hypnosis for Wu Yusen, but perhaps because it was too troublesome, Jin Sichen just pulled up his glasses, which made Wu Yusen dizzy at a glance, and slowly closed his eyes. The feeling of confidence returned, and Jin Sichen began to speak in a full state. Wu Yusen, you are on your way home to take Lin Fan. You are hungry, so just go into a service area to eat. The others watched quietly from the side. During hypnosis, usually only the client and the psychologist are present, and few people can see how others are hypnotized. Everyone is concerned about whether Wu Yusen can describe the situation they want to know, and they are also curious about the hypnosis process. Now you have finished your meal, and are ready to return to the car. Lin Fan said that she heard the sound of a truck driving very fast. Did you hear it? Jin Sichen guided Wu Yusen back to that time period. I didn't hear it. Wu Yusen answered, as if he was speaking normally, but with his eyes closed. Then a truck drove into the service area. Its brakes failed, and it rushed in at a very fast speed. It turned a corner, and rushed towards you. You couldn't avoid it, so what did you do? I wanted to push Lin Fan away, so that she could avoid the collision. When Lin Fan heard this, she looked deeply at Wu Yusen. When his life and death were at stake, he still wanted to push her away. As a stranger who had only known her for 4 days, and was not familiar with her, she was a little touched. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.